Chapter 1036. The North Endless Sword Emperor, the East Endless Zhongji, the West Endless Ancient Genius, and the South Endless Hunyuan Heaven. For emperors of the current era, a new structure appeared in the endless universe. The Four Endless was unified. Before the turmoil, apart from the West Endless and East Endless, there had always been internal strife in the Four Endless. Everyone was guessing who could unify the Four Endless. Zhou Xuanji was the loudest. He defeated the East Endless royal family and forced back the ancient genius. He was only a little over 10,000 years old. Apart from him, there was no other genius as amazing as him. In addition, the peace in the Sword Emperor Divine Court was also widely spread. The Sword Emperor's benevolence became his greatest weapon. While the outside world was in turmoil, Zhou Xuanji was concentrating on cultivation. His cultivation was still far from the other three overlords. He needed to work harder. The Sword Emperor Divine Court's territory expanded more and more. It wouldn't take many years for them to completely unify the Northern Endless. The All-Star Domain's Divine Court Conference was also being prepared. The biggest attraction was the Sword Emperor preaching to all. It was rumored that the Sword Emperor had a magical language that could make the listener quickly enter a state of epiphany, regardless of their cultivation. Years passed. Almost every year, powerful cultivators from the lawless region would be found in the Northern Endless. These powerful cultivators acted recklessly and took pleasure in devouring the common people. They always caused a bloodbath. Zhou Xuanji didn't take action but left it to his subordinates. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was no longer what it used to be. There were already more than 30 imperishable realm cultivators. The Northern Endless forces were gathering at the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Some hidden experts couldn't help but come out to help Zhou Xuanji unify the Four Endless. As long as Zhou Xuanji succeeded, the Northern Endless would rise, and their subordinates would also get a tremendous amount of fate. The battle for fate, the time for serendipity. On this day, Zhou Xuanji was preaching to Jianghu. Xianxia suddenly burst into the hall and interrupted Zhou Xuanji's preaching. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he created a protective shield around Jianghu, isolating all movement. His ancestral voice continued to reverberate inside the shield. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "What's the hurry?" Xianxia rarely acted like this. It seemed that something big had happened. Mortal Supremacy and her sister, Xianxia, are missing. Xianxia said in a deep voice, her eyebrows full of anxiety. To her, Supremacy Crimson Dust was also her master. The two of them had always had a good relationship. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Recently, he really didn't care much about the mortal sovereign sisters. Subconsciously, he felt that they could take care of themselves. He immediately released his divine sense. After a while, he retracted his divine sense. "When was the last time you saw them?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Xianxia thought about it and said, "It should have been half a year ago. I went to find Hongqian Supremacy to ask about some of the puzzles of the Hongqian Qi." She seemed to have thought of something and continued, "By the way, her sister seems to have been praying to Buddha. Could she have gone to find Buddha? Ancestral Buddha?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately felt a headache. Peace had finally been restored, but the two sisters had gone missing again. Could it be related to the destiny tribulation that Hong Meng Heaven mentioned previously? No matter what, he couldn't act as if nothing had happened. "You can go down first. Stay in the stars field and don't run. I'll go look for them," Zhou Xuanji said, waving his hand. Xianxia nodded, turned around, and left. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and sent out an extra soul clone to look for Yuansheng. He sent Yuansheng to search for the ancestral Buddha. Although he had seen the ancestral Buddha before, he didn't know where he was. Yuansheng was knowledgeable and knew much about the history of the endless universe. He might be able to find the ancestral Buddha. After Yuansheng heard about this, he immediately went to search for the ancestral Buddha. He wasn't sure, but he was confident that he could find him. Zhou Xuanji left this matter to him. And so, a month passed quickly. This day, Only Zhou Xuanji was in the palace. Yuan Qing came to visit him. My lord, the ancestral Buddha has moved to the lawless region between northern boundless and eastern boundless. He has opened up a new preaching site. Are you sure you want to go? Yuan Qing asked worriedly. Recently, they had been capturing creatures from the lawless region, which meant that they had offended the lawless region. Asking Zhou Xuanji to go to the lawless region was equivalent to seeking death. Zhou Xuanji smiled calmly. I have to go. If you are captured, I have to go too. I treat you all as my own people. The Sword Emperor will not just sit on this seat and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Yuan Chang's heart surged with excitement. Many people said that the Sword Emperor could come this far because of his great luck and the help of many powerful cultivators. Only they knew that Zhou Xuanji was never a decoration. Every time he was in a desperate situation, it was Zhou Xuanji who turned the tide. Yuan Sheng took a deep breath and said, how many people do we need? Let me go and visit the 10 imperishable stage cultivators. With so many powerful cultivators, I can send you out with peace of mind. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled proudly. In this endless universe, I can go wherever I want. If you follow me, you will only be a burden to me. Yuan Sheng was stunned. He was suddenly curious about what kind of divine ability Zhou Xuanji had mastered. Could it be the godly blank state? But Zhou Xuanji's godly blank state could not allow him to do as he pleased. Okay. Make the map and give it to me. Zhou Xuanji instructed. Having heard him, Yuan Sheng left immediately. After he disappeared, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. In the Golden Palace, Zhongji, the clan lord of the eastern boundless royal family, knelt on the ground. He looked up. The palace was so vast that he could not see the top even if he looked up. Old ancestor, what do I have to do for you to help? If you don't help, the eastern boundless royal family will be destroyed. Zhongji roared with hatred, his voice hoarse. No one answered him, which made him grit his teeth in anger. Streams of blood flowed down from his eyes, and his eyes were quickly dyed red. Since you are all standing by, then the eastern boundless royal family shall change its name. From today onwards, there will be no more royal family. Zhongji stood up and cried out with a deep voice. Boom! A deafening sound of thunder came. How dare you! A domineering cry came, which shook Zhongji to his core. He knelt down again. This time, he was forced to kneel down. His right hand supported the ground while his left hand supported his knee. He tried his best not to kneel down completely. Zhongji stared at him furiously and roared, What? Do you still care about the eastern boundless royal family? These old things enjoyed the worship of their descendants, but when they needed their ancestors, they all pretended to be dead. Zhongji could not take it anymore. Sigh. A sigh was heard, filled with endless worry and difficulty. Zhongji looked up furiously, waiting for an answer. In this endless universe, other than that brat, who else is making things difficult for you? Another voice came. Zhongji frowned. From what the ancestors said, it was apparent that they did not want to be enemies with Zhou Xuanji. Who was Zhou Xuanji? Why could the ancestors tolerate him so much? Southern boundless and western boundless. They want to divide eastern boundless. Zhongji replied. He gnashed his teeth in hatred at the mention of this. Chapter 1037. Got it. You can go now and appease the royal family. A royal ancestor's voice echoed in the hall. Zhongji wanted to say something but hesitated. He thought for a moment, then got up and left. He couldn't completely offend his ancestors. He still had to rely on their power. After he left, there was a discussion in the hall. This kid really has no respect for his elders. You can't blame him either. The great calamity of the boundless universe has arrived, and he indeed doesn't have the ability to help the imperial family get through it smoothly. After this calamity, let's change the clan leader. All right. While the Eastern Endless royal family was in turmoil, the Western Endless Kingdom was not peaceful either. The news of Gu Juejiu's defeat spread throughout the West Endless world, causing everyone to question Gu Juejiu. Was he still the strongest in the world? Some ambitious forces began to unite and prepare to overthrow the rule of Gu Juejiu. This made Gu Juejiu very angry, so he started to clean up the mess. Comparatively speaking, Nan Wujin was relatively calm. With the addition of a Cardinal Heaven, Hunyuan Heaven's strength soared. They easily swept away all the experts in the southern Endless region and conquered an endless region before Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry to unify the northern Endless continent. His attitude was quite open-minded, and he advocated for the various worlds to surrender. As long as the Sword Emperor Divine Court's resources and regulations were attractive enough, it would only be a matter of time before it unified the northern boundless continent. The most important thing was that the Sword Emperor Divine Court was developing too quickly, and its foundation was not sufficient. It was unable to swallow the entire northern boundless continent in one go. At that time, just the expenditure of resources would be enough to bring down the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Zhou Xuanji had already established a righteous and benevolent image. He could not break it himself. While the northern Endless region was still developing and unifying, Zhou Xuanji came to the lawless region. He took the map that Yuan Sheng gave him and moved forward, looking for the ancestral Buddha's place of worship. After flying for 8 days, he still had not found the ancestral Buddha's place of worship, nor had he caught a glimpse of the qi of the mortal world. He began to question Yuan Chang's intelligence. It couldn't be fake, right? Zhou Xuanji stopped on an asteroid and looked at the map, thinking seriously. This kind of map seemed very blurry, but as long as one probed it with his divine sense, a three-dimensional and magnificent illusory map would appear in his mind. The creator had used his mind to create it and condensed his memories. Divine swords appeared out of thin air and overlapped to form a sword chair. He sat on it and continued to observe. In the distance, a flame appeared in the darkness of the universe. This ball of fire surged and quickly condensed into a human shape. He looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar and called out, "Hey, this way." Zhou Xuanji looked up and raised his brows slightly. Who was this? The flaming man turned around and left. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before he followed. He used the sword fusion technique in case there was an ambush ahead. The flaming man's flying speed became faster and faster, and soon reached a speed that even some undead realm experts would find hard to match. Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to enter spiritless mode and follow the fireman in spacetime. The burning man did not stop either, as though he knew that Zhou Xuanji was following him. After flying for an hour, the man on fire dived into a blue vortex, and Zhou Xuanji jumped in as well. In the next second, Zhou Xuanji appeared and found himself in an independent world. Spiritual energy was abundant, and the great Tao was rich. There were giant mountains in the horizon that seemed to connect heaven and earth. It was extremely imposing. The man on fire was nowhere to be seen. "Come here." The ancestor Buddha's voice came suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji's heart jolted. How did this guy know he was coming? Could it be that the disappearance of Hongshan Supreme and Shen Nianxing was arranged by Buddha ancestor? Zhou Xuanji thought as he flew forward. There was a temple among the mountains, radiating a golden radiance like a Buddhist holy land. It was hard to ignore. Zhou Xuanji landed in the courtyard. Looking at the gate of the temple in front, he asked, "Senior, did the 2 Hongshan gods come to find you?" "Yes, they are right next to you." The ancestor Buddha's voice came, and Zhou Xuanji looked around in shock. "Where is there?" There was no one in the courtyard except for a big tree and some flowers. His gaze suddenly locked onto the 2 red flowers that were intertwined. Could it be? He immediately frowned, and his eyes turned cold. He looked back at the gate and asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" Clang, the gate opened, and the ancestor Buddha, who was wearing a golden kasaya, walked out. He looked even older than before. He walked up to the steps and said calmly, "The destiny tribulation of Hong Meng Heaven has arrived. You will face it too. Not only you, but Sovereign Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven will too." Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, What destiny tribulation is it? There was a destiny tribulation in the post-ancient sovereign three heavens? Who could cast such a destiny tribulation? Ancient sovereign? Progenitor? You should know that sovereign heaven, Hunyuan heaven, and Hongmeng heaven are formed from three heavenly laws. The heavenly laws' rules are below the Great Tao. They offended the Great Tao and have always been wary of them. Every long period of time, all the Great Tao will rebel and destroy the three transcendent heavenly laws. The ancestor Buddha did not hide anything, and Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. Great Tao? What a joke! At their level, what could the Great Tao do to them? The heavenly law could create the post-ancient sovereign three heavens, so why can't the Great Tao? You must know that the Great Tao is formed from the ancient sovereign's will, the ancestor Buddha said casually. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. The Great Tao is the ancient sovereign's will? Didn't that mean that the ancient sovereign did not die? He had only fused with the boundless universe. The boundless universe could not be separated from the Great Tao. Without the Great Tao, the boundless universe would collapse. The rules would be destroyed, and space-time would be thrown into disorder. Except for those at the imperishable realm, no living creature could survive. Even the sovereign would be crushed in the chaotic space-time. Zhou Xuanji did not dare to think further. If the ancient sovereign did not die, he would be spying on all living creatures at every moment. Just thinking about it made Zhou Xuanji shudder. The reason why the cardinal heaven fell at its peak was because Hunyuan heaven and Hongmeng heaven were destroyed by the destiny calamity. He could not do anything alone, the ancestor Buddha continued to speak, pulling Zhou Xuanji's thoughts back to reality. Hunyuan heaven and cardinal heaven, which were on par with the cardinal heaven at their peak, were destroyed by the destiny calamity. Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask, then why did you turn them into flowers? The ancestor Buddha shook his head and said, it's not me. They felt uneasy and came to me. I'm the only one who survived the death of three heavens. I know some ways to avoid the calamity. Why didn't the destiny calamity go to the cardinal heaven and Hunyuan heaven? Why them? Zhou Xuanji asked. He felt that it did not make sense. The ancestor Buddha glanced at him and said meaningfully, how do you know that they did not go to the cardinal heaven and Hunyuan heaven? Don't you want to know why they banded together? Zhou Xuanji was silent. He took a deep breath and asked, how can I help them? Have you already cultivated the Tao of extermination? The ancestor Buddha asked with a passionate gaze. His expression became complicated. Zhou Xuanji nodded without hesitation. The ancestor Buddha knew the ancestral voice, which meant that he was half an inheritor of the unconstitutional creation sutra. You deal with the destiny calamity of three heavens. As long as you succeed, you will receive benefits that you can't even imagine, the ancestor Buddha said solemnly. Chapter 1038. Fate Tribulation. Zhou Xuanji frowned, but he did not resist too much. After all, he also had the identity of Hongmeng heaven. If there really was a 3 days fate tribulation, he would definitely be targeted by it. However, he was hesitating about when to attack the 3 life tribulations. He did not want to help Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. It would be best to wait for these 2 fellows to die before dealing with the 3 fate tribulations. He looked up at the ancestral Buddha and asked, can you restore them to their original forms? The ancestor Buddha shook his head, I didn't turn them into this. On the contrary, without my help, they would have lost consciousness. Zhou Xuanji frowned again. He suddenly felt that talking to the ancestral Buddha was very tiring. Seeing that he was silent, the ancestral Buddha sensed that something was amiss. The 3 days had been affecting them and absorbing their fate. They had no choice but to come to me. If I want to help them recover, I have to defeat the 3 days. At most, in 1,000 years, their souls will scatter. Given your strength, you won't be able to defeat the 3 fated tribulations. You must join forces with Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. According to my estimation, the 3 fated tribulations have already gone to find Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. If you rush over now, you may be able to form an alliance between the 3 heavens. Up until now, the 3 fate tribulations have only defeated the 3 heavens one by one. When the three heavens join hands, the tribulations won't dare to show themselves. The ancestral Buddha spoke tirelessly, trying to give Zhou Xuanji confidence. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Do you think I can survive 3 days of fate retribution with my power?" Ancestor Buddha replied calmly, "Of course there is. You have mastered the path of annihilation, so you have the ability to annihilate everything. You are the most suitable person to deal with the 3 life tribulations." Zhou Xuanji began to think about the pros and cons. He was no longer the same as before, but in terms of fighting ability, he was still inferior to a cardinal heaven expert. His true strength lay in the godless state. That's all I have to say. Think about it yourself. The ancestral Buddha turned around and returned to the temple. There was a loud bang. The gate closed. The courtyard returned to silence. Zhou Xuanji turned to look at the 2 flowers formed by mortal sovereign and Xianxia. He sighed softly. Forget it. He immediately jumped out of this world, entered the spiritless state, and quickly flew towards the north. He didn't immediately head to southern infinity as the 3 heavenly tribulations wouldn't descend so soon. If he wanted to find Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, he would have to rely on the Sword Emperor Divine Court's intelligence network. Yuan Sheng had already arranged for living beings to head to the other 3 directions to monitor their movements. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. After returning to the multi-star domain, Zhou Xuanji summoned Yuan Sheng straight away. He told Yuan Sheng about the origin of the 3-day fate tribulation, which left Yuan Sheng speechless. There was such a secret? Yuan Sheng cupped his fists together and said, "Master, give me some time. I will first get someone to contact Hunyuan Heaven. Southern Wujin is very peaceful now, and the 3 days of tribulation should not have come yet." He also knew that Zhou Xuanji was in Hongmeng Heaven and could not avoid this tribulation. Since that was the case, it was not impossible to join forces with the enemy. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was in no hurry. Since he couldn't find the 3 days of tribulation, he could only wait for it to appear. By the way, my lord, many black holes have appeared in the lawless region. Our scouts saw many huge primordial fierce beasts appearing. They seem to be gathering in a certain place. They are too powerful, so the scouts don't dare to approach. Yuan Sheng continued. Speaking of this, he frowned. The lawless region was a great enemy of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. It was a stone hanging over his heart. Also, we found traces of the lawless fire god. My lord, I think we can rope him in. I heard that he has enemies in the lawless region, Yuan Sheng chuckled. Thinking of the lawless fire god's horrifying cultivation, he felt a burning passion in his heart. With the support of such a powerful cultivator, even if the ancient geniuses came again, they would have a way to stop them. Zhou Xuanji could not help but think back to the days he spent with the lawless fire god. The lawless fire god was powerful indeed. He was the most powerful being he had ever seen. Even the sword emperors of the future and the ancient geniuses might not be as powerful as the lawless fire god. If he could rope him in, come to think of it, Zhou Xuanji and the lawless fire god were related. It was because the lawless fire god could help him cultivate the constitution-defying creation sutra. You want me to find him? Zhou Xuanji asked. Yuan Sheng nodded with a smile. The lawless fire god is currently residing in a place. Do you want to go? Zhou Xuanji replied, sure. I will rest for a few days, and you can bring me there. If he could rope in the lawless fire god, that would be a good thing. Yuan Sheng heard him and immediately beamed with joy. Suddenly, a white stripe appeared in the absolute darkness. It was as though a piece of black cloth was torn apart, and a horrifying silhouette stepped out slowly. He was muscular and wore black armor. Behind him was a cloak that was condensed from green flames. He walked forward, and a giant sword appeared in his right hand out of nowhere. The blade was bronze in color, and its edge was serrated. You rebel against the heavenly law. You shall be executed. He spoke slowly. His hoarse voice was filled with boundless murderous intent. Boom! He suddenly transformed into a stream of white light and dashed forward, tearing apart the darkness and disappearing without a trace. At the same time, Nan Wujin. In a dark palace, the Cardinal Heaven opened his eyes suddenly. This aura. What's going on? Could it be him? He mumbled with fear on his face. He stood up immediately. Just when he was about to move, a silhouette appeared in the palace. It was Hunyuan Heaven. Hunyuan Heaven was shrouded in black chi like a tornado. Only a pair of crimson eyes could be seen. The life retribution of the 3 days is here. Get ready. Hunyuan Heaven spoke with a grave tone. The Cardinal Heaven frowned and asked, so fast? It shouldn't be. Find a way to deal with him first. As for why it's so fast, it's no longer important, Hunyuan Heaven replied. The Cardinal Heaven took a deep breath and nodded. The two disappeared from the palace. In the pure white spacetime tunnel, Yuan Sheng looked around excitedly. He asked with admiration, My lord, your godly emotionless state has already surpassed the ancients. What kind of attainment is this? It was so fast that time and space stopped. Nothing existed. Yeah. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly as he looked ahead. Suddenly, he felt a little uneasy as though a disaster was coming. He suddenly understood why Shen Nianxing was so afraid in her previous life. This feeling of uneasiness was indeed a little scary. It was as though death was coming, but there was nothing he could do about it. How strong is the life retribution of the 3 days? Zhou Xuanji curiously thought in his heart. He wasn't in a hurry. If the life retribution of the 3 days came for him, he could avoid it. If it came for Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, those two guys could definitely hold on for some time. As the uneasiness grew, Zhou Xuanji felt that he might be the first target of the life retribution of the 3 days. After flying for a while, he suddenly exited the godly emotionless state with Yuan Sheng. In the next second, they came to the impassable area. Lead the way, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Yuan Sheng nodded and flew to the front, leading the way for him. Chapter 1039. As Yuan Sheng flew, he communicated with his subordinates with a spell. He sent someone to follow Lawless Fire God. To not be discovered by Lawless Fire God, that person maintained a distance from him. After flying for about 2 hours, they met up with the scout. The scout turned into a black smoke and could not be discovered by the naked eye. He greeted Zhou Xuanji first and said, Lawless Fire God is just ahead. He has already sensed my presence but did not attack me or leave. I'm afraid that he is waiting for your majesty. In the Sword Emperor Divine Court, everyone addressed Zhou Xuanji as His Majesty. It was reasonable for an emperor to address him as His Majesty. You can wait here. Zhou Xuanji waved his sleeves and left so quickly that Yuan Sheng could not even speak. The scout looked at Yuan Sheng and asked hesitantly, Don't we need to follow? Yuan Sheng threw him a stare and said unpleasantly, Can we help our master? The scout was embarrassed. Get lost. Pay more attention to your cultivation. If it were other targets, they would be dead already. Yuan Sheng snorted. The scout bowed and left immediately. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji could already see Lawless Fire God. Lawless Fire God levitated deep in the universe with his wings wrapped around his body. He was like a massive sun, and the surrounding asteroids were as tiny as grains of sand before him. Senior, long time no see, Zhou Xuanji said. He finally understood that Lawless Fire God was waiting for him on purpose. It's not that long. To me, it's just the blink of an eye. Lawless Fire God replied. He did not look up but continued to curl up without moving. Zhou Xuanji went straight to the point and said, Senior, the lawless region and the boundless universe will fight sooner or later. Join me. If the Sword Emperor God Court can unify the boundless universe, I will become the court's divine beast and enjoy boundless fate. Divine beast? The lawless flame god laughed. His laughter was cold. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Did he say something wrong? What right do you have to unify the endless universe? Lawless Fire God asked. Zhou Xuanji replied, I learned the constitution-defying creation sutra. I'm over 10,000 years old and have already dominated the northern endless universe. Lawless Fire God was silent. I also learned the Tao of annihilation. Since ancient times, only a few people have the same cultivation as me. The last one was ancient sovereign, Zhou Xuanji continued. Boom, the lawless fire god spread its wings and a sea of fire engulfed the universe. Zhou Xuanji's purple robe fluttered in the wind as he looked at him calmly, unmoved. As soon as the flames got close to him, they automatically extinguished themselves, not causing him any harm. The Tao of extermination. He even learned the Tao of annihilation? Why? How did you do it? The uncontrollable fire god asked agitatedly. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. In fact, he also had some doubts about this matter. He transmigrated to the future and learned the path of extinction from his descendants. His descendants learned the path of extermination from him. The cycle of karma did not make sense. The only explanation was that the Tao of extermination came from the progenitor. When he was being imparted by the Sword Emperor, the spirit of the Founder Master also imparted the Tao of extermination to him. Other than this, he couldn't think of any other reason. Future generations. Spirit of the primogenitor, the lawless flame god mumbled to himself with a trembling voice. No one knew what he was thinking about. He got close to Zhou Xuanji and asked coldly with a sharp gaze, Do you mean what you said? Of course. I have enemies too. Aren't you afraid that I'll get involved? Help me destroy the enemy, I'll help you destroy the enemy, a win-win situation. It was not strange for the lawless fire god to have enemies. If he did not have enemies, he would not have been sealed. Moreover, the lawless fire god had not caused any commotion for so long, which meant that he was wary of something. Zhou Xuanji also had many enemies, so he was not afraid of one more. If he could take in the lawless fire god, the Sword Emperor Divine Court would become even more powerful. In the process of conquering the other endless universes, they would continue to expand. There were pros and cons. Zhou Xuanji dared to take the risk. Okay, you will be my master in the future. The lawless fire god said with a deep voice. After that, he suddenly let out a long cry. His voice was so deafening that even the deaf could hear it. Zhou Xuanji was enchanted by it and instinctively covered his head. Just how powerful was this guy's cultivation? The lawless fire god roared for 10 breaths of time before shutting up. Land on my head. Bring me to kill the enemies. The lawless fire god said. Hearing him, Zhou Xuanji leaped up and landed on the lawless fire god's head. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Great, let's go to southern infinity. The lawless fire god immediately spread his wings and soared. He was extremely fast and disappeared from this universe in an instant. Yuan Cheng came late. He looked around in fear and cried out, Master. He thought that something had happened to Zhou Xuanji. The lawless fire god's long cry was so horrifying. Go back. I've already subdued the lawless fire god. Let's go to southern infinity now and wait for my good news. Zhou Xuanji's voice came into his ears. Yuan Cheng was stunned. So fast. Could the lawless fire god be plotting something? Southern infinity. A massive fireball flew over from the depths of the dark universe. It was as massive as the sun, and all the stars along the way were crushed by its aura. Zhou Xuanji stood on the lawless fire god's head and said with a frown, Don't be so barbaric. There's no need to kill the innocent. TSK, this is quite similar to Sovereign Hidden Heart. The lawless fire god curled his lip and snorted. Although he sounded displeased, he still kept his aura. Even so, the space around him still rippled visibly. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji began to admire the scenery of southern infinity. At first glance, there was not much difference between southern infinity and northern infinity. But upon closer inspection, one would realize that the great worlds here were densely packed. Each great world nurtured countless living beings. Some great worlds were like the Kunlun origin court. They formed their own pyramids and existed independently, protected by innate rules. Stop! A loud and domineering cry came. It had the power to suppress one's soul. Zhou Xuanji looked over with squinted eyes and saw a god in golden armor dashing toward him. He was only 6 meters tall but held a 30-meter-long spear in his hand. The cloak behind him danced wildly like flames. Humph! The lawless fire god snorted coldly and opened his mouth suddenly. Boom! The god's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, he was swallowed by the lawless fire god. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He thought that the god was a powerful cultivator, but he died just like that. The lawless fire god opened his mouth and breathed out a mouthful of smoke. He continued to lead Zhou Xuanji forward without any hesitation. It seemed that the boundless universe was incomparable to the lawless region in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was even more curious about the deep waters of the lawless region. After he returned, he had to ask the lawless fire god. At this moment, a vast and boundless aura descended. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. So powerful. He was not inferior to sovereign heavens or ancient geniuses. Hunyuan heaven. I was wondering who it was. So it's the lawless fire god. Why did you come to my southern infinity to cause trouble? An ancient voice came from Hunyuan heaven, and no one could tell where it came from. Chapter 1040. In the face of Hunyuan heaven's provocation, Wuwei fire god smiled disdainfully. Hunyuan heaven, you and I know who is hiding. My little master is looking for you, so show yourself. Little master, Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched, but he did not retort. After all, even the fire god wanted face. Calling him little master was definitely better than directly calling him master. The universe was silent. After a while, Hunyuan heaven appeared. His entire body was shrouded in turbid qi, and only his eyes could be seen. He appeared mysterious and terrifying. He asked in confusion, Little master? What do you mean? Are you related to his master? The lawless fire god snorted. He obtained the inheritance of hidden heart revered. What do you think? Wholehearted sovereign. As if struck by lightning, the turbid qi around Hunyuan heaven began to riot. How could this be? He fell into silence again. He knew about the hidden heart revered, an existence that was extremely far away. They were also extremely powerful existences. Gu Zun once said that among the grand beginning almighties, devoted mind's sovereign was among the top 5. However, the hidden heart exalted had already fallen for countless eons, so how could there be an inheritor? Could it be the inheritance bestowed by the fire god? That was the only possibility. Sword Emperor, what business do you have with me? Hunyuan heaven asked as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. His tone was somewhat complicated. Now, Zhou Xuanji was on equal footing with him. He had never seen such a genius before. The speed of his rise was simply too fast. Not just strength, but also influence. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji was in Hongmeng heaven, which made Hunyuan heaven feel even worse. However, no matter how unbearable it was definitely not as unbearable as a cardinal heaven expert. Zhou Xuanji climbed up by stepping on sovereign heaven cultivators. The 3 heavenly tribulations are coming. You should know about it, right? Zhou Xuanji said straightforwardly. He had to destroy the 3 fate tribulations first before he could dominate the world with peace of mind. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the 3 fate tribulations suddenly found him during the battle. Hunyuan heaven nodded and said, that's right, he has already infiltrated the southern region and will soon find us. Do you want to join hands with us? If they could obtain Zhou Xuanji and Wuwu fire god's help, their chances of victory would be greater. The 3 heavens fate tribulation was not simple. He had once died in the hands of a 3 heavens fate tribulation. Fortunately, he had retained a trace of his soul. Otherwise, Hunyuan heaven would be another heavenly Dao. Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, that's right, but I hope that we can come to an agreement. After the battle, no matter who is injured, no one is allowed to attack him. We will fight for the endless universe in the future. Hunyuan Heaven answered without the slightest hesitation, of course. The battle of the three heavens has always been open and aboveboard, and we will never play dirty tricks. The fame of the later archaic supreme three heavens came from their mutual appreciation for each other, from the fact that they were evenly matched. There were so many legends, but not a single one mentioned their scheming. It was precisely because of their open and aboveboard battles and strength that they were able to shake the world and become legends in history. Can you find one of the three fate tribulations? Let's do it. Don't give him a chance to get stronger. Zhou Xuanji asked. From his perspective, he was not in a hurry to act after the three fate tribulations appeared because he was accumulating energy. He often had such thoughts in the past. If he was strong enough, how could he allow his target to live longer? Hunyuan Tian nodded. Follow me. With that, he turned around and left at an extremely fast speed. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated Godly Void mode and chased after him with Lawless Fire God. Lawless Fire God was shocked and asked, "Your Godly Void mode is already so profound?" Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "It's all right. Since ancient times, not many people's Godly Void mode can compare to mine." Lawless Fire God rolled his eyes, which was very similar to Immortal's. Zhou Xuanji knew that Hunyuan Heaven wanted to test his strength. This dog was traveling at full speed. If not for his Godly Void mode, he might have been left behind by Hunyuan Heaven. That would have been too embarrassing. Under Godly Void mode, Zhou Xuanji could accurately sense Hunyuan Heaven's aura. Hunyuan Heaven looked back as he traveled. He could not see Zhou Xuanji's silhouette, nor could he sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. Did I lose him? He mumbled to himself, his tone a little strange. Even if Zhou Xuanji could not keep up, Lawless Fire God should be able to. I'm in another space. Don't mind me, I'll follow you. Zhou Xuanji's voice came, and Hunyuan Heaven's heart trembled. This, Godly Void mode? Hunyuan Heaven sped up immediately. He knew that Godly Void mode was a special divine ability that transcended time and space. It was untraceable and belonged to the primordial immemorial divine ability. In the current world, only a few people knew it. Even if they knew it, they could not be like Zhou Xuanji, who could not be detected at all. He had really underestimated Zhou Xuanji. Boom! In the dark universe, countless lightning bolts interweaved, and the billowing fog billowed. Red and purple radiances flickered in the clouds, as though something horrifying was hiding within. The Cardinal Heaven appeared far away with a deep frown. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Hunyuan Heaven came to his side and said, "The Sword Emperor and Lawless Fire God are here to help us." Having heard that, the Cardinal Heaven opened his eyes wide in astonishment. He had thought of looking for Zhou Xuanji, but what was up with Lawless Fire God? Lawless Fire God has already acknowledged the Sword Emperor as his master, and the Sword Emperor has received sovereign dedication's inheritance, Hunyuan Heaven explained. The Cardinal Heaven's face darkened. He had always wanted to seek revenge on Zhou Xuanji. But now, why did he feel that Zhou Xuanji would surpass him in terms of personal power soon? The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. A wave of flames descended from the sky and landed behind them. It was Lawless Fire God. Sensing the scorching heat behind him, the Cardinal Heaven looked back. "Cardinal Heaven, do you still remember me?" Lawless Fire God asked mockingly. When the Cardinal Heaven was the overlord, he had ventured into the lawless region, and they had interacted before. The Cardinal Heaven took a deep breath and said, "Of course. Congratulations on your escape." Lawless Fire God burst into laughter and did not speak further. "Is he in front?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He could sense a majestic aura growing stronger. Indeed. The 3-day fate retribution was still being nurtured. "Yeah, he seems to have obtained some ultimate treasure," the Cardinal Heaven nodded with a grave expression. The most important thing now was how to get rid of the 3-day fate retribution. "Let's attack," Lawless Fire God said impatiently. Their lineup was enough to sweep across the universe. Why should they be afraid of the 3-day fate retribution? After that, he opened his mouth, and billowing flames charged toward Zhou Xuanji in a domineering manner. The temperature of the entire universe rose abruptly. The lightning was unstoppable, and the clouds dispersed. Lawless fire god's flames soon engulfed the radiance. The Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven acted immediately. Zhou Xuanji took out his suppressive legendary sword and activated Heavenly Sword Descent. Boundless divine energy was injected into the sword of light that was formed above him. The sword of light was massive and fell straight down. Boom! The light that was surrounded began to dim but did not disappear. A horrifying aura suddenly exploded. If the heavenly law is defied, the great Tao shall be eliminated. A voice filled with hatred resounded, like a devil that had suffered endless torture and pain. Chapter 1041. Looks like he can do it. Let's kill him. Lawless fire god snorted coldly. After that, he suddenly charged forward, and Zhou Xuanji felt that he was stepping on air. However, the fire god did not bring him along. Perhaps he was afraid that something would happen to him. Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven followed suit. The three of them unleashed their divine arts and blasted the light in the clouds in front of them. The universe was blasted until it collapsed. Hunyuan Heaven waved his left hand, attacking while repairing the universe. Nan Wujin was currently his territory, so he naturally couldn't allow Nan Wujin to collapse. Once the universe collapsed, if it wasn't stopped, it would gradually expand until the entire universe was annihilated. It was fine if it was a battle between ordinary living beings since the universe could repair itself. However, the three of them were extremely powerful. Zhou Xuanji did not remain idle and continuously unleashed divine abilities. Heavenly Sword Descent. Great Chaos Sword Shadow. Great Enlightenment God Slash. Suppressing the Universe. Delusion Sword C. Under the barrage of attacks from Zhou Xuanji and the others, the aura of the 3 days' fate calamity became weaker and weaker, but he continued to roar, filled with hatred. If this continued, he would definitely perish in the 3 heavens tribulation. Everything went smoothly. It was so smooth that Zhou Xuanji felt a little unreal. However, Cardinal Heaven, Hunyuan Heaven, and the Fire God were indeed ridiculously strong. Throughout history, it was the first time that the 3 heavenly tribulations had faced such a powerful enemy. It was normal for them to lose. Under the siege, the light grew weaker and weaker. Defying the heavenly Tao. The great Tao must be eliminated. The voice filled with hatred suddenly exploded. It was even louder than before, and Zhou Xuanji was shaken into a daze. Rumble, a terrifying shockwave exploded out, turning into a white light that swept out in all directions. The lawless fire god, Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven were all pushed back. This power, Cardinal Heaven experts widened their eyes in horror. The unstoppable fire god's eyes narrowed. Hunyuan Tian's figure blurred, transforming into a black mist that engulfed the light from all directions. Go! His voice was heard, and the Cardinal Heaven and lawless fire god immediately rushed forward. The unstoppable fire god transformed into his human form, and the two of them entered the black mist. Zhou Xuanji hesitated and wondered if he should follow. Don't go. A familiar voice sounded. It came from his body. Spirit of the primogenitor Lord. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, why? The spirit of the First Lord answered, I can sense the aura of the constitutional defying creation scripture and the path of extinction. What? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide, and his heart was overwhelmed with shock. How could the 3 fated tribulations master these 2 supreme Daos? Wait a minute. Could it be Guzun? The primogenitors will become the great Tao of the endless universe, and the 3 heavenly tribulations were the convergence of the primogenitors' will? At the thought of this, Zhou Xuanji's heart grew heavier. Wasn't challenging Guzun in the boundless universe the same as courting death? Is there no way to kill him? Zhou Xuanji asked in his mind. Even if he didn't kill them, they would still kill him. The primogenitor's spirit replied, yes, but with your strength, it's impossible. Just wait and see. These 3 might have a chance of winning. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. He really wanted to strangle the primogenitor master's spirit. After talking for half a day, it was all nonsense. The battle continued. Zhou Xuanji observed the battle quietly. The auras of the boundless fire god, Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven were all very strong, and it was difficult to tell which was better. It should be said that they were three different extremes. Cardinal Heaven experts were evil and tyrannical. Hunyuan Heaven was vast and boundless. The fire god was fiery and unyielding. Zhou Xuanji began to sense their auras and chanted the ancestral voice from the depths of his soul. Shockwaves spread out from the black fog ahead, shaking the universe. However, they did not cause any damage to the universe. Gradually, some creatures with powerful cultivations were attracted over. One of them flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked, "Fellow Daoist, what's going on?" This person was also at the imperishable stage, so he was not afraid of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven are fighting. I advise you to leave immediately." No matter where, there were people who were not afraid of death and loved to join in the fun. Double heavens. The person cried out in shock with his eyes wide open. In an instant, the other imperishable realm experts in the distance flashed to their side. What's going on? Did someone attack Nan Wujin? Fellow Daoist, are you the first spectator here? What happened before? Such a terrifying aura. We can't compare. The chaos of war has finally spread to Nan Wujin. Zhou Xuanji was speechless as he listened to the discussions around him. Did these guys have nothing better to do? They came so close to him. At this moment, a powerful cultivator dressed like a Daoist looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked in confusion, "Fellow Daoist, why haven't I seen you before?" The others heard him and looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "You finally realize that I'm a stranger?" Having heard that, the powerful cultivators backed off immediately and took out their enchanted artifacts to prepare for battle. "I'm Zhou Xuanji from the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Have you heard of me?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. The powerful cultivators were shocked. Now, other than the old monsters who were always in closed-door cultivation, who had not heard of the Sword Emperor, he was a peerless overlord who could rival ancient geniuses. Why are you here?" one of them asked anxiously. Could it be that the Sword Emperor Divine Court was preparing to invade Nan Wujin? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "All of you, get out of the way. This is a matter of the post-ancient sovereign Three Heavens. I'm here to help Hunyuan Heaven." He turned and looked at the black mist in the distance. The powerful cultivators looked at each other, not knowing whether to believe him or not. But since Zhou Xuanji did not attack them, they could not act recklessly. If North Wujin and South Wujin's plan to work together was foiled by them, they would be sinners. The black mist billowed violently. Powerful shockwaves swept out from time to time, which was extremely horrifying. Zhou Xuanji could not determine the situation and could only wait patiently. It should be fine for the three of them to work together, Zhou Xuanji thought worriedly. If the fire god, Cardinal Heaven, and Hunyuan Heaven could not kill the fate retribution of the Three Heavens, it would be a nightmare for him. The battle continued. Sometime later, the black mist suddenly exploded, and the Cardinal Heaven cultivator flew out from within. He quickly steadied himself and tried to adjust his aura. His hair was disheveled, and he looked disheveled. He looked back at the powerful cultivators around Zhou Xuanji and roared furiously, "What are you looking at? Go and seal this universe. Or else South Wujin will be destroyed." The powerful cultivators were frightened and quickly left. If it were any other time, they might have fought with the Cardinal Heaven cultivator. But now that the situation was urgent, they had no choice but to follow the Cardinal Heaven's order. "Is there anything I can do?" Zhou Xuanji asked. "Just watch." The Cardinal Heaven snorted. After that, he charged into the black mist again. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and continued to watch. "Save me, you must save me," a faintly discernible voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears. He frowned deeply. This voice, the fate retribution of the Three Heavens. Save me. If you don't save me, the boundless universe will be destroyed, and all lives will die. The voice came again, but Zhou Xuanji was unmoved. These words were not convincing at all. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1042. Zhou Xuanji ignored the voice and waited patiently. He didn't want to know the secrets of the 3 days' fate retribution so that it wouldn't affect his judgment. But no matter what, the 3 heavenly tribulations had already affected the safety of mortal sovereign, Xianxia, and him. The battle continued. After about an hour, the terrifying pressure that enveloped this part of the universe gradually weakened. The results seemed to be coming out. A ball of fiery light dashed out from the clouds and came before Zhou Xuanji quickly. It was the lawless fire god. He quickly turned into a massive firebird and came to Zhou Xuanji's feet. After turning around, Zhou Xuanji landed on his head. How's the situation? Zhou Xuanji asked. The uneasiness in his heart had disappeared. It seemed that things had been resolved smoothly. The lawless fire god replied, that guy is dead for sure. It's just that Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven will have a dispute, and it will probably be a while longer. Controversy? What dispute? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Lawless fire god shook his head. They want to take the life core of the tribulations to make themselves stronger. He turned around and left with Zhou Xuanji. Should we rob them? Zhou Xuanji asked with interest. Lawless fire god snorted, snatch what? They're courting death. Don't go. After saying this, he sped up, his divine energy covering Zhou Xuanji, not allowing him to turn and leave. Zhou Xuanji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't really want to snatch it. The 3-day fate tribulation was most likely the manifestation of the ancient sovereign's will. What if it was devoured by the ancient sovereign? Zhou Xuanji had seen such things many times. Let's not return to the north first. Let's head to the lawless region. I want to look for the ancestral Buddha. Zhou Xuanji instructed. The 3 fate tribulations had been eliminated. It was time to bring the mortal sovereign sisters home. Ancestral Buddha? Do you know where that kid is? Lawless fire god asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji nodded and looked ahead. In front of the temple gate. Zhou Xuanji looked at the 2 flowers and smiled. The unstoppable fire god was waiting for him outside the realm. It seemed as though the fire god and the ancestor Buddha had an unhappy relationship. The fire god did not wish to meet the ancestor Buddha. Why did you bring him here? The voice of the ancestor Buddha rang out. There was a tinge of anger in it. Zhou Xuanji squatted down and said softly, don't mind him. How can we restore the sisters to their original state? The 3-day fate calamity has been destroyed, so they won't be in danger anymore. Are you sure? The ancestor Buddha asked. Yes. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's reply, the ancestor Buddha fell into silence. Boom! The doors suddenly opened, and the ancestor Buddha quickly walked out. He came to Zhou Xuanji's side and grabbed Zhou Xuanji's right hand. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, what is it? Ancestor Buddha frowned and asked, did the 3 karmas communicate with you? Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji remembered the voice he heard and nodded. No, it asked me for help, but I ignored it. It's not communication, he continued. Hearing that, the ancestral Buddha heaved a sigh of relief. He said seriously, fortunately, you didn't answer. Then it seems that the curse of the fate of 3 days has fallen on other living beings. No matter what, this trial has been resolved. With a wave of his right hand, the 2 small flowers in front of Zhou Xuanji quickly grew bigger. With a flash of light, mortal sovereign and Xianxia appeared. They were wearing the long dresses that Zhou Xuanji had given them. They were beautiful and moving, and as they slowly opened their eyes, they looked like goddesses waking up. When they saw Zhou Xuanji, they were stunned before looking at the ancestor Buddha in confusion. The calamity is over. You can go back with him now. Ancestor Buddha said calmly. Mortal sovereign and Xianxia were pleasantly surprised. They immediately bowed and thanked him, Thank you, Senior Ancestor Buddha. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, What are you thanking him for? I brought people to destroy the fate of 3 days. He was just knocking on the wooden fish here. As soon as he said this, the 2 girls looked up at him in surprise. The corner of the Ancestor Buddha's mouth twitched. He flicked his sleeves and walked toward the gate of the temple, leaving behind a sentence, Leave this place as soon as possible, lest you bring me more disasters. Zhou Xuanji, the calamity in the endless universe has just begun. As the overlord of a region, you bear the brunt of it. Take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the temple. With a loud bang, the gate closed again. Zhou Xuanji didn't think much about it. Instead, he looked at the 2 girls and said seriously, You didn't look for me when you encountered danger, but you are helping outsiders. Mortal Sovereign frowned and sighed, We don't want to implicate you. Even now, they still felt that it was unreal. Let's go home. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. With a wave of his right hand, he took the 2 girls away. He returned to Lawless Fire's head, and Lawless Fire immediately flew toward the north. The 2 girls were frightened by Lawless Fire under their feet. Zhou Xuanji briefly introduced him to them. Humph, so you did it for 2 girls. What a joke, Lawless Fire snorted coldly. The 2 girls felt a little awkward. Zhou Xuanji ignored Lawless Fire. After spending some time with him, he realized that Lawless Fire had a sharp tongue. Compared to when they first met, this guy talked a lot, and his words were filled with thorns. He must have been holding it in for too long. After returning to the star's domain, Lawless Fire shrunk into a sun and began to sleep. This was good. Zhou Xuanji didn't have to settle him down. After returning to the star's palace, Zhou Xuanji summoned Jincheng. Jincheng still controlled the star's domain and had a high status. Zhou Xuanji told him about Lawless Fire, and he was very excited. With such a powerful cultivator in the Sword Emperor Divine Court, wouldn't their power grow tremendously? He immediately ordered his soldiers to spread the news so that no one would disturb Lawless Fire's rest. Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. He was almost watching the battle with the 3 fate retributions. He felt quite regretful. He didn't even get to see the true face of the 3 fate retributions. Next, the surrounding endless space fell into silence. Everyone felt pressured, as though a storm was brewing. There was no major commotion in the uncontrollable region. Everything was peaceful. Terrifyingly peaceful. 500 years passed quickly. This day. As Zhou Xuanji was comprehending the sword, Yuanqing requested to see him. With a thought, the gates of the star's palace opened. Yuanqing rushed in hurriedly and cried out in fear, My lord. Things are bad. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him and waited for him to continue. Zhongji of the Eastern Endless Kingdom was defeated. A mysterious powerhouse barged into the Eastern Endless Kingdom and beat Zhongji until only a remnant soul was left in front of all the descendants. He said that he would defeat all the endless overlords and that Nan Wujin would be next. Yuanqing said fearfully. Although the Eastern Endless Kingdom had lost to them before, it was different. Even the ancestors of the royal family came out for this battle. But it was a pity that they could not defeat him. Zhou Xuanji was interested and asked curiously, Did that person leave his name? Yuanqing replied, Sovereign Qin. Other than that, he did not leave any information about his background. Throughout the ages, there was no such person. Chapter 1043. Qin Zun. Never heard of it. Let him come. Zhou Xuanji said with an indifferent smile. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was not like when it was first established. Now, the Sword Emperor Divine Court had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky, and there was also Fire God and the old beggar overseeing it. He was not afraid of any danger. Yuanqing said worriedly, but he was able to barge into the Endless East royal family alone, and even those old monsters couldn't stop him. He's definitely very powerful. My lord, although your last trip to the Endless East royal family went smoothly, you didn't encounter any of the royal family's old ancestors. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, It's not like he's coming to find me directly. Nan Wujin has sovereign heaven and Hunyuan heaven, which is enough to make him suffer. Do you think that sovereign heaven and Hunyuan heaven are not a match for him? Yuan Cheng was stumped. Although Qin Zun was very strong, he didn't seem like an existence that could defeat the combined forces of Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. There was no such existence in the entire boundless universe. Gu Juejiao couldn't. Not even the fire god. You may leave, Zhou Xuanji said as he waved his hand. He was at the juncture of enlightenment and did not want to miss out on the inspiration that he had obtained with much difficulty. Leave as soon as the marriage is established. After the doors of the Stars Hall closed, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and continued his enlightenment. Ever since he stepped into the immortal realm, his understanding of the unconstitutional creation scripture had entered a stage of explosion. A huge and complicated cultivation concept was waiting for him to explore in the unconstitutional creation scripture. It was even more complicated than the laws and great Daoists. It even contained the true essence of space-time. Zhou Xuanji felt that if he could completely grasp the constitution-defying creation sutra, his cultivation would undergo a qualitative change and leap to another profound realm. Omnipotent. Just like the founding master and the sword emperor. Everything could be created and everything could be destroyed. While Zhou Xuanji was still in closed-door cultivation, Sovereign Qin's name spread far and wide. Although Zhong Ji lost to Zhou Xuanji before, he was still one of the four overlords. Now that he had been defeated by Qin Zun, he had become a stepping stone for Qin Zun's rise to fame. For a time, everyone was talking about Qin Zun. Qin Zun wants to walk the path of the Sword Emperor and step on the endless overlords? It's not the same. The Sword Sovereign's fate energy reaches the heavens, while Qin Zun only has himself. TSK, to trample on the Eastern Endless Royal Family alone, the first person in history. Let's see if he can defeat Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. If he can, he will definitely be the strongest in the world. Can our Sword Emperor Divine Court stop him? Qin Zun's strength won the worship of countless living beings. This was similar to the situation when Zhou Xuanji rose up. It was even more exaggerated. After all, Qin Zun had charged into the boundless universe alone. Individualism is the most attractive existence, no matter where you are. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was also discussing Qin Zun. About 100 years passed. Nan Wujin exploded with a heaven-shaking explosion. Countless living beings heard it. Several days later, a battle report spread like the plague, sweeping through the entire southern endless lands. Qin Zun fought against Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, but all three of them were seriously injured. Absolutely explosive. No matter who heard it, their first reaction was disbelief. Qin Zun became a god in one battle. Stars Hall. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Is this true?" Dozens of figures stood in the hall, and they were all core members of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Even the old beggar who had been in prison all this time came. Yuan Qing answered, "It's true. Nan Wujin is currently in a mess, and the two heavens are seriously injured. The various ambitious and ruthless people of Nan Wujin are taking advantage of the chaos to resist and overthrow Hunyuan Heaven's rule." The hall was silent. Cardinal Heaven had brought them despair and fear before. Now, even Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven could not defeat Qin Zun. How powerful was Qin Zun? Zhou Xuanji had to be cautious. It seemed that Qin Zun was really powerful. He could threaten the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Who knows Qin Zun's background? You can guess, Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at everyone. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was a little angry. The most terrifying thing was not how powerful the enemy was, but that they knew nothing about the enemy even after such a long time. They were not second or third-rate factions. Now, they dominated northern endless lands and were considered the top factions in the world. The number of living beings under their control could no longer be calculated with numbers. Even with such a massive faction, they still could not find any information about Qin Zun. Zhou Xuanji was disappointed. The atmosphere became oppressive. Everyone sensed Zhou Xuanji's anger. It was their first time facing Zhou Xuanji's anger. In the past, Zhou Xuanji had never been angry at them. Jianghu said with gritted teeth, "I will send someone to investigate Eastern Endless Lands immediately." Qin Zun's sudden appearance in Eastern Endless Lands must have something to do with it. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The old beggar suddenly stood out and said, "He might have something to do with the Eternal God Gate." Eternal God Gate. Everyone looked at him with curiosity and confusion in their eyes. Zhou Xuanji was the same. It was his first time hearing about the Eternal God Gate. There were no records of the Eternal God Gate in the history of the boundless universe. It said that the Eternal God Gate was born at the very beginning, and there are unimaginable existences inside. The only record is from a legendary historical record left by the primogenitor. That historical record has already disappeared, and I only learned about it from my ancestors, the old beggar said faintly. Everyone was shocked. A divine item from the primogenitor's era? That period was also called the primordial immemorial era or the primordial immemorial era. It was used to describe the very beginning. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "You mean that the Eternal God Gate has appeared again? What does it represent?" The old beggar took a deep breath and said, "It represents nothingness. Everything returns to nothingness." What? Everyone was shocked, and their hairs stood on end. What did that mean? Was Qin Zun going to destroy everything? That's not right. He did not do evil in East or South Boundless. He only challenged the Overlord, someone questioned. The old beggar shook his head and said, "This is what my ancestors told me. No one knows if it's true or false. Let alone the primordial immemorial era, not many old monsters from the primogenitor era are still alive." Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of something. He waved his right hand. A silhouette appeared in the palace. Blood Dragon Ghost. The Blood Dragon Ghost was the servant of Full Heart Sovereign, and Full Heart Sovereign was not far from the primogenitor era. It was even possible that the primogenitor era had existed longer than Full Heart Sovereign. Not only the Blood Dragon Ghost, but the Fire God was the same. However, the Fire God's words could not be trusted. This fellow claimed that his ancestor was the son of the primogenitor era's first disciple. When Zhou Xuanji mentioned Full Heart Sovereign, he said that he was related to Full Heart Sovereign. In his words, all powerhouses in the primordial immemorial era were related to him because he came from the primogenitor era. Blood Dragon Ghost, do you know about the Eternal God Gate? Zhou Xuanji asked. The Blood Dragon Ghost looked at the people around him before yawning and said, "Of course I know. You should all know that the sovereign serendipity that you are all crazy about came from the Eternal God Gate, right?" With this, everyone opened their eyes wide. The three sovereign serendipity came from the Eternal God Gate? Chapter 1044. I remember my master saying that when the founder opened the Eternal God Gate, it caused the Kunlun Origin Court to face its first disaster. In that battle, the Kunlun Origin Court was almost destroyed, and 80 to 90% of the first generation died. The Blood Dragon Ghost looked at Zhou Xuanji and said casually, "After so many years, could it be that the Eternal Gate of God has appeared again?" "That's great." Jianghu asked curiously, "Why did you say yes when such a dangerous thing appeared?" The Blood Dragon replied matter-of-factly, "Then we all have to die, so we don't have to worry about how to survive. Isn't that good?" Everyone was silent. Zhou Xuanji glared at him and said seriously, "Don't joke around. Now, an expert is most likely from the Eternal God Gate. How can we find the Eternal God Gate?" The situation was still uncertain, and Zhou Xuanji did not want too many unstable and unknown existences to cause trouble. "It's very difficult. Up until now, only the primogenitor master has personally seen the Eternal God Gate. He left behind a sentence, 'Never ever step into the Eternal God Gate.'" The Blood Dragon Ghost said as it recalled. In any case, he had been sealed for countless years and was already indifferent to life and death. Right now, he was just muddling along. If he really encountered an existence that he couldn't defeat, he would be willing to die. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Just tell me if you have any ideas, don't talk so much nonsense. The blood dragon ghost shrugged and said, I really didn't. Didn't you subdue the fire god? Go ask him. That guy has a special background. Back then, even the Hidden Heart's sovereign had to be polite to him. After that, he exploded and turned into blood chi that flowed into Zhou Xuanji's sleeves. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, You guys wait here. He disappeared on the spot and teleported to Lawless Fire God's side. The Lawless Fire God was still in its sun form, not moving at all. Its surface was burning with raging flames, strong enough to distort space. Zhou Xuanji asked, Fire God, do you know about the Eternal God Gate? His voice could only be heard by the God of Fire. Eternal God Gate? Again? Lawless Fire God asked. That's right. You want to find the Eternal Divine Gate and obtain the Paragon's opportunity? No, someone ran out from the Eternal Gate of God and threatened me. I advise you to give up. Anyone who touches the Eternal God Gate will die. Back then, the majority of the primogenitor's first-generation disciples died in the Eternal God Gate. Because of that, the primogenitor fell into depression and mysteriously perished. My guess is that he entered the Eternal God Gate and never returned. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had never thought that the Eternal God Gate would be related to the primogenitor lord's disappearance. No matter who it is, try your best to avoid them. As far as I know, nothing in the Eternal Divine Gate can stay here for long. Lawless Fire God instructed, which made Zhou Xuanji frown even deeper. What did that mean? If he couldn't beat Qin Zun, he would have to admit defeat? Zhou Xuanji turned around and returned to the Star Hall. Your Majesty, how is the situation? Jin Qing asked nervously. With the strength that Qin Zun had displayed, there was probably no one in the Sword Emperor Divine Court who could stop him. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, the Eternal God Gate is too ancient, and he can't explain it clearly. Let's focus on the Divine Court and stabilize it. That sovereign Qin won't be able to affect anything for now, so we don't have to worry too much. Even if he couldn't defeat Qin Zun couldn't defeat him either. The extreme godly blankness mode allowed Zhou Xuanji to be undefeatable. Everyone looked at each other and could only agree. However, Qin Zun was heavily injured, and would not be a threat to Bei Wujin for the time being. Even if he recovered, the next time would be against Gu Juejiu. Zhou Xuanji was the last. After everyone left, Zhou Xuanji did not think too much about it and continued to comprehend. No matter what, training hard was the most fundamental thing. He had a hunch. Qin Zun was just the beginning. There would be even more trouble in the future. Or even more. Time passed. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation did not experience much of a breakthrough, but he was still immersed in it. What was worth mentioning was that Qin Zun did not appear in the past 1,000 years. Southern Boundless had fallen into chaos, and Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven had mysteriously disappeared. Now, Eastern Boundless and Western Boundless were ready to invade Southern Boundless at any time. North Boundless was the most peaceful. The Sword Emperor Divine Court didn't expand outwards and instead worked hard to let everyone have a good life. In comparison, the reputation of the Sword Emperor Divine Court was growing by the day. Quite a few living beings from the other three boundless realms began to rush towards the northern boundless realms. In order to accept them, the Sword Emperor Divine Court sent experts to open a teleportation array. After all, the vast majority of living beings did not have the ability to pass through the impassable region. On this day, Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra reached a whole new level. From now on, he could begin to fuse the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra with the Tao of Annihilation without causing too much of an impact to his surroundings. His divine energy began to transform. You finally reached this stage. But it's reasonable. You have the sovereign serendipity, so you will succeed sooner or later. The Ancestor Lord's spirit appeared before Zhou Xuanji suddenly and said softly. Zhou Xuanji did not use any special cultivation technique. Just like how he used to practice his sword, he only repeated the ancestor voice. After countless repetitions, the conditions were right, and he successfully broke through. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and asked, "What stage?" The Ancestor Lord's spirit replied, "The stage above imperishable. Whenever someone reaches this stage, the eternal divine gate will appear." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes abruptly. "You mean that the eternal divine gate appeared because of me?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. "That's right. That's why that guy put you last. Back then, I experienced the crisis that you faced. I won, but Kunlun Origin Court lost," the Ancestor Lord's spirit sighed. His eyes were filled with guilt as he recalled the past. He had let down Kunlun Origin Court back then. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What is that stage? Why did it attract the attention of the Eternal Divine Gate?" The Ancestor Lord's spirit's expression changed as he said seriously, "Above imperishable is naturally eternal. This stage allows one to truly be eternal. Even if one's body and soul are destroyed, there will remains. It surpasses the universe and the Kunlun Origin Court. Every existence who reaches the eternal realm will face the Eternal Divine Gate's test. I already warned you, but who would have thought that the Eternal Divine Gate would sense your existence after you used eternal power once? The fusion of the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra and the Tao of Annihilation was eternal power." Zhou Xuanji fell silent. He had never thought that Sovereign Qin would appear because of him. But it's fine now. You still have a chance to become more powerful. Hurry up and break through. Even though reaching the Eternal Realm will not make you invincible, at least it will be difficult for Sovereign Qin to defeat you, the Ancestor Lord's spirit said softly. After that, he disappeared from Zhou Xuanji's sight. He had been watching the outside world from within Zhou Xuanji's body. He had been patiently waiting until Zhou Xuanji broke through before coming out to tell him the truth. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji's Tao heart would be disturbed. Zhou Xuanji nodded before closing his eyes and continuing to break through. He began to fuse the two supreme Taos. Chapter 1045. Boom! The star hall trembled slightly, and the tens of thousands of astral guards below looked up in shock. What's happening? His Majesty is breaking through. So powerful. He broke through again. Such a powerful aura. What stage is His Majesty at now? Seems like Sovereign Qin managed to agitate His Majesty. Not bad. If His Majesty can break through, he will bring glory to us. The astral guards discussed among themselves. Admiration was written all over their faces. Although Sovereign Qin was already famous, in their hearts, the Sword Emperor was their true faith. A pair of eyes lit up on the distant sun. It was Lawless Fire God. He also sensed that Zhou Xuanji was breaking through. This aura. Could it be? Lawless Fire God was shocked in his heart. He had already guessed something. He did not move but continued to close his eyes. It seemed that deep sleep was the most important thing to him. Inside the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji sat in midair. His body was radiating a silvery radiance that looked extremely sacred. Creation and destruction. The two extreme auras intertwined in his body, causing the entire hall to shake. He had already entered a mysterious state. He was looking back at his life. From 2 years old to now. From a child to an endless overlord. All the faces that he had met in his life flashed before his eyes. His divine energy was transforming, and so was his state of mind. What was eternity? Eternity meant always existing. Just like Sovereign Gu. Even after he died, his will turned into countless great Taos that still existed and ruled over all living beings. Zhou Xuanji's body began to turn into a star of light. He was transforming. He fused his Tao technique into his soul and his will. After reaching the eternity stage, the body and soul were no longer important. Will represented everything. Somehow, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was ascending. A wondrous feeling that he had never felt before surged into his heart. It was not simply growing stronger, but it was like breaking out of a cocoon and being reborn. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly. He was shocked to find that he was no longer in the star hall but above the endless starry sky. He looked down and could see many worlds. The great 1,000 worlds were dazzling and colorful. All forms of life were in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji looked at his hands and realized that they were just illusory and had no physical body. Eternity stage. I see. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He was not too surprised. Calm and collected. He didn't feel that he was very strong, but he felt that everything was so ordinary. This was the case for the world, the universe, and space-time. Zhou Xuanji began moving. Under the eternal will state, his speed was extremely fast. His heart moved at will. Wherever he wanted to go, he would rush there quickly. If he used the godless state, his speed would reach a whole new level. Everything in the surroundings became pure white, and the vast whiteness shattered into endless darkness. Strands of purple lightning flickered and wreaked havoc, filled with destructive power. However, when the purple lightning landed on his body, it immediately disappeared, unable to affect him in the slightest. What's at the end? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He was suddenly interested in what was ahead. The boundless universe, as the name implied, was boundless and without end. Above the universe, there were many different opinions regarding the end of the universe, but up until now, no one had an accurate opinion that could determine the end of the boundless universe. Now that he had stepped into the eternal realm, he was qualified to explore. He kept accelerating, and the scenery around him was like an illusion, constantly changing. Boom! Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that he had bumped into something and was stopped. He stared ahead. It was still dark, and there were no obstacles in front of him. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji reached out to touch it and found that there was an invisible barrier in front of him. It was very hard, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break it. Could this be the end of the boundless universe? Zhou Xuanji felt a little regretful. The boundless universe had an end, but it was not really boundless. He felt an indescribable sorrow in his heart. Many powerful cultivators wanted to explore higher sceneries, but he had already seen the end. He turned around and rushed back in the direction he came from. He could sense the aura of his body, so he would not get lost. Maybe when the Kunlun Origin Court was born, the space-time barrier was closer, and it was opened up by the primogenitor with his supreme divine power. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He quickly flew back to the star's palace. His will fused into his body, and the sword spirit's voice came, analyzed that the sword owner has reached the eternal realm. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, Great Annihilation, Endless Annihilation Emperor Sword, Luck Descending. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. 2 rays of dazzling silver light shot out from his eyes. An unprecedented sense of power appeared, and he could not help but smile. Sword name, Endless Annihilation Emperor Sword Grade, Great Annihilation Description, a legendary sword condensed from the Tao of Annihilation. It has the power to destroy everything, even the entire boundless universe. It is still being nurtured and cannot be used yet. Luck Descending, subduing the fate of all with the eternal will. Turning fate into a weapon for one's own use. A legendary sword of the highest grade at the moment. A mysterious and powerful divine ability. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. Although the Endless Annihilation Emperor Sword was still being nurtured, at least it had appeared. It would appear in his hands soon. How powerful was the legendary sword that destroyed the boundless universe? Zhou Xuanji guessed that even if he had the Endless Annihilation Emperor Sword, he would not be able to use it easily. If the boundless universe was destroyed, he would cease to exist. His eternal realm was based on the ancient sovereign's will. If even the ancient sovereign's will was destroyed, how could he survive? Moreover, there must be a threshold to use this legendary sword. Although the legendary swords created by the Supreme Legendary Sword System were always more powerful than his, there must be a threshold to use them. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood Luck Descending. He opened his eyes again and waved his right hand. The primogenitor spirit appeared before him. After stepping into the eternal realm, Zhou Xuanji could sense the primogenitor spirit's presence. This time, he was going to suppress the primogenitor spirit in the Master Emperor's door. This was to prevent this old guy from spying on him. Not bad. You have just stepped into the eternal realm. Currently, you are at the first level of will. The primogenitor spirit looked at Zhou Xuanji and smiled satisfactorily. Zhou Xuanji smiled, is that so? I will need your guidance in the future. I will have to trouble you to stay in your precious door for now. The primogenitor spirit was silent. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry and waited for him to speak. A while later, the primogenitor spirit said faintly, do you really want to do this? Zhou Xuanji nodded seriously. Seeing this, the primogenitor spirit could only sigh. Zhou Xuanji smiled and sent him into the Master Emperor's door. He added his will into the Master Emperor's door to form a protective layer to prevent other living beings from detecting the primogenitor spirit's presence. After doing all this, Zhou Xuanji got up and walked toward the Stars Palace's door. After breaking through to the Eternal Realm, Zhou Xuanji's mental state was different. He was in a good mood and decided to preach the Tao to everyone in the Stars Realm again. Chapter 1046. Zhou Xuanji did not immediately preach the Tao. Instead, he wanted to walk around the Sword Emperor Divine Court and see how the Divine Court was developing. From immemorial ride to karma, one might not be able to truly feel it. He strolled through the starry sky. It looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll, but he was actually very fast. He crossed thousands of stars and worlds with a single step. He suddenly thought of Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Xiaoxian. What were those two little guys doing? He immediately searched for the scent of his children. This pair of siblings had established their own sword lineages, and their reputations in the Sword Emperor Divine Court had risen. They had inherited Zhou Xuanji's talent and rarely had opponents at the same cultivation level. Adding on the Sword Emperor Divine Court's background, their sword system attracted the interest of many creatures. The Sword Emperor was the current ruler of boundless North. His legend caused the way of the sword to be extremely popular, and countless living beings started to walk on the path of the way of the sword. Any great swordsman began to become famous. Zhou Xuanji first found Zhou Xiaoxuan's sword-style sect. Just like those great worlds, the sect was hidden in a sand-like independent space. Zhou Xuanji forcefully stepped into the independent world, and just as he entered, he heard the clamoring. As far as the eye could see, the peaks of the mountains were filled with figures practicing swordsmanship. Clouds and mist surged and sword shadows appeared one after another. It was a spectacular scene. Zhou Xuanji smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Following his gaze, he saw a white-robed Zhou Xiaoxian meditating on top of a mountain peak. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, giving her an otherworldly aura. This girl already had the feeling of Xian Xianghua's arrogance. Like father like son. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb her and only watched quietly. After watching for a while, he came to the world of Zhou Tanhua's sect. Compared to Zhou Xiaoxuan's sect, this place was much more deserted. Zhou Tanhua only had a dozen or so disciples, and they were scattered all over the place to practice swordsmanship alone. Solitude, determination. This was the feeling expressed by every disciple. For some reason, Zhou Xuanji suddenly remembered the scenes of him training with the sword when he was young. But at that time, he had company. Jiang Shui, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin would train with him, so he would not be lonely. Zhou Tanhua was holding a sword and pondering silently. Zhou Xuanji came up behind him and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" As soon as these words came out, Zhou Tanhua was startled. He instinctively turned around and only relaxed when he saw Zhou Xuanji. He stood up, bowed, and asked, "Father, why are you here?" Zhou Xuanji looked at the sword in his hand and smiled. "Do you feel that your sword is not worthy of your power?" Zhou Tanhua's face was filled with embarrassment. Ever since he was young, Zhou Xuanji had taught him not to look down on his own sword. So every time he looked down on his own sword, he would feel a deep sense of guilt. As time passed, he was tormented. "Give me your sword," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. As his voice fell, the sword in Zhou Tanhua's hand flew into his hand. He directly imbued his eternal will into the blade. He used his will to refine this sword. Zhou Tanhua's eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. What a vast aura. Father is already so powerful? Zhou Tanhua was extremely shocked. He knew that Zhou Xuanji had been cultivating in seclusion, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. He could not understand Zhou Xuanji's realm at all. Not long after, Zhou Xuanji returned his sword to him. This is, Zhou Tanhua's pupils shook. He couldn't believe his eyes. He gripped his sword and felt the vast power. He could no longer control his emotions. Too powerful. With this sword, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Most importantly, he could use this sword without any hindrance. He could control it with ease. It was even easier than before. He looked at his father and asked in surprise, "Father, isn't this bad?" Ever since he was young, Zhou Xuanji had been strict with him. He made him understand that there were no shortcuts in the world. This is also a test for you. You can use this sword boldly. But what you do with it is your choice, Zhou Xuanji said with a meaningful smile. After speaking, he disappeared into thin air. He came and went without a trace. He didn't even leave a trace of his aura. Zhou Tanhua, holding the sword, fell into deep thought. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji came to the starry sky. He was hesitating whether he should give Zhou Xiaoxian a gift or not. On second thought, Zhou Xiaoxian didn't need it. He continued to travel around the Sword Emperor Divine Court. It took him 2 days to visit the entire Sword Emperor Divine Court. He returned to the Stars Hall and spread his will, covering the entire Sword Emperor Divine Court. I am the Sword Emperor. Today, I will preach the sword's way of all beings. I hope all of you will gain something. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded throughout the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Before everyone could react, he had already begun preaching. Once the ancestral voice came out, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they would have the opportunity to gain enlightenment. Unstoppable Fire God opened his eyes suddenly and mumbled, "This kid is really generous." The ancestral voice was extremely precious. Ordinary people wouldn't leak it even if they mastered it. But Zhou Xuanji preached to the entire Sword Emperor Divine Court and wasn't afraid of being surpassed by his subordinates. This generosity reminded him of the sages of the Taichu immemorial era. He smiled and closed his eyes. The sun hung quietly in the universe, motionless. The lively stars field also quietened down. In the unstoppable region, on a barren meteorite, a man in black armor suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red, and his pupils couldn't be seen. He mumbled, "Ancestral voice. That direction is northern infinity. Who is using the ancestral voice wantonly?" He frowned, and his tone was filled with doubt. He began listening carefully. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. Eternal will. No wonder it can cover the entire northern infinity. Who is it? The man in black armor mumbled to himself with fear on his face. How many years had it been? It had been a long time since an eternal cultivator was born in the boundless universe. The last eternal cultivator was Gu Zun. He took a deep breath and mumbled, "Seems like I can't offend northern infinity." He immediately got up and disappeared instantly. In front of the temple, the ancestor Buddha sat under a tree. A gentle breeze blew past, and he opened his eyes suddenly. He frowned, and his face was filled with anger. This brat dared to defile the ancestral voice. But why can I hear it from so far away? The ancestor Buddha was puzzled. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the ancestral voice had surpassed his? Impossible. He was the one who taught Zhou Xuanji the ancestral voice. He knew how difficult it was to cultivate the ancestral voice. He thought about it and decided to go to northern infinity. He entered spiritless mode straightaway and traveled through time and space. The space-time kaleidoscope kept rewinding. The ancestor Buddha listened to Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice as he traveled. He was shocked in his heart. He felt like he had an epiphany too. Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice could affect him. This meant that Zhou Xuanji's ancestral voice had surpassed his, and not just by a little. Brat, how long has it been? What serendipity did you receive? Could it be? The ancestor Buddha mumbled to himself. He suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 1047. Zhou Xuanji narrated the ancestral voice in the star's palace. He was very relaxed, and everyone else was listening to him comfortably. Gradually, as he narrated the ancestral voice, he took out the miracle creation sword and serendipity annihilation sword and began practicing the sword in the palace. Practicing the sword after attaining the eternal realm was a different experience. He felt that the sword in his hand was no longer a sword. His Tao was unclear. All in all, he felt that the sword was lighter. No matter where it slashed, there would be no obstruction. The eternal realm and the imperishable realm were like the difference between mortals and immortals. He closed his eyes, but the corner of his lips was curled up. Years passed. Every day, living beings in the northern infinity had different breakthroughs. 10 years later. The ancestral voice stopped abruptly, and everyone woke up from their enlightenment. These 10 years were almost static for the northern infinity. All living beings were cultivating. This is unbelievable. What cultivation stage has the Sword Emperor reached? He's too powerful. He owes us so much that we can't repay him even if we die. Among the current endless overlords, no one is more suitable than our Sword Emperor to unify the four infinities. I broke through. I broke through. Ha ha ha. From today onwards, I owe the Sword Emperor a favor. In every corner of the northern infinity, living beings were singing the Sword Emperor's benevolence. In the Kunlun origin court, the Emperor Sword Divine Range was cheering too. They were the most honored because they were the Sword Emperor's true disciples and grand disciples. After Zhou Xuanji stopped the ancestral voice, he put away his swords. Come in, he said with a smile. After that, the ancestor Buddha tore the space apart and stepped into the star's palace. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. Why? You don't recognize me? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Zhou Xuanji had always wanted to subdue the ancestor Buddha. In the endless universe, other than him, only the ancestor Buddha knew the ancestral voice. Which meant that the ancestor Buddha had the possibility to reach the eternal realm. So far, Zhou Xuanji only knew that learning the Constitution Defiance Creation Sutra and the Tao of Annihilation could help him reach the eternal realm. What happened to you after we parted? Why can't I see through you? The ancestor Buddha asked solemnly. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, a moment of enlightenment and eternity. Do you understand? The ancestral Buddha frowned, his face filled with doubt. Work for me. You've been hiding in the temple all this time because you want your ancestral sound to reach a higher level, right? Work for me, and I will help you improve further, even surpassing heights that you did not even dare to imagine before, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, his tone filled with provocation. When the ancestral Buddha heard this, his heart palpitated. But how could he work for Zhou Xuanji? What kind of status did he have? Did this kid deserve it? Zhou Xuanji saw through his thoughts and said with a smile, how about we spar? Hearing this, the ancestral Buddha narrowed his eyes. The atmosphere between the two became delicate. Even now, Zhou Xuanji did not know how powerful the Buddha ancestor was. All right. The ancestral Buddha agreed. The two of them jumped out of the Hall of Stars and entered the space-time kaleidoscope. This was the space-time created by the collision between the two of them in the ethereal state. Fighting here wouldn't affect the boundless universe. Your spiritless state is pretty decent. You can connect directly with me. The ancestor Buddha said seriously. Zhou Xuanji took out the great perception dark god, and his body turned incorporeal like a beam of light. The ancestor Buddha's expression changed slightly. He raised his right hand, and his sleeve slid down, revealing a string of prayer beads. His entire body shined with golden light, and he charged at Zhou Xuanji with the prayer beads in his hand. Boom! 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 Rings of golden light shot out from his body and slammed into Zhou Xuanji's body. However, these rings of golden light did not harm Zhou Xuanji and directly pierced through his body. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and walked out. His aura was not very powerful, but it gave off an otherworldly feeling. It was as if no matter what he encountered, he would not die, and his will would last forever. The ancestor Buddha's expression greatly changed. He chanted in the ancestral voice, and his aura exploded. He raised his palm and slammed it towards Zhou Xuanji. The two of them were hundreds of meters apart, but as he slammed his palm out, the ancestor Buddha arrived in front of Zhou Xuanji in an instant. His right palm slammed into Zhou Xuanji's chest, and waves of golden runes appeared, wrapping around Zhou Xuanji's body like a spiderweb. Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows, and he felt that the spacetime around him had been locked. If it was before, he would have been instantly subdued. But now, his will was eternal, and he was not affected. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "You are powerful indeed, but I'm already at another stage. Show me your true power." He shook his right shoulder and pushed the ancestor Buddha back. The ancestor Buddha disappeared into thin air. In the next second, he came to Zhou Xuanji's back. He turned around and waved his hand, and the prayer beads grew bigger and wrapped around Zhou Xuanji like a collar. Next, the prayer beads became scorching hot and expanded rapidly. They turned into giant suns and engulfed Zhou Xuanji. The ancestor Buddha raised his arms and cried out, "Myriad suns-linked beads, suppress and destroy." Boom! A horrifying explosion. The suns exploded, shattering the space-time kaleidoscope. Endless darkness swept toward Zhou Xuanji along with a violent gale. The ancestor Buddha waved his palm continuously in the frenzy of flames. Strings of prayer beads shot out and turned into small suns. They fell into the explosion and caused a series of explosions. The horrifying aura had already affected the endless spacetime in the north. Spatial ripples were produced in many domains. Within the star domain, Wuxia Fire God opened his eyes suddenly, and a baleful aura burst out. "Who's fighting?" he thought in shock. The ancestor Buddha and Zhou Xuanji? What's going on? Just when he was about to reinforce them, the flames on the sun's surface raised a tempest. But the next moment, he stopped. This brat. Wuxia Fire God was shocked. He disappeared into thin air, and the surrounding universe darkened. Amid the explosions, a silvery figure walked forward slowly. It was Zhou Xuanji. Facing the ancestor Buddha's explosion, he was not affected at all. He took out the coercive sword and absorbed the ancestor Buddha's aura. With the support of the eternal will, the coercive sword transformed and could easily absorb the ancestor Buddha's aura. He's powerful indeed. He's not weaker than Sovereign Heaven and Gujuagio. Zhou Xuanji laughed softly. He looked forward to the ancestor Buddha even more. With such a powerful cultivator joining the Sword Emperor Divine Court, who could stop Wuxia Fire God? As for Sovereign Qin, he had the confidence to face him alone. The ancestor Buddha's expression changed. He saw Zhou Xuanji's silhouette and cried out in shock, "Impossible." How powerful was he? Gujuagio was so eager to learn the ancestral voice, but he did not dare to attack him. It was because of his prowess that he could survive until now. He had not fought like this for a long time. But he could not hurt Zhou Xuanji at all. While he was shocked, he was also frustrated. Could it be that he had fallen behind? Zhou Xuanji came to his side suddenly and slashed horizontally. Just as the sword was about to reach his throat, the blade turned and hit the ancestor Buddha's throat with a flat surface. Boom! The coercive sword exploded with horrifying might and blasted the ancestor Buddha's body into ashes. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1048. Just as the ancestor Buddha's body was destroyed, his soul reconstructed his body without any pause. Within the intense light from the explosion, Zhou Xuanji swung his sword again, using the flat side of the blade to attack the ancestor Buddha. The ancestor Buddha's body was continuously destroyed, and his body was continuously reconstructed. No! The ancestor Buddha's eyes became serious. Before Zhou Xuanji's sword could land on his body again, he split into dozens of souls. A string of golden Buddha beads appeared out of nowhere and shined with golden light, locking Zhou Xuanji in place. Zhou Xuanji's sword also stopped. The ancestral voice resounded. The dozens of ancestor Buddhas chanted a strange incantation. Zhou Xuanji did not panic but felt curious instead. What other tricks did this guy have? He looked up suddenly and saw a sea of light above him. Waves of rainbow light spread out in a circular shape, growing faster and faster. It was a bewildering sight. What's that? Zhou Xuanji looked up with narrowed eyes and saw a violet divine shadow gathering. Endless violet light flowed out from all directions, looking resplendent and majestic. Zhou Xuanji shrugged his shoulders and was about to step out of the ancestor Buddha's seal. At this moment, the violet divine shadow descended suddenly and swooped down, holding a sword shadow in its right hand. Swoosh! Zhou Xuanji wanted to dodge, but he found that his movements became abnormally slow. He opened his eyes wide and slashed out with all his might. Boom! The violet divine shadow disappeared, and an explosion occurred in Zhou Xuanji's body. The surrounding light was devoured and turned into a violet ocean. Zhou Xuanji's expression froze. Blood flowed down the hair on his forehead. The ancestor Buddhas looked at him coldly and said in unison, "Brat, you lost." Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He took a deep breath and asked, "What was that?" A divine ability that could not be dodged. He felt that his soul was almost destroyed by that strike. It was really powerful. "You are facing yourself, but you can't dodge it," the ancestor Buddha replied. However, at this moment, Zhou Xuanji smirked. His body exploded, but his body was still there. Eternal will. As long as the will remained, so would his body and soul. The ancestor Buddhas opened their eyes wide and could not believe their eyes. How could he be completely fine? What happened?" the ancestor Buddha asked with a trembling voice. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I have already surpassed the imperishable stage. No matter how you attack, you cannot destroy my will." Willpower. The ancestor Buddha was stunned. Zhou Xuanji did not attack again. Fighting to this extent was enough. He looked at the original body of the ancestor Buddha and asked, "How about it? Are you willing to join me? I will teach you how to ascend to the next level." The ancestral Buddha fell silent. He understood that he could not defeat Zhou Xuanji, and this was very difficult for him to accept. However, he was more concerned about Zhou Xuanji's cultivation level. He also wanted to achieve this kind of will. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile and 2 rays of violet light shot out from his eyes. In that instant, the surroundings quickly changed, returning to the space-time kaleidoscope. "This is?" The ancestral Buddha widened his eyes and asked in shock. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's just that time has been pushed back to the scene before our battle. Otherwise, this shattered space-time will spread and affect the boundless universe." The ancestral Buddha fell silent once more. He was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's power. Being able to play with time so easily caused his heart to waver. "All right, from this day forth, I will serve you," the ancestor Buddha said through gritted teeth. He understood what this decision meant. In the future, he might become the laughing stock of the boundless universe. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Let's go back." He turned around and jumped out of the absent-minded state. The ancestral Buddha followed closely behind. As soon as they returned to the multi-star domain, unstoppable fire god appeared beside them. His massive body blocked Zhou Xuanji's vision. He looked down at the ancestor Buddha and asked in a low voice, "What do you want?" The ancestral Buddha's face was livid. He snorted coldly and did not reply. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "From today onwards, we are all on the same side. Don't worry. One of our own? Could it be?" Wu Wei fire god was stunned. He had never thought that Zhou Xuanji could subdue the ancestor Buddha. He knew the ancestral Buddha's personality very well. This fellow was stubborn. This was the first time he had subdued someone. All right, I'll arrange a place for him to stay, Zhou Xuanji said as he prepared to leave with the Buddha ancestor. The Buddha ancestor Buddha shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I'll just set up my temple here." With a wave of his right hand, he tore open a spatial rift and entered it. Zhou Xuanji did not stop him. Since it was like this, he would leave it to the Buddha ancestor. He nodded at Lawless Fire God and flew toward Stars Hall. With that, the ancestral Buddha joined the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Not many people knew about this, and Zhou Xuanji had no intention to publicize it. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was already powerful enough in everyone's eyes. There was no need to show off. A month later, Zhou Xuanji began to teach the ancestor Buddha about the ancestral sound and characters. Only after mastering the ancestral sound and characters could one begin cultivating the constitution-defying Creation Sutra. As for the Tao of Extermination, that was another level of difficulty. Zhou Xuanji could not teach him the Tao of Extermination. It felt like it could only be understood but not taught. After the ancestor Buddha learned the ancestral sound and characters, he felt like he had stepped into the door of a whole new world. He felt grateful to Zhou Xuanji and decided to stay in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. He began to cultivate in isolation. Zhou Xuanji did not need him to do anything. All he had to do was watch over the place. The Sword Emperor Divine Court rarely encountered great danger, or else the Sword Emperor Divine Court would be too weak. Spring passed and autumn came. Time was so worthless in the boundless universe. 200 years passed in a flash. News came from Nanwujin. Qin Zun fought with Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven again. After 9 days of battle, Qin Zun emerged victorious. 2 heavens were severely injured and disappeared without a trace. Nanwujin was in utter chaos, just like Beiwujin. Heroes rose from all walks of life and fought everywhere. Inside the Star Palace, Zhou Xuanji heard about Qin Zun's achievements and sighed in amazement. That's the post-archaic Supreme 3 heavens we're talking about. Who would have thought that before they could dominate the world, they would end up in hiding? Times are truly different now. The current era is not inferior to the post-archaic Supreme 3 heavens. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. He did not have any other thoughts. So what if Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven were defeated? It was a good opportunity for them to rest for a while. These two were in cahoots. If not for Qin Zun, they would have stirred up trouble in no time. Zhou Xuanji had always kept in mind their fight for the 3 heavens' fate retribution. "My lord, should we take action and seize the opportunity to conquer Nanwujin?" Yuan Qing asked. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sure. We can save the people of Nanwujin from the abyss of suffering. You make the arrangements. Let the Divine Court army led by Saint Hong Qin head to Nanwujin. Remember to build teleportation portals, the more the better." Yuan Sheng was pleasantly surprised. He cupped his fist and smiled, "Yes, my lord." Now that Nanwujin no longer had Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, there was no one powerful enough to intimidate them. Looking at Yuan Sheng's back, Zhou Xuanji smiled. Just when he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly remembered something. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Jin Cheng. Chapter 1049. Today, he came to the Hall of Stars. After saluting, he asked curiously, "Your Majesty, do you have any instructions?" Before he came, he saw Yuanqing excitedly heading towards Hong Qin's sacred monarch's residence. For Yuanqing to be so excited, it must have been Zhou Xuanji who gave the order to attack the other infinity. This was the only thing Yuansheng was looking forward to. Yuansheng has already received the order to subdue South Limitless. I want to send you to the lawless region between North Limitless and South Limitless. Try to find out the ins and outs of that lawless region. It would be best if you could spread out the teleportation formations there. You can choose a divine army. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The lawless region was getting restless, but there was no big movement. He felt that it wouldn't be long before the lawless region would devour the boundless universe. The fire god had also mentioned this before. In the lawless zone, the forces were complicated. Even he didn't know how many old monsters were hiding there. Jianghu nodded and asked hesitantly, "Will this offend the lawless region?" Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and smiled as he said, "Powerful cultivators from the lawless region have long since snuck into the northern boundless region. Don't worry, even if we offend them, we're not afraid. There will be a battle sooner or later, and if we can seize the advantage of intelligence, we can restrict eastern boundless and western boundless region and have them assist us in the battle." The lawless region was a great threat to all sides. With the information they had, East Limitless and West Limitless could only listen to them. Jianghu came to a sudden realization and cupped his fists, "I'll take action immediately." He turned and left. After he disappeared from the Star's Palace, Zhou Xuanji thought about it and summoned Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua had established the Tanhua sect a long time ago. Now, the Tanhua sect was not a nameless force in the northern endless region. Everyone knew that the Tanhua sect's sect master was the Sword Emperor's woman, and no one dared to offend her. After a while, Xian Xianghua entered the palace. In addition to her, there was also Supreme Hong Chen and Shen Nianqing. The three girls greeted each other before looking at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji said softly, "The war is about to start again. You have all mastered the mortal qi. Next, I will personally preach the Tao to you so that your cultivation can improve quickly." The aura of the mortal world was very similar to opportunities. When the aura of the mortal world was attached to the enemy, it was enough to make the enemy fall into an abyss. Hearing this, the three women were pleasantly surprised. Xian Xianghua asked, "I want to bring along Heaven's fate, can I?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said unpleasantly, "Tianyuan is also my grandson. Do you think I have forgotten about him? Don't worry about the juniors. You guys cultivate first." Xian Xianghua pursed her lips and did not argue further. Zhou Xuanji had not visited Zhou Tianyuan for a long time. However, Zhou Tianyuan already had a family and a career. He had his own life, so it was better for him not to see Zhou Xuanji. At least he would be far away from the conflicts of the boundless universe. Although there were endless battles everywhere, the living beings in many large worlds were still unaffected. They all had their own exciting stories. Zhou Xuanji sealed the Star's Palace and began preaching. As soon as the Eternal Will appeared, Xian Xianghua, Hong Chen Supreme, and Shen Nianqing instantly fell into a profound state of epiphany. The ancestral voice reverberated, and resplendent silver light reverberated in the Star Hall. In less than a year, the news of the chaos in the South Boundless spread to the other three boundless realms. The Sword Emperor Divine Court intervened forcefully and was willing to recruit the living beings in the South Boundless realms. This caused everyone in the North Boundless realms to cheer. After East Endless and West Endless heard the news, they both sent their armies to intervene in the name of saving the lives of the South Endless. For a moment, Nan Wujin was even more confused. Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven had joined forces to eradicate the major factions before Nan Wujin, and the remaining factions simply couldn't withstand the endless attacks from the three sides. 7 years later, the news of Qin Zun's appearance in the West Infinity spread, and he declared that he wanted to challenge Gujuagio. Because Gujuagio was the strongest in the world, he was willing to give Gujuagio time to prepare. His arrogance caused a huge uproar. However, there were also countless beings who worshipped him and wished to become an existence like him. Although the surroundings were in chaos, Zhou Xuanji, Gujuagio, and Zhongji did not show themselves. Such tacit understanding caused everyone to speculate. Year after year. Day after day. Inside the Hall of Stars, Zhou Xuanji looked at the three women who were surrounded by the silver light and smiled satisfactorily. The three girls had already accumulated a strong cultivation base in the first place, and under his preaching, they broke through to the Supreme of the 7 courts one after another, and were continuously charging towards the Supreme of the 8 courts. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they broke through again. The help of such preaching was not completely beneficial, and it would even limit their future growth. However, without Zhou Xuanji's teachings, it would have been very difficult for them to improve. Not only them, but many people in the Emperor's Sword Divine range were the same. They were originally mortals, and it was Zhou Xuanji who raised them up step by step. Mortal gods might be very powerful in the Kunlun origin court, but they were nothing in the endless universe. Mortal sovereign had stagnated in cultivation for countless years. One's talent was limited, and only serendipity could break through the limit. Zhou Xuanji continued preaching. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something. He squinted his eyes and created an outer soul clone. The outer soul clone immediately disappeared from the hall. In the dark void, a man in heavy black armor strolled forward. His eyes were indifferent, and his long black hair looked a little messy. He was holding a halberd in his hand, and dozens of tiny meteorites were levitating around the halberd blade. Stop! A violent cry came. A group of deities, radiating with purple radiance, dashed toward him and surrounded him. The leading general had a dignified appearance. His aura was so powerful that even the space around him fluctuated. He sized up the black-armored man and asked in a deep voice, "The teleportation region of the Sword Emperor Divine Court is not something you can handle. Tell me your name." The black-armored man was alone, and his aura was filled with murderous intent. He was obviously an enemy. "Move aside," the black-armored man said with a hoarse voice. The halberd in his hand trembled slightly. "Suppress him." The divine general was enraged and cried out furiously. Boom! All the deities activated their divine abilities, and a powerful radiance engulfed the black-armored man. Seeking death. The black-armored man snorted coldly as he swung his halberd. A ray of black light swept out and forced the deities back. The deities could not dodge in time and were sent flying backward while vomiting blood. Some of them were even blasted into smithereens. The divine general was enraged and was about to call for reinforcements. At this moment, the black-armored man appeared behind him out of nowhere and pressed his sword against the divine general's neck. "Do you need to be so angry?" Zhou Xuanji's voice came suddenly, and the black-armored man turned around in shock. He saw Zhou Xuanji, who was wearing a luxurious purple robe, walking on the Milky Way. Outer Soul Clone. With the support of the Eternal Will, the Outer Soul Clone looked like the original Zhou Xuanji. "You are the Sword Emperor?" the black-armored man asked coldly. He was shocked in his heart. How did this guy cultivate? How could he be so unfathomable? Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Let go of my subordinates. Tell me what you want." Having heard that, the black-armored man hesitated for a while before putting down his halberd and pushing the divine general away. Chapter 1050. Sword Emperor, don't stop me. I just want to use your teleportation formation to head south. The black-armored man said in a low voice as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. His tone was not polite, as if he would attack Zhou Xuanji if he refused. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, "Where are you from, and why are you going to Southern Infinity?" "Why should I tell you?" The black-armored man snorted coldly. Zhou Xuanji was not angered and said with a smile, "Just because this is my territory. You want to use my teleportation portal. If you don't tell me and still want to use it forcefully, then I'm sorry. I will let you understand why the Sword Emperor Divine Court can dominate the northern boundless continent." In the distance, the divine generals and gods all looked at Zhou Xuanji fervently. This was the Sword Emperor that they believed in. Not arrogant, but not afraid of any existence. The black-armored man flew into a rage and roared, "You want to attack me? Come on." He raised his halberd and stabbed towards Zhou Xuanji. Bang! His blood chi flew out and turned into a massive dragon, which was about to devour Zhou Xuanji. Two rays of exterminating divine light shot out from Zhou Xuanji's eyes and easily destroyed the massive dragon. He took out the divine sword of coercion and slowly rose up. His body burst forth with resplendent silver light. "I treated you courteously, yet you're so rude. Since that's the case, you can go and die." Zhou Xuanji's face turned incredibly cold. He looked like a completely different person compared to the smiling Zhou Xuanji before. Rumble, a pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped his body. It was the eternal will of his main body. As the Eternal Will grew stronger, his aura also grew stronger. At this moment, his avatar was like his main body. The black-armored man's expression changed. He gripped his halberd tightly and roared angrily. Ah! His voice was incomparably mournful, as if he was suffering from great pain. His body began to twist and his bones broke, as if something was about to break out of his body. His hair quickly grew longer, and his black armor was dyed red with blood. He suddenly raised his eyes. Streaks of blood appeared on his forehead, and they were still wriggling about. It was horrifying. He suddenly disappeared. Zhou Xuanji stabbed backward with his sword, and the blade accurately pierced through the black-armored man's throat. The black-armored man's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Zhou Xuanji's gaze was still cold, and the serendipity extermination sword appeared in his left hand. Puchi. With a horizontal slash of the sword, the black-armored man was beheaded before he could react. Zhou Xuanji turned around and activated his exterminating divine eyes, sucking out the black-armored man's soul forcefully. At the eternal realm, he had already surpassed the realm of any living being in the boundless universe. Unless it was those old monsters who had lived for countless years, no one could be a match for him. The black-armored man was quite powerful, but Zhou Xuanji could clearly see all of his movements. There were no surprises. Zhou Xuanji easily suppressed the black-armored man. He turned around and looked at the god generals and gods in the distance. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Do your best, the god court will not mistreat you." With that, he vanished into thin air. The divine general and his subordinates immediately became excited. Oh my god! His Majesty the Sword Emperor is actually so approachable. So strong, that guy can't resist at all. With such an expert leading us, we will be able to unify the endless universe sooner or later. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. Even the other unending realms have the same opinion. We have to cultivate properly. We almost suffered a setback. Fortunately, we have His Majesty the Sword Sovereign. Back at Stars Hall. Zhou Xuanji's original body was still preaching the ancestral voice to Xianxia and the other two ladies. The avatar came to his side and fused into his body. The black-armored man's soul entered his Kunlun sword. In the dark space, Zhou Xuanji's eternal will hung high above and looked down at the black-armored man. The black-armored man was furious, but he felt more fear in his heart. It was not a big deal if he could not win. The key was that he did not even know how he lost. The feeling of not being able to see through his enemy made his heart sink into an abyss. "Tell me, who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked coldly. The black-armored man gritted his teeth and did not reply. At this moment, numerous truth swords appeared out of nowhere and pierced into the black-armored man's soul from all directions, turning him into a porcupine. The truth swords formed by the eternal will. They used the truth swords as the output of will, which amplified the power of the truth swords. "Tell me, who are you? Where are you from?" Zhou Xuanji cried out sharply, which made the black-armored man shudder. He replied blankly, "I'm from the ancient god race, from the lawless region. I was defeated by the divine race to the northern endless realm." Ancient god race? Divine race? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked further, "Then why are you going to the southern endless realm?" "Because the divine race wants to devour the lawless region. I'm fleeing there. My ancestors divined that the eternal God Gate appeared in the southern endless realm. I want to find the eternal God Gate." The black-armored man replied honestly. After saying that, he revealed a terrified expression. What happened? Why did he tell the truth? He looked at the truth swords on his body in fear. What are these swords? Zhou Xuanji continued, "Tell me, how many races and factions are there in the lawless region?" From what the black-armored man said, the lawless region had many powerful races that he did not expect. Although the lawless region is a crack in the boundless universe, the space inside it is much larger than the boundless universe. Before the ancient Lord era, countless races migrated to the lawless region. There were sects and races, but I'm not sure how many factions there are, the black-armored man replied. His eyes turned dull. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This answer was even more terrifying than an accurate answer. Inside the Star Palace, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes with a solemn expression. He had been guarding against the lawless region. But he still underestimated the lawless region. If not for the barrier between the lawless region and the boundless universe would have been devoured long ago. As for what the barrier was, it was not hard to understand. It must be the ancient lord's will and great Tao rules. It was because of the ancient lord that so many races migrated to the lawless region. Now, living beings from the lawless region were entering and exiting the lawless region. This meant that the ancient lord's restrictions on them were weakening. This was not good news. Seems like I have to hurry and unify the boundless universe. I wonder if there are eternal cultivators in the depths of the lawless region, Zhou Xuanji mumbled. The ancestral voice was still reverberating in the palace. The three girls were still in a state of enlightenment and did not hear him. He decided to make the ancestral Buddha break through as soon as possible. He was not worried that the ancestral Buddha would bite him back. After all, he owed the ancestral voice to the ancestral Buddha. He owed the ancestral Buddha a favor. After that, he stopped thinking about it and looked at the three girls. A few decades later, the three girls had all broken through to the great sovereign of the 9 halls. With such cultivation, they could dominate even on the endless battlefield. Immortal cultivators were not as common as cabbages. Go and consolidate your cultivation, Zhou Xuanji said softly. Xianxia, Hongqian sovereign, and Shen Mianxing nodded and turned to leave. They were all very excited. As they walked, they discussed their previous enlightenment. Chapter 1051. After preaching the ancestral voice to Xianxia, mortal sovereign, and Shen Mianxing, Zhou Xuanji felt a little free. He returned to the Kunlun origin court and began traveling. Although the Sword Emperor Divine Court was fighting fiercely in Nanwujin, there was no need for him to show up in person. Nanwujin was like a big meat pie that anyone could take a bite out of. Fortunately, Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven had cleaned up the powerful cultivators. Now, the 3 endless overlords didn't have to show up in person. Not showing up didn't mean that they didn't care. They were all waiting for each other to show up first. It had been a long time since he came to the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that the Kunlun origin court had changed a lot. The strength of all living beings had obviously become stronger. There were many cultivators like Mortal Sovereign in the past. Thinking back, Mortal Sovereign was so powerful in the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji suddenly thought of the past sovereigns of the Kunlun origin court. It was embarrassing to say it. Most of these sovereigns didn't come to him but went to other endless overlords. Zhou Xuanji didn't mention these things. His subordinates didn't mention them either. Everyone knew that he was the current master of the Kunlun origin court. As for the sovereigns who were still alive, no one cared about them. He began to walk his own path of rise. From the great Zhou Empire to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. After so many years, the great Zhou Empire was still prosperous. It had a lot to do with Zhou Xuanji. In the northern wilderness region, Zhou Xuanji had become the greatest god. The great Zhou Empire was also building momentum. Any creature that ascended from the northern wilderness region would be taken care of by the upper realm. Even if they were not talented, no one would easily offend them. The biggest reason was that the disciples of the Emperor Sword Court would descend to the mortal world from time to time, marry, and have children. In modern terms, they liked to go back to the novice village to abuse others. As long as they didn't mess around, Zhou Xuanji didn't bother to pay attention to them. This journey lasted for 100 years. Zhou Xuanji walked all the roads he had walked before and looked back at the scenery again. The world had changed. Everything had changed. Even his mood had changed. He felt even more. Although it didn't improve his cultivation much, he felt it very good. Don't forget your original intention. When he returned to the star's domain, a divine lord came to deliver the news. Zhou Xuanji let him in. The god sovereign half knelt on the ground and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, Sword Monarch, Qin Zun is fighting against the ancient geniuses. Both sides are equally matched and are still fighting. Zhou Xuanji asked, did Western Endless retract their forces in Southern Endless? No. The Divine Sovereign replied. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Gu Juejiu did not take Qin Zun seriously at all. Regardless of whether he won or lost, it would not affect Dong Wujin's status. After all, Zhongji, Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven had already been defeated by Qin Zun. It wasn't shameful for him to lose, and he would only be sending Qin Zun to the peak. Compared to one's personal reputation, unifying the boundless universe was more important. Your Majesty Sword Emperor, do we need to set up defenses? God Monarch asked. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was unfathomable, but Zhou Xuanji was still young. Compared to those old monsters, he was probably weaker. Although Gu Juejiu was forced to retreat, he was not injured. Everyone guessed that the two of them had made some kind of deal. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, he can't defeat me. As long as it wasn't an Eternal Realm expert, no one could defeat him. At most, he wouldn't be able to defeat the enemy. Seeing how confident Zhou Xuanji was, the Divine Lord wanted to say something but stopped himself. Qin Zun was simply too domineering. He appeared out of nowhere and challenged the endless overlords. There wasn't a second person like him in the entire boundless universe. You may leave. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said. Having heard him, the Divine Lord could only leave. After he left the palace, Zhou Xuanji smiled. Qin Zun, I want to see who you are and what secrets the Eternal God Gate is hiding, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. The sovereign serendipity might have come from the Eternal God Gate. Perhaps the Eternal God Gate hid the true sovereign serendipity. Although the supreme legendary sword system was powerful, it couldn't make him invincible. The true sovereign serendipity could make one invincible in the world. It was unstoppable. After that, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and stopped thinking about it. Boom! A horrifying and powerful light swept across the entire universe. Countless living beings were annihilated. Hong Qin Saint's hair was disheveled, and his divine robe was torn. He looked extremely disheveled. Within the powerful light stood an extremely majestic figure. He was tens of thousands of meters tall, like a giant god that split the heavens and the earth apart. He was extremely majestic. You little rascals! Don't you dare wreak havoc in the Southern Endless Universe! The giant god roared with all his might, causing the entire universe to tremble. Other than Hong Qin Saint, there were no less than 10 imperishable stage cultivators scattered in all directions. They were all looking at the giant god in shock. Who is this guy? Such a terrifying imperishable stage cultivator. At that moment, I felt like my soul was going to be destroyed. Everyone, let's fight him together. No, this guy is too powerful. We are no match for him at all. Since when did South Boundless have such a powerful being? We must suppress him, or else our subordinates will all die a horrible death. The imperishable stage cultivators quickly came to an agreement. Hong Qin Saint fought the giant god with them. In the distance, countless divine weapons were watching, and all of them had shocked expressions on their faces. Too powerful. Only at such a close distance could one feel how terrifying the giant god was. At the same time, 3 countless scouts immediately sent back the news. When the news reached the Star Hall, it was already a few days later. Zhou Xuanji immediately found the ancestor Buddha and told him about it. You want me to fight? The ancestor Buddha asked unhappily. Zhou Xuanji said seriously, do you want to improve further? Deal. The ancestor Buddha immediately disappeared from the temple. Zhou Xuanji smiled and followed him back. With the ancestor Buddha's help, it should be a piece of cake. Although the ancestor Buddha had not completely learned the constitution-defying Creation Sutra, he was already extremely powerful. His opponent was not like the ancient geniuses. The ancestor Buddha should be able to suppress him easily. About 8 days passed. The ancestor Buddha's voice came into the Star Hall. It's done. That guy is one of the first batch of imperishable stage cultivators during the post-primeval sovereign era. He's quite powerful. I have already subdued him. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. This guy really knew how to act cool. But what surprised him was that the ancestor Buddha could easily suppress an opponent that so many imperishable stage cultivators could not defeat. It seemed like the ancestor Buddha had made great progress. Maybe he could really reach the eternity stage. After some thought, Zhou Xuanji came to the ancestor Buddha's temple. The ancestor Buddha was playing with a white jade bottle. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, he frowned and said, "Why did you suddenly appear? Don't you know to greet me outside?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Why? Are you plotting something behind my back?" The ancestor Buddha snorted coldly and did not explain. Although he was already working for Zhou Xuanji, he still felt uncomfortable. He felt that he had lost his seniority. "Can you let me see that guy?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The ancestor Buddha did not kill him, which meant that he was still valuable to the ancestor Buddha. He also wanted to understand the difference between the first batch of imperishable stage cultivators during the post-primeval sovereign era. Chapter 1052. Facing Zhou Xuanji's request, the ancestor Buddha fell silent. After hesitating for a while, he reluctantly raised his right hand. He flipped his palm, and a glass-like orb appeared in his palm. Within the orb was a creature. This person looked valiant and looked like Zhou Xuanji's demon god clone, Coilingzhen. His eyes were closed, and he had fallen into a deep sleep. His aura is so strange. It's completely different from other creatures, Zhou Xuanji said curiously. As expected, the ancestor Buddha had a reason for subduing this creature. The ancestor Buddha replied, "After the ancient sovereign opened up his great Tao, the boundless universe became empty. For some reason, a group of creatures appeared. They had the aura of the primordial creatures, but as the ancient sovereigns will changed, their descendants gradually became the current creatures." Zhou Xuanji was shocked and asked, "In other words, he's the ancestor of the current generation of creatures?" Such an existence had fallen to such a state. How lamentable. The ancestor Buddha nodded, his gaze calm. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. "What do you want to do with him?" Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask again. He really wanted to know if this person came from the lawless region. With such an identity, it was impossible for him to stay in Southern Infinity for a long time. Moreover, he had not been destroyed by Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven, which made no sense. The only possibility was that after Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven escaped, he snuck into Southern Infinity from the lawless region. "I have my own uses." "I can't tell you," the ancestor Buddha replied. Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not ask any further. He said meaningfully, "The lawless region is getting restless. I hope this fellow has nothing to do with the lawless region." The ancestor Buddha's pupils constricted, and his expression became unnatural. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. It was indeed related to the lawless region. He did not continue to speak and turned to leave. The ancestor Buddha looked up at his back and frowned. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was about to walk out of the temple, the ancestor Buddha hurriedly said, "He indeed came from the lawless region. Looks like the ancient sovereign's great Tao is weakening. You need to be careful." Zhou Xuanji stopped and asked in confusion, "Why should I be careful?" The ancestral Buddha ancestor had a complicated look in his eyes as he said faintly, "Because you know the ancestral voice, and you even know the more profound ancestral voice characters. To the lawless regions, you are a fatal attraction. Back then, when I comprehended the ancestral voice in the lawless regions, I was hunted down by them. The terrifying scene is still vivid in my mind." Zhou Xuanji was even more surprised. What kind of scene could make the Buddha ancestor feel fear? "Anything else?" Zhou Xuanji asked. This was the first time he found out that the ancestor Buddha had learned the ancestral sound from the forbidden region. This old man had a lot of experience. The ancestral Buddha hesitated and said, "In any case, we just have to be careful. No one knows how many powerful existences and secrets are hidden in the lawless zone." Zhou Xuanji nodded and left. The ancestor Buddha lowered his head to look at the bead in his hand. The corners of his lips curled up into a strange smile. You cowards, just wait until I find the Supreme Being's opportunity, then you'll all die. After conversing with the ancestral Buddha, Zhou Xuanji became even more interested in the lawless region. He wanted to go and check out the lawless region, but he felt that it was too dangerous. Now that the Sword Emperor Divine Court was attacking Nan Wujin, he couldn't separate himself. If he was trapped in a lawless region and the Sword Emperor Divine Court encountered a powerful enemy, it would be bad if they didn't have a leader. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. If he was not here, no one under his command could hold the fort. The fire god of helplessness was too violent and unsuitable. The ancestral Buddha had said that he didn't want to interfere in too many things. Yuansheng, Jinsheng, and the 12 divine lords weren't absolutely united. After returning to the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji had been thinking about who to promote. He waved his right hand. Zhou Tanhua appeared in the hall out of thin air. He was stunned and looked at his father in surprise. He was in the middle of cultivating and was suddenly teleported here. It was so sudden that he forgot to greet. Do you want to be in power? Zhou Xuanji asked directly. Zhou Tanhua furrowed his brow. He immediately understood what his father meant. Father, you want to promote me so that I can help you control the divine court when you go out in the future? Zhou Tanhua asked directly. There was a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, one day, someone will inherit my position. Zhou Tanhua fell into silence. After a while, he sighed and said, spreading out his hands, okay, as your son, I have always done whatever I wanted. I should share your burden. Zhou Xuanji smiled with satisfaction and immediately summoned Jinsheng. Soon, Jinsheng arrived. Greetings, Your Majesty, Sword Emperor. Jinsheng knelt down and greeted. He glanced at Zhou Tanhua thoughtfully. He seemed to have guessed something. Zhou Xuanji did not waste any time and said, the star's domain is the center of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. I need you to help Tanhua integrate into this whirlpool of power. His status is equivalent to the sovereign court. Below the 12 divine monarchs were the 36 court sovereigns. Each of the Supreme Court paragons controlled an army of over 10 billion soldiers, and their power and influence were monstrous. Jinsheng nodded and immediately guaranteed, I will definitely help young master establish himself quickly. He wasn't stupid. One day, Zhou Tanhua would succeed to the throne. Zhou Xuanji had many experts under him. His power would only continue to weaken. If he could help Zhou Tanhua ascend to the throne, then he would become Zhou Tanhua's confidant. Over the years, he had been in constant contact with Zhou Tanhua. They were still master and apprentice in name, even though he hadn't taught Zhou Tanhua anything. Zhou Tanhua took a deep breath and said, Father, are you in a hurry to give me the position of Venerable Court as soon as I come up? Zhou Xuanji comforted, no hurry, I just trust you. I want to lead some of the multitude stars domain's divine army to the boundless south. Only with military results will I be able to establish myself quickly. Zhou Tanhua stated seriously. In troubled times, one must rely on strength to rise to the top. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before saying, okay, Jinsheng will take him down to receive a battle order. Let him choose 2 venerable court sovereigns for him to use. Also, pass the order to Yuansheng of Nanwujin. Ask him to help out a little, lest someone offend his superior. Jinsheng immediately accepted the order. Zhou Tanhua saluted before the 2 quickly left. Zhou Xuanji continued to think. Should I leave some room for maneuver for my son? What if he died outside? What should I do? Thinking of this, Zhou Xuanji once again came to the ancestor Buddha's temple. Why are you here again? The ancestor Buddha asked in a deep voice. He looked vigilant. This kid can't be thinking about the people in my hands, right? Zhou Xuanji went straight to the point and said, protect my son in secret. If you encounter the first batch of post-ancient sovereigns, I will be at your disposal. Hearing this, the ancestor Buddha asked with a frown, I just went out and came back. You are going out again? There is a higher realm above the ancestral voice. I will teach you personally, Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. Really? Really? Okay. The ancestor Buddha immediately agreed. Then he asked, what about your son? Zhou Xuanji replied, he is going to the boundless south to train. You will protect him in secret. Unless he is about to die, don't show yourself. Let him fight on his own. Chapter 1053. Okay, when he sets off, I will follow him, the ancestor Buddha nodded. The ancestral Buddha nodded. His heart was itching. What is the higher realm above the ancestral sound? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, by the way, how many people in the endless universe do you think are your opponents? Is there anyone you can't defeat at all? The ancestor Buddha replied, there are at least more than 10 people who can be my opponents. There is no one I can't defeat at all. Such terrifying existences are usually hiding in the unfathomable regions. Their age is comparable to the long river of history. More than 10. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He thought that only the endless universe's overlords could rival the ancestor Buddha. He didn't expect there to be so many. It seemed that he had underestimated the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile before turning around and leaving. After he left, the ancestor Buddha took out the bead again and looked at the giant god inside. Soon, I will reunite your clan. The ancestor Buddha said with a proud smile. His eyes flickered with hatred. After Zhou Tanhua received the order, he spent half a month settling his sect before leading 2 court sovereigns and 10 billion divine soldiers to southern infinity. Xian Xianghua was very excited after knowing about this. She wanted to follow her son to kill the enemy. Zhou Xuanji stopped her. What a joke. What's the big deal with bringing an old mother to the battlefield? Of course, he didn't say it directly. Otherwise, Xian Xianghua would definitely explode. The news of Zhou Tanhua's expedition to southern infinity spread quickly. This matter was widely spread. Under the deduction of a mysterious giant hand, Zhou Tanhua's fame rose sharply. Some said that he had a talent that surpassed the Sword Emperor. Some said that he was transformed from the Sword Emperor's sword heart. All kinds of rumors spread, and they were as outrageous as they could be. Gradually, Zhou Tanhua gained the aura of the top genius of northern infinity. There were exaggerated praises, but there were also disdain and contempt. Many creatures thought that Zhou Xuanji was building momentum for his son. If he needed to build momentum, it probably meant that Zhou Tanhua wasn't that strong. If he was really that outrageous, he would have long become famous in northern infinity. In any case, Zhou Tanhua's fame had risen. In the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji listened to Jiang Shue's report with a smile on his face. Not long ago, Jiang Shui had already entered the Sword Emperor Divine Court's Intelligence Center. She had personally built momentum for Zhou Tanhua. Not bad, this is the treatment of a real son, Zhou Xuanji said as he smiled. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and said, why isn't Tanhua my son? I was the one who took care of him when he was young. His mother was a cultivation maniac. How could she have any martial arts? Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua were very strange. They pampered each other's children more than they pampered each other's children. This kind of tacit understanding had always kept their relationship very good, and there had never been any problems. By the way, are we going to let little Xian go on like this? Jiang Shui asked. Zhou Xiaoxian had always been a headache to her. He felt that this girl had not grown up yet. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, what do you want her to do? Jiang Shui sighed, you have to be more mature. If one day you decide to go somewhere else and never come back, who will support you? Zhou Xuanji found it funny and asked, where can I go and never come back? Who knows? As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you. Maybe there is a vaster world waiting for you to explore, just like before. In the past, I could never imagine the existence of the endless universe because a mortal realm is the biggest. Maybe there is a celestial realm, but I didn't expect the celestial realm to be just a speck of dust, or even less than a speck of dust in the endless universe, Jiang Shui said worriedly. As she spoke, she walked up to Zhou Xuanji, sat on his lap, and hugged him. Zhou Xuanji gently patted her back and comforted her, "Don't think too much. No matter where I go, I will take you with me. After all, I have already integrated the Kunlun origin cord into my soul. We will never be separated." Jiang Shui said softly, "I know, but I always feel a little uneasy in my heart, as if something big is going to happen next." "Something big?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. At their level of cultivation, they wouldn't ignore sudden disturbances in their hearts. It must be an indication of something. He continued to comfort Jiang Shui. The two hugged each other, enjoying this quiet happiness. A few hours later, Jiang Shui left. Zhou Xuanji created a doppelganger and asked it to use the fate manifestation technique on him. A thundercloud gathered above Zhou Xuanji's head. The thundercloud parted, and 3 silhouettes stood on it. Zhou Xuanji was astonished. He felt that the 3 silhouettes were very familiar. Weren't 2 of them Hunyuan Heaven and Cardinal Heaven? Could the other one be a Hongmeng Heaven from the previous generation? The 3 heavens raised their right hands and slapped at Zhou Xuanji. Boom! The throne under Zhou Xuanji shattered, and he fell to the ground. A horrifying aura enveloped him. Even with his eternal realm cultivation, he could barely stand up. How can it be? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically. He looked at the 3 heaven silhouettes in shock. Under his gaze, the 3 heavens gradually merged together and formed a new silhouette, which was even more majestic. "Zhou Xuanji, you want to reverse everything. You will die a horrible death." A violent cry came, and Zhou Xuanji was dazzled by the shock. He tried to keep himself awake. "Who are you?" he asked with gritted teeth. "Zhou Xuanji, you want to reverse everything. You will die a horrible death." "Zhou Xuanji, you want to reverse everything. You will die a horrible death." "Zhou Xuanji, you want to reverse everything. You will die a horrible death." The other party cursed again and again, his words filled with endless anger. Zhou Xuanji immediately dispelled the out-of-soul doppelganger, and the fate manifestation technique ended. The 3 heavenly phantoms broke apart. The voice of the fire god came from inside the palace. "Are you all right?" Zhou Xuanji deeply breathed in and said, "I'm fine, I'm just cultivating a divine ability related to destiny." "Fate? TSK, you still believe in fate?" There was a hint of mockery in lawless fire god's tone. With that, his aura disappeared. Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses and thought about what he said just now. Who was that person? Why did he say that he wanted to reverse everything? What did he reverse? The more Zhou Xuanji thought about it, the more he felt a headache. He was so shocked by the roar just now that he felt like his head was going to explode. He began to meditate and recited the unconstitutional creation scripture with his soul. Wait a minute. Defiant scripture of creation. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and shuddered instantly. Could it be that the Constitution Defiance creation scripture would give him some kind of mission? He thought about the primordial lord and the ancient sovereign. Why did those people who stood at the peak disappear? What kind of earth-shattering secret was hidden behind this? Zhou Xuanji did his best to calm his emotions. However, the more he thought about it, the more unsettled he felt. He immediately took out the Master Emperor door and asked the primordial lord's spirit inside. "That's your fate. What does it have to do with me?" The primordial lord's spirit replied. It was evident that he was still angry. He felt that what Zhou Xuanji did was disgraceful. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, "Are there other mysteries hidden in the unconstitutional creation scripture?" The primordial lord's spirit replied, "You will have to find out for yourself." Chapter 1054. No matter how Zhou Xuanji asked, the founder lord's spirit refused to answer. Zhou Xuanji was helpless and could only take him back into the main emperor's gate. Before disappearing, the eyes of the founder lord's spirit were filled with hidden bitterness. After going through the destiny manifestation technique, Zhou Xuanji felt as if there was a stone hanging in his heart, and he could not put it down for a long time. However, when his soul began to recite the unconstitutional Creation Sutra, his uneasiness also disappeared. He began to cultivate in peace. Decades later, he was very excited that Yuansheng had rushed back. Zhou Xuanji woke up from his cultivation and asked Yuansheng to come in. After Yuansheng entered the palace, he knelt down emotionally, cupped his fists, and said, "My lord, a third of Nan Wujin is already under our control. The more the young master fights, the stronger he becomes. Not only is his cultivation soaring, but his name has also spread throughout Nan Wujin. His swordsmanship is unbelievably fast. Within the same realm, he is completely invincible." Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. Everything was within his expectations. He smiled and said, "What else?" Just this news alone was not worth Yuansheng coming back personally. A door has been discovered in the lawless region between the southern Endless and eastern Endless. It's suspected to be the Eternal God door. Do you want to take a look? Yuansheng asked eagerly. Qin Zun had escaped from the Eternal God gate, so there must be a great opportunity hidden inside. Although it was dangerous, it was also very attractive. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Eternal God sect, you're getting close?" Yuansheng shook his head and said, "I wouldn't dare. We've only sealed that part of the universe." Zhou Xuanji was thinking whether he should go and take a look. "That's right, how has Sovereign Qin been recently?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Since Qin Zun challenged Gu Juejiu last time, there was no news about him. Even the winner was uncertain. Yuansheng muttered, "I'm not sure. It should be a draw." The news has been suppressed. He had almost forgotten about Qin Zun. Although Qin Zun challenged experts everywhere, it didn't affect the endless forces much, so he ignored Qin Zun. Go and rest first. I will think about it before making a decision, Zhou Xuanji said softly. After the marriage was established, he bowed and left. He was very excited. Zhou Xuanji started to wonder if he should go and take a look at the Eternal God Gate. However, the Fire God had warned him not to seek out the Eternal God Gate. He thought about it and decided not to court death. Right now, he did not need the Eternal Divine Gates to strengthen himself. Regardless of whether it was him or the Sword Emperor Divine Court, they were enough to deal with any dangerous situations. He would not be able to summon the Fire God into the palace. The unstoppable Fire God appeared in the hall, still maintaining the form of a firebird, occupying the entire Stars Hall. He looked down at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Boy, what's the matter?" "A mysterious gate that seems to be the Eternal God Gate has appeared," Zhou Xuanji said directly. Hearing that, the God of Flames frowned. "Regardless of whether it's real or fake, don't go there. Don't touch it, and don't look at it. None of the living beings who have seen the Eternal Gate of God have a good ending. It is the source of misfortune, the beginning of all tribulations. Although you have already reached the Eternal Realm, countless eternal beings have fallen because of it." Zhou Xuanji was shocked by his seriousness. Was the Eternal Gate of God that terrifying? Zhou Xuanji did not have any hope in his heart, and he immediately decided not to go to the Eternal God sect. However, his curiosity towards the Eternal Gate of God grew stronger and stronger. Where did the Eternal God Gate come from? That's right, the 3 supreme fortuitous encounters came from the Eternal God Gate. Are they inside the Eternal God Gate, or are they scattered around the world? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He had always wanted to ask about this. No matter how chaotic the endless universe was, there had been no news of the Sovereign's fortuitous encounter. When Zhou Xuanji first came to the endless universe, he had heard of the legend of the Sovereign's fortuitous encounter. Almost all the creatures knew about it. The God of Flames said unhappily, if it was so easy to find, the endless universe would have been unified long ago. After that, he disappeared from the hall, leaving behind wisps of dissipating flames. After 3 days, Yuansheng left with Zhou Xuanji's order. Retreat. Stay away from the Eternal God Gate. Boom. A figure was sent flying, crashing through a star comparable to the sun. He quickly stabilized his body. His body was shining with a golden light, and he was holding a long saber in each hand. His hair was disheveled as he glared at the enemy in front of him. How can it be? You broke through again. Zhou Tianhua. Who are you? The man glowing in golden light cried out in horror, his voice trembling. Zhou Tianhua charged over on a river of swords. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was cold. At this moment, he resembled Zhou Xuanji. The person who will kill you. Just as Zhou Tianhua's voice fell, swords of light appeared around him out of thin air, piercing through the man glowing in golden light in the blink of an eye. All the stars in the entire universe shattered in an instant, turning into dust. In another space, the ancestor Buddha, sitting on the golden lotus, clicked his tongue in wonder. This kid's aptitude is getting more and more exaggerated. It seems that he has perfectly inherited his father's bloodline. When this war is over, he will break through again. However, there is something wrong with his eyes. They look a little familiar. He carefully observed Zhou Tianhua's eyes, trying to find out what secrets were hidden in them. Ever since Yuanqing received the order and left, Nan Wujin would send news of victory every month. Zhou Tianhua, like Zhou Xuanji, rose rapidly in the chaotic world. He showed his terrifying aptitude and solidified his title as the top genius in the northern universe. Zhou Xuanji would be overjoyed every time he heard news of Zhou Tianhua's victory. As a father, he was happier to see his son make a breakthrough than to see his own. It was a little embarrassing. Although Zhou Xuanji was getting stronger and stronger, his descendants and core team had never been able to keep up with him. Now that Zhou Tianhua had finally caught up, Zhou Xuanji felt very proud. It was worth mentioning that after Zhou Xiaoxian learned of Zhou Tianhua's legend, she also asked to go to southern Wujin. Zhou Xuanji didn't stop her. He asked someone to take Zhou Xiaoxian and her disciples to southern Wujin. Not long after, Zhou Tianhua's son, Zhou Tianyuan, also came to ask to go to southern Wujin. This time, Zhou Xuanji rejected him. Grandpa, why? Zhou Tianyuan asked excitedly. Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, you are too weak. Zhou Tianyuan's aptitude was also very strong and he often went into closed-door cultivation. However, he didn't know much about the endless universe. With his current strength, he would undoubtedly become cannon fodder if he went to southern Wujin. Hearing this, Zhou Tianyuan became anxious. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and immediately cast an illusion divine ability on him, letting him feel the endless war. Plop. Zhou Tianyuan collapsed to the ground, covered in sweat. Zhou Xuanji immediately deactivated the divine ability. Zhou Tianyuan woke up with a start and began panting heavily. At this moment, someone outside the hall asked to see him. Zhou Xuanji immediately let him in. The visitor was a divine lord. He had a dignified appearance and was exuding the domineering aura of an undying powerhouse. Your Majesty, a stone coffin was found at the northernmost edge of the northern infinity. All the soldiers within 10,000 miles of it were destroyed in body and soul. It is rushing to the northern infinity at an extremely fast speed, the Divine Lord reported in a deep voice with a solemn expression. Chapter 1055. Stone Coffin? Zhou Xuanji frowned. What was this? He asked, how long has it been? I'm not sure. We discovered it 3 days ago, and it's currently very close to the Sword Emperor Divine Court's territory, the Divine Monarch replied. The northern limitless north was very vast. Even though the Sword Emperor Divine Court had dominated the northern limitless north, they were unable to control every corner of the northern limitless north. So fast? Zhou Xuanji immediately got up and said, you can leave first, I'll go take a look. After saying that, he immediately jumped into the spiritless state. There was nothing valuable in the hall, and his 2 avatars were guarding the corners. He was not afraid that this divine lord would act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji spread out his eternal will and quickly located the stone coffin. The stone coffin exuded an unstoppable aura of destruction. Wisps of charred smoke were already rising around it. Looking from afar, Zhou Xuanji could vaguely see a hideous silhouette brandishing its claws and fangs, as though it was going to break the stone coffin and escape. The aura of the Tao of extermination. What is that? Zhou Xuanji was confused. He felt that this stone coffin was a little familiar. To be precise, the aura was very familiar. Apart from the Tao of extermination, there was another aura. As for the specifics, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide in shock. Spirit of the Primogenitor Lord. Back then, when he used the constitutional defying creation scripture and the Tao of annihilation at the same time, the spirit of the Founder Lord had reminded him. At that time, the spirit of the Founder Lord had also emitted this kind of aura. Could it be that the one in the sarcophagus was the progenitor himself? Zhou Xuanji immediately accelerated. He wanted to see what was inside the sarcophagus. It probably wasn't a coincidence that the stone coffin was flying towards Bei Wuji. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji finally reached the stone coffin. He maintained the same speed as the stone coffin and carefully observed it. He also possessed the Tao of extermination, so he was not affected by the stone coffin. If it were an ordinary creature, it would be destroyed by the destructive aura of the sarcophagus once it got close. There's a heartbeat. Could it really be the primogenitor? Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought in horror. Why would the creator of everything appear now? Could it be the call of the eternal gate of God? Or perhaps he had attracted the attention of the progenitor after stepping into the eternal realm. Zhou Xuanji took out the suppressive legendary sword and used it to block the stone coffin. There was a loud bang. He couldn't resist at all and was directly taken away by the stone coffin. The stone coffin did not slow down but sped up instead. An irresistible force bound Zhou Xuanji, making it impossible for him to break free. What happened? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He immediately used the eternal will to try and stop the stone coffin, but it was to no avail. He was completely panicking. Ever since he learned the Constitution Defiance creation scripture, he had never been so flustered. Because this sarcophagus was most likely from the primogenitor who created everything. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and fused the Constitution defying creation scripture with the Tao of annihilation. In an instant, the sarcophagus shook violently, and cracks appeared on its surface, as if it could explode at any time. Seeing that there was hope, Zhou Xuanji immediately increased the fusion of the Constitution defying creation scripture and Tao of annihilation. His aura exploded. A majestic aura swept across the entire northern boundless continent. Everyone was terrified. They all felt this pressure. However, everyone soon reacted. This pressure was exactly the same as when the Sword Emperor was explaining the Tao, but it was more than twice as strong. Did this mean that the Sword Emperor had broken through again? At this thought, all living beings became excited again. The stronger the Sword Emperor was, the safer they would be. Meanwhile, the stone coffin was suppressed by Zhou Xuanji, and its speed became slower and slower. Crack. The surface of the sarcophagus shattered completely. Strands of golden radiance seeped out from the cracks. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw an eye. An extremely cold eye. Boom! A bronze-colored arm smashed the coffin lid. Zhou Xuanji immediately kept his sword and flew backward to keep his distance from the sarcophagus. Next, a silhouette smashed the coffin lid and sat up slowly. This person was like a golden man. Most of his body was dark and had a bronze-like texture. His lower body was covered in black scales while his upper body was bare. His muscles were defined and filled with power. His black hair hung loosely over his shoulders, and his eyes were extremely cold. His face was perfect, and there was not a single flaw to be found. He sat in the sarcophagus and looked at Zhou Xuanji coldly. What year is this? Who is the master? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, and who are you? You can call me Ancient Sovereign, the man replied without any emotion in his eyes. Ancient Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide in surprise. How could it be Ancient Sovereign? Didn't Ancient Sovereign fall? Zhou Xuanji tried his best to remain calm and replied, I don't know what year it is. Now, the boundless universe is divided into 4 directions, and no one is the master. Having heard that, Ancient Sovereign frowned and seemed to be displeased. Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion. You are the ancient sovereign who opened up the four directions? Why are you back? Ancient sovereign fell into deep thought and mumbled, opened up the four directions? I didn't do it before. I don't know how I came back either. I slept for a long time and finally woke up. Then, I saw you. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji and asked seriously, you know me? Zhou Xuanji saw that he looked like he had lost his memory and became wary. Is this guy faking it? Or is he just someone with the same name as Ancient Sovereign? There's a legend in the boundless universe about Ancient Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji told him everything he knew about Ancient Sovereign without hiding anything. Facing Ancient Sovereign who he could not see through, he chose to be honest. Once they started fighting, the Sword Emperor Divine Court might be in trouble. Ancient Sovereign listened attentively. After Zhou Xuanji finished, his frown deepened. I have no impression at all. But as far as I know, I'm Ancient Sovereign. Could it be that someone in the future is impersonating me? Ancient Sovereign said softly, as though he was talking to himself. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but looked at Ancient Sovereign silently. He really wanted to stab the truth sword into Ancient Sovereign's body to see what this guy was up to. To be able to master the Tao of Annihilation, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Since ancient times, powerful cultivators took their names very seriously. Very few people would use their ancestors' names. Of course, Ancient Sovereign was extraordinary. It was not impossible for him to have fanatical believers. Ancient Sovereign thought for a while before looking at Zhou Xuanji again and asked, You can help me wake up. Are you related to me? Zhou Xuanji hesitated and did not know how to answer. Are you my son? Or grandson? Descendant? Ancient Sovereign asked. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. If not for Ancient Sovereign looking so serious and confused, he would have thought that Ancient Sovereign was scolding him. You have descendants? He asked curiously. Ancient Sovereign flew into a rage and said with a deep voice, With my cultivation, how can I not have descendants? Let me see if you've inherited my legacy. After that, he slammed his palm toward Zhou Xuanji. Before the palm even touched Zhou Xuanji felt an unstoppable wall of qi slamming into him. He dodged it with his eternal will. Ancient Sovereign raised his brow and said with a smile, Not bad. Maybe you really are my son. Chapter 1056. Perhaps you really are my son. Gu Zun's words sounded so piercing to Zhou Xuanji's ears. He felt humiliated. He immediately activated his eternal will and prepared to fight with all his might. He could tell that Gu Zun didn't intend to kill him and only wanted to test his strength. Since that was the case, he would prove himself. The weak would not be respected by the strong. Zhou Xuanji held the suppressive legendary sword and the great enlightenment dark god in his hands. At the same time, he activated the sword fusion technique and entered an extraordinary state. He maintained his spiritless state and attacked Gu Zun at top speed. Gu Zun fought him with the sarcophagus in hand. The stone coffin was like a gigantic blade and was extremely heavy. When Zhou Xuanji's sword collided with it, he felt the weight and almost lost his grip. This fellow's strength was ridiculously strong. Gu Zun had shattered the lid of such a sturdy stone coffin with a single punch, so it was hard to imagine the extent of his strength. Zhou Xuanji started to unleash a divine ability of the way of the sword. His attacks were ever-changing, and he quickly gained the upper hand. Although Gu Zun was caught off guard, he wasn't injured. The smile on his face became even wider. He had a feeling that his son would eventually succeed. Zhou Xuanji did not like this smile and continued to increase his battle prowess. He didn't fuse the constitution-defying creation scripture and the Tao of Annihilation. These were his life-saving means. This was just a spar, there was no need to risk his life. Zhou Xuanji let loose. Gradually, he forgot about his identity as Ancient Sovereign and fully focused on the battle. Gu Zun was his sparring partner. Although it was a battle, it was to nurture Zhou Xuanji's will to fight. The eternal will's fighting spirit. Every move seemed to contain some kind of secret. Zhou Xuanji's sword was taken away by Gu's sovereign sarcophagus. Zhou Xuanji did not feel aggrieved. Instead, he felt very comfortable. He started to fuse the constitution-defying creation scripture and the Tao of annihilation. His aura surged once again. Gu Zun was moved. What is this? Why is it so familiar? Gu Zun murmured. He controlled the Tao of annihilation, but he didn't know about the scripture of creation. This vast aura seemed to be another extreme of the path of annihilation. He was even more interested in Zhou Xuanji. Where did this kid come from? My son is that strong? Gu Zun was surprised. He started to get serious and kept increasing his strength. No matter how fast Zhou Xuanji moved, his sword would follow Gu Zun's sarcophagus. Gu Zun's movements didn't look fast, almost as if he was taking his time. Sword light flashed, and a vast sword will isolated the entire universe. This place was filled with silver light, and Zhou Xuanji's eternal will was like a boundless ocean. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji woke up from this mysterious state. When he opened his eyes, he saw Gu Zun's scrutinizing gaze. His divine sword was still stuck to the stone coffin, unable to be separated. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." After fighting Gu Zun, he felt his eternal will grow stronger. He remembered that the spirit of the progenitor had said that there was more than one level of the eternal realm. In other words, Gu Zun was an existence that surpassed the first level of the eternal realm. For such an expert to suddenly descend upon the northern endless lands, it was unknown whether it was a blessing or a curse. What is the other power in your body? There's an aura of creation, asked Gu Zun curiously. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before replying, an extreme power that is the opposite of the Tao of extermination. He felt that he couldn't say the words, unconstitutional creation scripture, directly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Gu Zun fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, "What do you want to do next?" Gu Zun replied instinctively, "To unify the boundless universe and reign supreme in all directions, of course." Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. Gu Zun came with ill intentions indeed. "What do you want to do after you unify all directions?" he continued to ask. If Gu Zun was a benevolent ruler, it would not be a big deal. Zhou Xuanji did not have the intention to rule the world, but he had no choice. He did not have much control over his power, and he did not even care about anything. What do I want to do? We will see when the time comes. I hope that everyone can please me, Gu Zun said indifferently. What if they can't please you? Then they will be destroyed. Won't that be too domineering? All living beings have their own thoughts, their own happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. So what? Gu Zun looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. He did not understand why Zhou Xuanji was asking about this. Zhou Xuanji frowned even more. He felt a headache coming on. He sighed and asked, "You treat me as your son. Can you listen to my advice?" "No." "Can a son persuade his father? Are you trying to turn the world upside down?" Gu Zun snorted coldly. Zhou Xuanji almost vomited blood. This guy is poisonous. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What if I stop you?" Gu Zun's eyes turned cold as he said, "Then I will kill you. I can have more sons, but I cannot be in a bad mood." Zhou Xuanji was completely convinced. Did this guy really lose his memory? Just when he was about to speak, Gu Zun looked at him and asked, "Who is the most powerful in the current endless?" "Sovereign Qin, the genius of Gu Zun," Zhou Xuanji replied unpleasantly. "Okay." Gu Zun disappeared, and so did the sarcophagus. Zhou Xuanji blinked. This guy only knew the name. How could he find someone? He wanted to chase after Gu Zun, but he could no longer sense his aura. He could only return. Although he had a breakthrough, he was not in a good mood. He had a feeling that Gu Zun's arrival would bring great trouble to all directions. He was filled with confusion. Where did Gu Zun come from? Before, it was Sovereign Qin. Now, it was Gu Zun. There must be some connection between the two. After returning to the stars field, Zhou Xuanji found unable fire god and told him about Guzun. The massive fireball's eyes lit up, and the fire god's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, "Don't see him again. Anyone related to him must die." Zhou Xuanji was intrigued. No fire god knew about this prime sovereign? Is he the creator of the Four Directions Endless, Ancient Sovereign? Zhou Xuanji asked. Although the boundless universe wasn't created by Guzun, it was all thanks to him that the Four Directions boundless universe was formed. No, that guy has long since transformed into the boundless Great Tao. The Guzun you met was his inner demon. He ran out in the past, wreaking havoc in all directions. Then, he was expelled by the Great Tao and disappeared into the depths of the boundless Great Tao. No one knows where he went. Every time he comes out, he's like a madman. Just ignore him. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there was someone who could restrain Guzun, that was enough. He continued, first it was Qin Zun, then Guzun. Do you think there's something fishy going on? He felt that this was too much of a coincidence. The lawless fire god replied, of course there are. But it doesn't matter. You've already achieved eternity, so there's no need to be afraid. As long as the boundless universe is not destroyed, you won't die. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. What was he talking about? What if the boundless universe was destroyed? He suddenly remembered what happened to him in the future. The Sword Emperor was the one who created everything, which meant that the current Four Directions Endless would be destroyed sooner or later. Of course, the future he went to might not be real. Chapter 1057. Go back and cultivate. I can feel that you've grown stronger. It must be because of the Prime Sovereign. Don't take it to heart and cut ties with him. Lawless Fire God reminded again, and Zhou Xuanji nodded. Since Fire God said so, he didn't have to worry about Guzun. After that, Zhou Xuanji turned around and returned to the Star's Palace. 100 years later. He had Guzun's whereabouts. Guzun found Gujuagio and easily defeated him, causing Gujuagio to be heavily injured and go into seclusion. Western Endless Army and Southern Endless immediately retreated to defend Western Endless. It was Jianghu who reported to Zhou Xuanji. She now had endless intelligence from all sides. The ancient sovereign's name was very important, so she had to come personally to tell Zhou Xuanji. Xuanji, is that person really Guzun? Jianghu asked worriedly. Gujuagio was heavily injured. Would Zhou Xuanji be next? Zhou Xuanji had the same status as Gujuagio after all. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He then told him about Guzun's background. Jiang Shui's eyes widened in shock. You're the one who asked Guzun to deal with Gujuagio? The news has spread like wildfire in the outside world. Everyone is saying that Guzun is going to rule the world again. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He indeed wants to, but he will not succeed. Let him be. Soon, he will be judged by the true Great Tao of Ancient Sovereign. Guzun would probably deal with Qin Zun next. This was good as well. He could delay Qin Zun from finding trouble with him. That's right, Tanhua and Little Jade's battle in Southern Boundless is about to end. Should I summon them back? Jiang Shui changed the topic. As a mother, how could she not be worried about her children going out to fight? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, let's wait a little longer. Now is the time of their glory. After the victory, we still have to win the hearts of the people. If we let them return now, wouldn't we be giving away the fruits of our labor to others? After such a long war, the divine generals must have a group of loyal subordinates. If Zhou Tanhua were to return now, those soldiers who wanted to join him might be intercepted. After all, Zhou Tanhua was Zhou Xuanji's son. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, they were very far away from Zhou Tanhua. Only by joining other divine generals could they get closer to Zhou Tanhua. Jiang Shui thought about it and felt that it made sense, so she didn't mention it again. She did not disturb Zhou Xuanji anymore and turned to leave. She continued to monitor the endless intelligence reports around her. Sitting on the throne, Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled. He could see Zhou Tanhua's situation. They were connected by blood, and Zhou Xuanji was in the eternal realm. He could easily see Zhou Tanhua's situation from afar. Not only Zhou Tanhua, but also Zhou Shaoxian and Zhou Tianyuan. This kid is really different from before. He has my style. Zhou Xuanji smiled with satisfaction. Although Zhou Tanhua looked as calm as before, his eyes were brimming with vigor, giving off an aura of fearlessness. At first glance, he already had the demeanor of a powerhouse, and was no longer the young man who was obsessed with cultivation. After watching for a while, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate. Although he was calm, the outside world was in turmoil. The appearance of a Gu Zun was even more shocking than the revival of a cardinal heaven expert. Even within the Sword Emperor Divine Court, everyone was discussing this matter. After Gu Zun defeated Gu Juejiao, he wreaked havoc in the Western Endless Lands. Soon, it was revealed that Qin Zun had challenged Gu Zun. The two of them battled for a day and a night. In the end, Qin Zun was heavily injured and returned in low spirits. It was said that half of his soul was taken away. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised to hear about this. In his opinion, no matter how strong Qin Zun was, he could never be stronger than Gu Zun. From now on, it would be hard for Qin Zun to find trouble with him. Decades later, Zhou Tanhua came back. He walked into the Stars Hall with 2 court sovereigns and dozens of divine generals in a majestic manner. Zhou Tanhua had inherited Zhou Xuanji's handsomeness and temperament. Even Zhou Xuanji felt that Zhou Tanhua was really like him when he looked at him. Father, southern Wujin is basically under our control. Since the withdrawal of western Wujin's army, eastern Wujin has also begun to retreat one after another. Zhou Tanhua half knelt down and reported with cupped fists. His tone was neither arrogant nor humble. Zhou Xuanji smiled with satisfaction and said, "Well done. From now on, I confer you the title of Sword God Lord." Zhou Tanhua's cultivation was only one step away from the imperishable realm. In terms of real combat power, he was already comparable to an imperishable realm expert. Coupled with his achievements, the other divine lords had no reason to be dissatisfied. "Thank you, Father. Your son will not let you down." Zhou Tanhua didn't refuse and immediately agreed. This time, he had seen too many tragic scenes when he went to southern Wujin. Even in the endless universe, many creatures were suffering. He felt the need to save those who were suffering. He finally understood why Zhou Xuanji had come this far. The law of the jungle had already developed to the extreme in the boundless universe. All of you will listen to the divine swordsman from now on. As for the other rewards, I will get someone to send them to your residences. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Tanhua's men were extremely excited. Although they were loyal to Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Xuanji was still their highest faith. It was the same for everyone in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. The undefeatable Sword Emperor was the highest existence in the northern Endless Lands. "Thank you, Your Majesty the Sword Emperor," everyone in the palace said in unison. It was the first time for many of them to see Zhou Xuanji, and even though they tried to restrain themselves, they could not hide their excitement. Zhou Xuanji comforted him a few more times before asking Zhou Tanhua to take the others to rest. When he was the only one left in the hall, he rubbed his chin and smiled. "Not bad, not bad. In the future, no matter where I go, this kid can support me," Zhou Xuanji mumbled. Staying in the Stars Palace for a long time was too boring for him. He still wanted to go out and explore. The boundless universe was so big, but he still hadn't explored all of it. There was also the mysterious uncharted zone that attracted him. That day, Zhou Xuanji asked Jinsheng to summon the Sword Emperor Divine Court and confer Zhou Tanhua the title of the 13th Divine Lord, Sword Divine Lord. When this news spread, the Sword Emperor Divine Court was in an uproar. This time, there were no voices of doubt. Over the past hundreds of years, Zhou Tanhua's victories had been continuously reported. In the hearts of all living beings, he was already the #1 heaven's chosen one in the north. His talent was not inferior to his father's. Even Zhou Tanhua's son, Zhou Tianyuan, had received a lot of attention because of this. The Sword Emperor's talent was world-shaking. Since his son was like this, no matter how bad his grandson was, he wouldn't be too bad. On the Astral River Stairway, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua walked side by side. Xian Xianghua curled her lips and said, "This brat is truly awe-inspiring, but he's too low profile. If it was me, I would definitely be high-spirited." Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Of course, he's my son. Luckily, he's not like you." Xian Xianghua turned around and glared at him. Although she was complaining, her heart was filled with pride. "My son is not bad." She used to worry about whether Zhou Tanhua would feel pressured when he grew up because Zhou Xuanji was just too heaven-defying. Now, it seemed that she had worried too much. Her son's innate talent was also ridiculously strong. Chapter 1058. Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua continued to walk the Star River stairs, chatting as they walked. The star's domain was even more spectacular than before. Many powerhouses moved their great worlds here to decorate the universe and paint this magnificent scenery of the Star River. "How's your mortal fate?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He asked Xian Xianghua, mortal sovereign, and Shen Nianqing to work together to spread the mortal qi and condense the fate of all living beings in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. By then, the stronger the Sword Emperor Divine Court, the stronger the fate of all living beings. One's glory, one's loss, one's loss. Although the harm was great, the benefits were also great. With the Sword Emperor Divine Court's fate, the cultivation of all living beings would be smoother. Zhou Xuanji had the confidence to protect the Sword Emperor Divine Court. In fact, the other three Endless Worlds Overlord-level forces did the same. Some fell, and some flourished. The mortal qi that Zhou Xuanji chose was not too strong. If he encountered a calamity, it could be resolved. Although it would cause a backlash to all living beings, the impact was not great. "It's okay. Sovereign and the others have already gone to Southern Endless. I'm preaching in Northern Endless," Xian Xianghua replied with a smile. It was much better to have something to do than to cultivate in seclusion. And this was a great contribution. Once it was done, she would become famous in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Deep down, she was still the Xian Xianghua who pursued the world's top cultivator. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Be careful these days. There are always some strange things popping up out of nowhere." Xian Xianghua nodded. She had also heard about Gu Zun. He defeated Gu Juejiao and Qin Zun easily. His strength was indeed terrifying. The two chatted for a while, and Zhou Xuanji decided to accompany Xian Xianghua to preach. Come to think of it, the two had not been alone for a long time, or rather, traveled together. Back then, he was just a child, and Xian Xianghua was the world's top demon. And now, he had become someone she could rely on. The mystery, excitement, and anxiety at that time had disappeared. Zhou Xuanji still missed that feeling occasionally. Of course, it was just nostalgia. He didn't want to go back. 130 years later. The Sword Emperor Divine Court announced that Southern Endless was under the control of the Divine Court. When this news came out, it shocked the entire boundless universe. Although the Sword Emperor Divine Court's domination of the southern boundless continent was already set in stone, no one had expected it to happen so quickly. Zhou Xuanji's growth was too legendary. Grow fast, grow high. Since ancient times, no one in the long river of history could compare to him. Zhou Xuanji sent 5 divine lords to clean up the mess, including some trusted aides in the Kunlun origin court. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, Beixiao Wangjian and the others were sent to take charge. As the outside world was in an uproar, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Kunlun origin court to visit Daoist old man and his mother, Lady Zhao Xian. "Xuanji, you've just taken control of Nan Wujin, aren't you going to take a look for yourself?" Daoist old man asked curiously. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with curiosity in his eyes. Just how strong was this brat now? Lady Zhao Xian cupped her face in her hands and looked at Zhou Xuanji dotingly. In the past, she would never have imagined that her son would reach such heights. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I have to get someone else to do it. If I have to do everything myself, how weak would the foundation of this Sword Emperor Divine Court be? Lady Zhao Xian also said, That's right, that's right. The boundless universe is not the northern wilderness. Even the Kunlun origin court is just a grain of sand in the boundless universe. If Xuanji has to run around in such a massive region, won't he die of exhaustion? Seeing this mother and son pair echo each other, Daoist old man helplessly shook his head. Zhou Xuanji put away his smile and said, In actuality, I'm still a bit confused. I hope you can guide me. Daoist old man and Lady Zhao Xian were stunned. How could Zhou Xuanji be confused? He did not know how to unify the Western Boundless and Eastern Boundless. Zhou Xuanji continued to say, My current accomplishments are already very high, but I always feel that this is not suitable for me. I want to go out and explore the unknown impassable regions, but if I go, I might not come back for a long time. Even though he was used to bitterly cultivating, that did not mean he liked this kind of life. Daoist old man and Lady Zhao Xian fell silent. They knew what the impassable regions represented. They instinctively wanted to dissuade him, but seeing Zhou Xuanji's calm expression, their words were stuck in their throats. Zhou Xuanji rarely came back to see them, and now that he had come back with great difficulty, they could not easily answer his questions. If you want to go, then go. As long as you settle down the Sword Emperor Divine Court, Daoist old man said seriously. Lady Zhao Xian felt quite startled and wanted to dissuade him, but she did not know how. With Zhou Xuanji's cultivation and accomplishments, what right did she have to dissuade him? Even though she was worried about Zhou Xuanji's safety, she also wanted him to be happy and not be so preoccupied. Didn't he say that he has already become an eternal being? At most, he will come back a bit later. Before you leave, you have to explain this to your wife and children, Daoist old man said as he waved his hand. Thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji was this kind of person. He was never fixed to a single place and loved to wander about. Even though he often had no choice, he still enjoyed it. Lady Zhao Xian sighed and said, All right, do as you wish. However, you have to be careful outside. After all, there are always people more powerful than you out there. Zhou Xuanji nodded and smiled as he said, Don't worry, even if I leave, it won't be now. He began to talk about the boredom he had felt over the past few years. Recently, he no longer enjoyed closed-door cultivation and was always wandering around. Daoist old man and Lady Zhao Xian listened while looking at each other. It turned out that he had been wondering about this for a long time. The unreachable region. The dark universe was shrouded in a boundless gray fog, and a massive gate glowing with blue light stood tall. A figure broke through the gray fog and walked over. This person was a Cardinal Heaven. The Cardinal Heaven was wearing a black robe. His face was a little pale, and he was no longer as arrogant as before. He looked at the massive gate glowing with blue light with excitement on his face. Found it. Finally found it. The Cardinal Heaven mumbled to himself, his voice trembling. A vague soul rose from behind him, and the voice of Hunyuan Heaven came, Are we really going to do this? The Cardinal Heaven snorted, What else can we do? Now that our reputation has been ruined, do you still want to live? Hunyuan Heaven was silent. This is the Eternal God Gate. The founder and sovereign Gu have been inside before, and that's why they could create eternal achievements. If we succeed, we will be able to unify the endless world. At that time, let alone Sovereign Qin, even Sovereign Zhao, Sovereign Wang, and Sovereign Tang will be a joke. The Cardinal Heaven said in a deep voice, suppressing his excitement. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. He could not wait to rush into the Eternal God Gate. He was getting closer and closer to the Eternal God Gate. At this moment, a voice came, You are courting death. The Cardinal Heaven looked back in horror and cried out, Why are you here? Chapter 1059. Zhou Xuanji did not know that a Cardinal Heaven expert had already gone to search for the Eternal God Gate. He was currently dealing with the unification of Northern Endless and Southern Endless. The two sides had fought for many years, and it was very difficult for them to completely fuse. Zhou Xuanji was discussing with the Divine Lords in the Star's Palace. Most of the time, it was the Divine Lords talking. Yuan Sheng and Jin Sheng had also returned and were also participating in the discussion. Zhou Tianhua stood at the side, occasionally giving advice, but most of the time, he just listened quietly. There was nothing he could do about this. He was only suited to lead an army into battle and cultivate. Zhou Xuanji was also analyzing in detail. Yuan Sheng had proposed to unify the southern lands. Jin Sheng felt that they could first restore stability before gradually gathering the various powers of southern lands. Southern Limitless was huge, and if he wanted to subdue it, he would need to expend a large amount of manpower and resources. Alright, how about this? Build a large number of teleportation formations at the border of the two endless realms, and the two endless realms will each select a batch of realms to exchange, thus facilitating the fusion of the two endless realms. Send some of the rulers of the northern endless realms to the southern endless realms, and select some powerful beings from the southern endless realms to rule the northern endless realms. Zhou Xuanji said, interrupting the Divine Lord's conversation. This suggestion was made by a Divine Lord, and it received the approval of a portion of the people. As soon as he spoke, the debate came to an end. What the Divine Lords wanted was for Zhou Xuanji to make the final decision. No matter what the plan was, Nan Wujin was already in their control. After Zhou Xuanji made the decision, Yuan Sheng and Jin Sheng immediately took action. Also, we have to pay close attention to the lawless regions around the two sides. It won't be long before the lawless regions launch an attack on the endless universe. The lawless regions are our true enemies. Zhou Xuanji said seriously as he looked at the Divine Lords. Then, he explained the specific arrangements. After speaking for 4 hours, he finally let the Divine Lords leave, leaving Zhou Tianhua behind. Father, what's the matter? Zhou Tianhua asked with a puzzled look on his face. There shouldn't be anything for him to do now. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and signaled for him to come up. Without hesitation, Zhou Tianhua quickly came to Zhou Xuanji's side and bent down. If I asked you to take over the Sword Emperor Divine Court, would you dare? Zhou Xuanji looked straight at him and asked calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianhua's heart thumped. He asked cautiously, Father, are you joking? Even though he had already transformed, he did not dare to imagine that he would be able to control such a huge Sword Emperor Divine Court. The pressure was enough to suffocate him. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Don't worry, there will be people to assist you. I want to go out for a walk, but the Sword Emperor Divine Court needs someone to oversee it. He was not worried that his son would make him a mere figurehead. That would be even better. He would be able to travel with peace of mind. Where do you want to go? Zhou Tianhua asked with a frown. Unreachable area. Zhou Tianhua's pupils shrank and he instantly fell silent. After fighting for so many years in the southern endless lands, his knowledge and experience had far surpassed what he had experienced in the past. He already had a certain level of understanding towards the lawless regions. He knew how unfathomable and dangerous the lawless region was. Is it because of the eternal divine gate? Zhou Tianhua asked. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I don't intend to touch that thing, and you should do the same in the future. Stay away from it. I just want to see how many unknown regions are hidden in the lawless region. Now that Northern Boundless and Southern Boundless have been united, Eastern Boundless and Western Boundless have suffered great losses. They will not come to us for the time being. If there's anything, I have so many subordinates who can help you strategize. I will also leave a clone behind to support you. Zhou Tianhua wanted to say something but hesitated. He really wanted to refuse, but he could hear the expectation in Zhou Xuanji's tone. From the day Zhou Xuanji supported him, he had a premonition that this day would come. It was just that he didn't expect this day to come so soon. Don't worry, there is still some time before I leave. I will tell you in advance. Next, I will ask Yuan Sheng to take you to familiarize you with the various power points of the Sword Emperor Divine Court, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Next, he pulled Zhou Tianhua aside and told him about his childhood. In the past, Zhou Xuanji had always treated Zhou Tianhua as a child because this kid maintained the appearance of a teenager. But now, he had changed his mind and turned into an adult. He looked exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Tianhua, on the other hand, felt a little upset in his heart. It was as if Zhou Xuanji was about to disappear. After chatting for a long time, Zhou Xuanji finally let him go. He has really grown up, Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His emotions were a little complicated. Although he had always been protecting his children, he suddenly felt that he was a little ashamed to be a father. After 180 years, Northern Boundless and Southern Boundless had merged together. The two sides had opened a spacetime channel, allowing creatures to come and go freely. A behemoth was rising. All living beings in the Sword Emperor Divine Court were also excited by the power of the Divine Court. All of them were cultivating hard. Zhou Xuanji first preached the ancestral voice to Nan Boundless. He used the ancestral voice of 20 years to buy the hearts of all living beings. After that, he helped Zhou Tianhua familiarize himself with everything in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Without anyone noticing, he quietly left. Not only him, but also Jianghu. Jianghu gave up her authority to gather intelligence and resolutely followed Zhou Xuanji, saying that she wanted to live and die with him. Zhou Xuanji didn't refuse. Once he encountered danger, he could put Jianghu into his soul world. After leaving Northern Boundless, Jianghu became lively. She always had a smile on her face. Are you that happy? You keep smiling? Zhou Xuanji asked in a bad mood. Jianghu giggled and said, of course, we haven't wandered together for a long time. In her memory, what she missed the most was always when they were young. She and Zhou Xuanji depended on each other. At that time, she could still take care of Zhou Xuanji. Now, she wanted to take care of Zhou Xuanji, but Zhou Xuanji didn't have such a need. Keep smiling. Maybe you will cry if I suddenly die, Zhou Xuanji said in a bad mood. Although he was scolding her, his face was still full of smiles. He was actually quite happy to have Jiang Shui's company. After all, she was the closest person to him. The two held hands and moved forward. A ray of light appeared at the end of the universe in front of them. It quickly expanded and was extremely spectacular. Zhou Xuanji immediately took Jiang Shui into his soul world. He then took out the suppressive sword and prepared to fight. Is this Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? A loud and domineering voice came. Zhou Xuanji saw a figure rushing over. He was extremely fast. If he hadn't already stepped into the Eternal Realm, he might not have been able to detect this person's speed. Soon, the man stopped. Zhou Xuanji took a closer look. This person was covered in flames. His face was wild and his smile was very sinister. His body was as strong as an iron tower. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "The elder guessed that you would come. He specially asked me to invite you." Elder. Zhou Xuanji was surprised. The news of him leaving hadn't been leaked. The elder said that a sword emperor who will unify the four boundless directions will come during this period. He asked me to invite you with great hospitality, the man continued. Chapter 1060. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a while and decided to follow the flaming man to meet that elder. He could use this opportunity to learn about the Lawless Region's factions. Although everyone knew about the Lawless Region, and the Sword Emperor Divine Court had sent spies to search for it, the Lawless Region was still unknown. Even the powerful Lawless Fire God did not dare to act recklessly in the Lawless Region. Our elder is looking forward to meeting you. He must be very happy that you can come. Along the way, the flaming man was very friendly and treated Zhou Xuanji as an esteemed guest. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile and did not put on any airs. The two traveled swiftly in the Lawless Region's universe. A few hours later, they came to a patch of black light. After passing through the black light, the front was extremely bright. Zhou Xuanji came to another world. It was radiating with boundless radiance and layers of clouds. At the end of the sky, there was a massive city. It was extremely majestic, and halos surrounded the city. This place, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He could clearly sense a vast power permeating this world. More accurately, it was will. Eternal will. He did not expect to encounter an eternal cultivator so soon. The lawless region was indeed filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. No wonder the lawless region could penetrate all directions without being devoured by Primeval Sovereign's great Tao. A powerful being that was not inferior to Primeval Sovereign was hiding here. Under the Flaming Man's lead, Zhou Xuanji quickly entered the city. The city was huge, but there were not many living beings in it. Although there were not many, Zhou Xuanji could sense the powerful aura of the living beings. Even the weakest one was at the imperishable stage. How can it be so powerful? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was fearful of the lawless region. Just this world alone was enough to shake all directions. Soon, they flew into a tall tower. This tower was magnificent. After entering the gate, they were greeted by 2 rows of majestic golden god statues. They were in different postures and looked like afterimages. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji saw an old man who was tens of thousands of meters tall. He sat on a chair and did not move an inch. Zhou Xuanji flew up and met the old man's gaze. "Senior, are you the elder of this world?" he asked. The Flaming Man bowed to the 30,000-meter-tall old man before turning around and leaving. The 30,000-meter-tall elder opened his eyes and gave an amiable smile as he said, "Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji, I've long since been looking forward to meeting you." Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "You've seen me before?" "I haven't, but you're the only existence in the boundless universe who has attained eternity. You have hope of standing shoulder to shoulder with Prime Sovereign, and you might even be able to surpass him. That's because your body hides a secret that even I can't see through," the 100,000-foot-old man said with a mocking tone. Zhou Xuanji's heart jolted. Could he see the supreme legendary sword system? "You do not need to think too much about it. I do not have any malice towards you. On the contrary, I only have goodwill towards you. I wish to cooperate with you," the 10,000 zhang old man continued. Cooperation? Zhou Xuanji became wary. With their cultivation, how could they work together? It was most likely related to the boundless universe. "That's right. I want to return to the boundless universe with my people. However, the will of the ancient sovereign rejects us. If you are willing to help us, the Chang God tribe is willing to protect the divine court of the Sword Emperor," the old man said seriously. As expected. Zhou Xuanji did not agree immediately but began to analyze the pros and cons. He did not know much about the Chang God tribe. What if these fellows started to run amok after entering the Sword Emperor Divine Court? With the strength of the Sword Emperor Divine Court, they would not be able to stop them. The 30,000-meter-old man did not disturb Zhou Xuanji and allowed him to think seriously. A while later, Zhou Xuanji looked up and said, "Sorry, I cannot agree because I do not know you people well enough." They were both at the eternal stage, so he was not afraid of the 30,000-meter-old man acting recklessly. Having heard this, the 30,000-meter-old man was not enraged. Instead, he smiled and said, "It's good to be cautious. How about this, why don't you stay with us for a while? You can tell me what you want." Zhou Xuanji muttered, "I want to understand the lawless region's current situation and the distribution of factions." The 30,000-meter-old man squinted his eyes and said meaningfully, "The lawless region is very deep. Even I do not know how many gods are hidden there. What I can tell you is that ever since the boundless universe was born, all the gods have left their descendants in the lawless region. This is for eternal inheritance. Maybe even the primogenitor's bloodline exists here." Gods. What was a god? Could it be that the god race represented a type of power? When you reach level 2 eternal will, your descendants will gradually transform into the bloodline of the god race that belongs to you, the 30,000-meter-old man explained. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. This meant that the 30,000-meter-old man had at least reached level 2 eternal will? Or even more powerful? Most importantly, there were countless of such beings. How terrifying would that be? Zhou Xuanji shuddered at the thought of it. He suddenly felt that he was so insignificant. The endless battles around him were a complete joke. It's not as exaggerated as you think. We are all ants that live without purpose. All the god races can only survive in the cracks of the boundless universe by working together, the 30,000-meter-old man said with a smile, shaking his head. Zhou Xuanji was even more confused. Was the ancient sovereign that powerful? The ancient sovereign obtained the sovereign's serendipity. Do you understand now? The 30,000-meter-old man continued. Sovereign's serendipity. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. Obtaining the sovereign's serendipity could suppress all the god races? That was too exaggerated. Although the supreme legendary sword system was powerful, it was not to such an outrageous extent. Sword Emperor, do you have the sovereign serendipity too? The 30,000-meter-old man asked with a smile. His smile became unfathomable, and no one could guess what he was thinking. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, obtaining the sovereign serendipity can unite the boundless universe. Do you think I did it? True. The 30,000-meter-old man nodded and stopped smiling. After that, Zhou Xuanji exchanged some pleasantries with him before leaving. After walking out of the Golden Tower, Zhou Xuanji bumped into the Flaming Man. Lord Sword Emperor, let me arrange a place for you to stay, the Flaming Man said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He wanted to know more about the Chang god race. Half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji landed in a courtyard surrounded by mountains and forests. It was quite secluded. If you have any instructions, just call out my name. You can call me Cracked Frost, the Flaming Man said with a smile. After that, he transformed into a ball of flames and left quickly. Cracked Frost? What an interesting name. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to enter the house, a head popped out from behind the wall. It was a young girl who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. She was quite pretty. Pest, she hissed at Zhou Xuanji and signaled him to turn around. Zhou Xuanji looked at her and smiled. What's the matter? Imperishable stage. Just one step away from the eternal stage. This young girl must not be simple. The young girl leaped into the courtyard. She wore a blue dress with a lotus flower, and her hair was let down naturally. She stared at Zhou Xuanji and said mysteriously, "You came to the wrong place." Chapter 1061. Why do you say that? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. The young woman replied, the Chang god tribe is filled with resentment towards the lawless region. They're just enduring silently. Zhou Xuanji became even more curious. He looked at the girl closely. Could it be that she didn't belong to the Chang god tribe? Of course I'm from the Chang god race. However, my status is very high, so I can say whatever I want. They wouldn't dare to blame me, the young woman giggled. She walked up to Zhou Xuanji and circled around him. Tisk, tsk. You're probably not even 20,000 years old yet. Your soul is really tender. You've already attained the eternal realm at such a young age. Amazing. The girl continued to smile as she looked at Zhou Xuanji in amazement. Zhou Xuanji was very calm and was not affected by her gaze. Do I leave now? He asked. It better be so. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji began to weigh the pros and cons. The lawless region was so vast that he didn't necessarily have to learn about it from the Chang god tribe. Although this girl could be lying, it wouldn't do him any harm to leave now. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder. I'll take my leave now." He turned around and prepared to leave. Remember, if you manage to come into contact with the Supreme's opportunity, you must not expose it no matter what. Also, do not bring it near the Eternal God Gate. Something terrible will happen. The young lady said seriously. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He waved his hand and directly entered spiritless mode, leaving the Chang God race's world. As soon as he left, the face of the old man appeared in the sky above the courtyard. The girl raised her head and giggled at the old man. The old man frowned. He sighed worriedly and said, "Why?" The girl looked up and said, "The eternal gods should stay far away from the outside world. This is good for both of us. Have we not gotten used to our current lives?" "You don't understand," the old man faintly said. After he finished speaking, his face disappeared. "All clansmen, listen up. Chase after Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji and capture him at all costs." The old man's voice rang out once more, resounding through the entire world. There was a loud bang. The giant city shook as waves of boundless and terrifying aura erupted. Within the spacetime kaleidoscope, Zhou Xuanji heard the 30,000-meter-tall elder's voice and shook his head. It seemed like the divine race could not be trusted. He immediately sped up, and the kaleidoscopes around him turned pale. It looked like they had sunk into nothingness, but in reality, his speed had already reached its limit. Even an eternal existence would find it difficult to catch up to him. After all, he had attained the eternal realm in the spiritless state. After flying for several hours, Zhou Xuanji exited the godly state, and he appeared in a vast sea of stars. At first glance, it looked a bit like the Milky Way. Very beautiful. Zhou Xuanji spread out his will to examine this starry sea. There was nothing out of the ordinary. It looked like there weren't any eternal gods around. Zhou Xuanji let Jianghu out, and she asked him what had happened out of curiosity. He did not hide it from her. After listening to him, Jianghu frowned. Jianghu sighed and said, "Next time, don't be so rash and enter deep into the enemy's territory alone. If it wasn't for the reminder from a noble, you would be in deep trouble now." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled, "Don't worry, they can't trap me. My eternal realm is for escaping. It's better to be careful. Nothing is absolute." "Okay, I'll listen to you, okay? That's more like it." The two of them chatted and laughed as they advanced. This time, Zhou Xuanji had no specific goal. He just wanted to look around and understand the lawless region. To be on the safe side, Zhou Xuanji split out hundreds of avatars in all directions and kept a distance from them. If anything happened, he would know in advance. The lawless region was much more dangerous than the endless universe. The starry sky was filled with spacetime storms. Such storms contained power that was not inferior to the imperishable realm. Once swept into them, most living beings would be destroyed in both body and soul. With Zhou Xuanji's protection, Jianghu could easily travel through the spacetime storms without being affected. Zhou Xuanji discovered a formless will hidden in the depths of the spacetime storms. Eternal will. Could these spacetime storms be left behind by an eternal existence? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. The spacetime storms were everywhere. It should not be intentional. Could it be that the eternal existence had already fallen, and his will was scattered and wreaking havoc in the lawless region? Zhou Xuanji felt that this was most likely the case. An eternal existence must have fallen because they encountered a more powerful force. Zhou Xuanji thought about it deeply and immediately shuddered. How powerful was the lawless region? If there's no other way, let's go back. At least the great Tao is protecting us, Jianghu said. She could see the fear in Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Zhou Xuanji was rarely so fearful of someone. Having heard her, Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, "That's better. You can return to my soul and cultivate first. I found something and want to take a look." Jianghu nodded hesitantly. Zhou Xuanji stored her into his soul world. Then, he entered the spiritless mode and disappeared. The next moment, Zhou Xuanji stopped in a pitch-black space. He raised his hand and grabbed. A black crystal appeared in his hand. "What's this?" he mumbled curiously. He probed into the black crystal with his eternal will. Boom! A violent energy exploded and resisted Zhou Xuanji's eternal will. He opened his eyes abruptly in shock. Such a powerful energy. He immediately began collecting the black crystals. He could sense that there were many more black crystals like this around him. A while later, an aura came swiftly, and he looked back in shock. His expression turned strange. The person who came was someone he knew. Gujuagio. Why did this guy appear here? Gujuagio noticed Zhou Xuanji too. He stopped immediately with a deep frown. Zhou Xuanji, he said with gritted teeth. Murderous intent shot out from his eyes. He could not wait to attack immediately. But he knew that Zhou Xuanji had already surpassed him. Back when Gu Zun bullied him, he mentioned Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji did not know that Gu Zun sold him out. Why are you here? He looked at Gujuagio and asked. I should be the one asking you. Gujuagio snorted coldly. He was thinking about how to kill Zhou Xuanji. I came to the lawless region to take a look. I realized that the eternal gods here are all very powerful. We can't compare to them at all, Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. At the same time, he reminded Gujuagio that they could only resist the lawless region together. Gujuagio's face turned even more unsightly. He seemed to have thought of something. He clenched his fists, and his body trembled. Let's work together. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked with a deep voice. How? I'm here to find the sovereign serendipity. Let's work together and share it. Can we share the sovereign serendipity? Of course. Back then, Gu Zun shared the sovereign serendipity with others, which is why the lawless region exists today. Or else, with Gu Zun's power back then, the lawless region would not have appeared. Chapter 1062. Sharing the Supreme Opportunity. Zhou Xuanji fell into hesitation. Should he work with Gujuagio? He felt that Gujuagio would not be so sincere. However, he was in the eternal realm, while Gujuagio was just an undying existence. The difference in their realms was like heaven and earth, so he didn't need to be afraid. Alright, do you know where the supreme opportunity is? Zhou Xuanji promised and asked. Gujuagio's eyes flickered. Yes, have you heard of the Eternal God Gate? Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji turned and left. It quickly disappeared into the depths of the universe. Gujuagio quickly caught up with him and asked anxiously, what are you doing? Why are you leaving so suddenly? You're crazy. I don't want to get involved with the Eternal God Gate. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice. He thought that Gujuagio had found some serendipity. In the end, it was the Eternal God Gate. He felt like he had been played. Gujuagio panicked and quickly advised, the Eternal God Gate is not as dangerous as the rumors say. Qin Zun came from the Eternal God Gate. He told me that there are countless fortunes hidden in the Eternal God Gate. As long as we kill our way out, even mortals can become immortal or even stronger. Zhou Xuanji stopped and asked in astonishment, Sovereign Qin is from the boundless universe? Gujuagio nodded, that's right. He entered the Eternal God Gate by mistake 7 billion years ago and recently came out to make a name for himself. 7 billion years ago, that was a really long time ago. Zhou Xuanji was not tempted. Compared to Gujuagio, he trusted the fire god more. In any case, I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourself. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and rejected again. He passed by Gujuagio and continued to move forward. Gujuagio gritted his teeth and cursed, Zhou Xuanji, you coward. Are you that scared? Zhou Xuanji ignored him and continued ahead. Gujuagio had no choice but to leave. Zhou Xuanji did not take this episode to heart. Since Gujuagio wanted to die, then let him go. Just as the two of them separated, a horrifying aura descended suddenly and enveloped Zhou Xuanji. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji, where do you dare to run to? A violent cry came, and Zhou Xuanji's soul was shaken. An eternal existence. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the sword fusion technique, and his entire body shone with a brilliant silver radiance. The eternal will fused into his soul, and he immediately entered the spiritless state, arriving in a pale white spacetime. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That person was tall and wore silver chainmail. He stood on two dragon-shaped red clouds, and behind him were raging flames. His entire body gave off a great pressure, and the light he gave off made it impossible for others to look directly at his face. The Chang God tribe? Zhou Xuanji asked. Two swords of light appeared in his hands as he prepared to fight. That's right, I am the second elder of the Chang God clan. Zhou Xuanji, come back with me, or else you will suffer. The other party replied in a domineering tone, not allowing Zhou Xuanji to refute. Second elder? Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. The Chang God clan's foundations were quite deep. Sorry, I will make you feel very uncomfortable, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Although he was always smiling now, he was never afraid of battle. In fact, he yearned for it. Great timing. He had never fought in eternal existence before. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's aura exploded, and numerous swords of light appeared in the air. The dense swords inundated the second elder of Chang deity. The second elder of the deity Chang scoffed, if that's the case, then I'll show you the power of a second layer will. After he spoke, he charged out of the sea of swords. Zhou Xuanji moved instinctively. Just when he appeared in another place, the second elder of the deity Chang appeared behind him. At the same time. So fast. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He slashed backward. The second elder's right palm landed on his body. Boom! The silver radiance on Zhou Xuanji's body exploded immediately. His body was destroyed, and only his soul was left. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately activated the exterminating divine eyes. The exterminating divine light swept out, but it was a pity that it did not hit the second elder. The second elder was extremely fast. It could even be said that he could predict Zhou Xuanji's movements. Every time Zhou Xuanji moved, the second elder could follow him almost at the same time. This guy can predict my movements? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. His opponent was a second-layer eternal will. Speed might be one of the reasons. Prediction might be the second reason. Zhou Xuanji's eternal will was only in the spiritless mode. He could not gain any advantage against the second elder at all. No. If this continued, he would surely be defeated. Zhou Xuanji immediately created billions of doppelgangers that covered the pale spacetime. These doppelgangers charged towards the second elder of the divine Chang clan. The second elder laughed mockingly and destroyed the doppelgangers with ease. The sword emperor is only so-so. I can't see any sharpness in your sword. The second elder mocked. He was in a good mood. As long as he could capture Zhou Xuanji, the Chang God clan would have a chance to slaughter their way into the boundless universe. They could finally go home. At this moment, thunder clouds suddenly condensed above his head. He looked up but did not sense any threat. Zhou Xuanji himself charged over with his sword and drew his attention away. Ancestral Dragon Sword. A giant silver dragon appeared. Its entire body was made of eternal will. It was indestructible and unstoppable. The second elder laughed with disdain. He turned his palm and destroyed the ancestral dragon that Zhou Xuanji had transformed into. Before him, Zhou Xuanji was so vulnerable. The difference between a first-layer eternal will and a second-layer eternal will made one despair. But Zhou Xuanji did not despair. He appeared quickly with a peculiar smile. You can still smile? The second elder asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji pointed at the second elder's head. He looked up. The thunderclouds billowed, and he could vaguely see a silhouette materializing. He shook his head with a smile and said, "Such tricks cannot threaten me. Any power that was not at the eternal stage could not hurt him." And Zhou Xuanji was much weaker than him. Really? Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. Boom! The thunderclouds exploded suddenly. A horrifying silhouette descended and slammed its palm toward the second elder. The second elder's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge but realized that he could not move at all. This is Gu Zun. How can it be? He roared, his voice filled with fear. In the next second, he was forced to his knees by Gu Zun's palm. Destiny Manifestation Technique. Zhou Xuanji used his eternal will to activate this technique. The destiny calamity that he created was also at the eternal level. So your death calamity is Gu Zun, he said in amazement. This meant that Gu Zun could be revived in the future. The second elder struggled with all his might. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and cursed furiously, "Dispel this technique. Or else, I will slaughter your Sword Emperor Divine Court when I enter the northern boundless realm." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said unpleasantly, "Be smart and don't talk nonsense. Just wait for your death." Gu Zun swung his palm again, faster and faster. The palms landed one after another. There was no shocking attack, and there was still some distance between them. The second elder's aura plummeted rapidly under the impact of the formless energy. His body was destroyed, and his soul was on the verge of collapse. End of chapter. Chapter 1063. The Eternal Will's fate manifestation technique was extremely powerful. When Second Elder Changshan's death tribulation was that of a prime sovereign, the outcome was already decided. No matter how hard Second Elder Changshan struggled, he could not resist Gu Zun's terrifying pressure. Zhou Xuanji looked at Second Elder Changshan from afar. He suddenly thought of his world Buddha art. Using the eternal will to activate world internalization, would it be able to absorb the eternal will of the Changshan Second Elder? As soon as he thought of this, he immediately took action. He quickly flew behind the Second Elder of Deity Chang and pierced the Second Elder's soul body with his sword. He began absorbing Second Elder Changshan's eternal will. Boom! The Second Elder's eternal will clashed with Zhou Xuanji's eternal will. Zhou Xuanji frowned. As expected, it didn't work. In the end, the eternal will was eternal and indestructible. It could not be absorbed. Every eternal will had to be cultivated on its own. Zhou Xuanji could only back off helplessly. He suddenly thought of a treasure. He raised his right hand, and the main emperor door appeared out of thin air. Since he couldn't kill Second Elder Changshan, he would suppress him and make him stay in the main emperor's gate forever. The primary emperor door was a treasure left behind by the founding master. How could it not suppress the divine Chang Second Elder? Zhou Xuanji used the eternal will and directly pulled the Changshan Second Elder into the main emperor's door. To prevent any accidents, he once again used fate manifestation on the other side of the door. Second Elder Changshan continued to be tortured. "I'm sorry, but you'll have to endure Gu Zun's persecution from now on." The corner of Zhou Xuanji's lips curled up, and he laughed in high spirits. So what if he had the second layer eternal will? So what if he was an undying old monster? He left quickly. In the coming days, the Chang God tribe would definitely try their best to capture him. Just as well. In any case, he didn't have a target. It would be best if he could imprison the entire Chang God tribe within the main emperor's door. Inside the resplendent palace, the 10,000-foot-old man sat on his throne. He frowned and his eyes were filled with anger. Second Elder's aura has been cut off. He's either dead or suppressed in some isolated space. The one who spoke was a man in silver armor. The silver armor on his body seemed to be embedded with countless stars, and his entire body emitted a resplendent light. The 100,000-foot-old man did not reply and remained silent. The silver-armored man didn't say anything else. He waited for the old man to speak. After a long while, the old man sighed, "If that's the case, then let's use the all-illuminating mirror." The omniscient life-illuminating mirror. The silver-armored man's expression changed drastically and he asked in a deep voice, "Do you really want to do this? Many of our clansmen will be sacrificed, and our location will be exposed. Although it has been peaceful for countless years, our blood feud still exists." The old man shook his head and did not say anything. The silver-armored man could only sigh, bow, and leave. Looking at his back, the old man's eyes turned cold and he muttered, "We have waited for too long. If we don't go back, so what if we have an eternity? It's not as good as 100 years for mortals." The silver-armored man shuddered and disappeared from the hall. Zhou Xuanji slowly walked through a universe filled with ever-changing multicolored lights. Looking at the beautiful sea of stars, he could not help but feel that the lawless zone was truly a wondrous place. There were places scarier than hell, but there were also places as beautiful as a dream. Apart from the Chang god tribe, he hadn't encountered any other races or even any other living beings. He felt as if he had arrived in a dead universe. There was a macro world here, but there were no living creatures in the macro world. This was a place of banishment. No wonder the eternal god race wanted to leave the lawless zone and explore the boundless world. Perhaps it was because this place could not nurture living creatures. Could it be that the number of eternal god race will only decrease and not increase? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He felt that it was highly possible. Perhaps this was the reason why the eternal god race hid. It was impossible for the eternal god race to be completely harmonious. But in order to reduce casualties, they distanced themselves from each other, causing the lawless zone to be so cold and desolate. Just as Zhou Xuanji was sighing in amazement, a ray of golden light swept toward him from behind. He immediately took out his might sword to block. The might of the golden light was absorbed by the might sword. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt as if something was sucked out of his body. What is this? He furrowed his brows in confusion. The ray of golden light left as quickly as it came. It did not deal any damage at all. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He immediately entered spiritless mode and left quickly. After entering spiritless mode, his sense of unease grew. He felt as if he was being watched by countless eyes. It seemed that the golden light was not simple. Could it be some kind of tracking technique? He thought curiously. This was the only possibility. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly swept toward him from behind. Zhou Xuanji looked back. The Chang god race's 30,000-meter-tall elder was already charging toward him. This great elder had hundreds of clansmen behind him. All of them gave off powerful auras, and the weakest was not inferior to Zhongji from the eastern boundless royal family. What a powerful foundation, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He immediately used the sword fusion technique, and his speed increased tremendously. These people had survived from ancient times, so it was normal for them to be proficient in spiritless mode. However, it was still not enough for them to keep up with Zhou Xuanji's speed. Soon, the 30,000-meter-tall elder pulled away from his clansmen, but there was still a long distance between him and Zhou Xuanji. Although they could see each other, in this pale space of space-time, every step they took represented the passage of time. A distance of 300 meters was a distance that even immortals and gods could not reach. This brat is so fast. The 30,000-meter-tall elder thought to himself with a frown. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had used spiritless mode as his eternal will? That was impossible. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to do this. The spiritless mode was the pinnacle of spacetime, and it was the pinnacle of speed. How could one reach the eternal realm? Zhou Xuanji tilted his head and glanced at him. The great elder is indeed the great elder. He's much faster than the second elder, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. It was very difficult to use the fate manifestation technique on the 30,000-meter-tall elder. After all, this fellow had a group of clansmen behind him, and many of them were at the eternal realm. Once he stopped to fight with the 30,000-meter-tall elder, the others would quickly catch up. Zhou Xuanji did not think too much and directly activated the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra and the Tao of Annihilation. Boom! His aura changed abruptly, and his speed rose sharply. In the blink of an eye, he had pulled away from the 30,000-meter-tall elder. This aura. How is this possible? The 30,000-meter-tall elder's expression greatly changed, and he looked in the direction that Zhou Xuanji had left in shock. He suddenly stopped. His clansmen all caught up. The silver-armored man asked, "Why aren't we chasing?" The 30,000-meter-tall elder's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "No, we have to give up on chasing him." What? Give up? The silver-armored man was immediately enraged, and the other clansmen also looked furious. In order to use the omniscient life-illuminating mirror, they had sacrificed their clansmen. And they were going to give up right after catching up. Chapter 1064. After escaping from the Chang God clan, Zhou Xuanji continued to move at full speed. When he arrived at the other side of the lawless zone, he exited the godless state. He turned around and murmured in surprise, he didn't give chase. Could it be that he knows about the scripture of creation and the path of annihilation? That was the only possibility. Otherwise, if the 10,000-meter-old man wanted to chase after him, he would definitely be able to tangle with him for a long time. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and jumped into the absolute time realm. Taking out the Master Emperor door, Zhou Xuanji began to summon the Founder Lord Spirit. After a long while, the primogenitor's spirit flew out and asked unwillingly, "What is it?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Do you know the Chang God race?" "I don't know him." "Really?" "Yes." "What kind of attitude is that?" "I've been protecting you." "Heh." Looking at the disdainful primogenitor Lord Spirit, Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows, feeling somewhat displeased. This fellow was really taking advantage of them. Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed and asked, "Since you don't want to see me, I'll let you out. You are the progenitor master, and as long as you reveal your identity, countless creatures will worship you." When the primogenitor's spirit heard this, he was instantly angered. He coldly said, "Smelly brat, I have done you a favor. You sealed me, and now you want to abandon me?" As expected. This guy couldn't leave him. Zhou Xuanji guessed that there was something in the boundless universe that the Founder's spirit feared. Or perhaps, there was something on him that the Founder's spirit was looking forward to, making it temporarily unwilling to abandon him. No matter which one it was, Zhou Xuanji could threaten the primogenitor spirit. "I just don't want you to stay in my body." "You call that a seal?" "You can fly out of the main emperor's door at any time, and I won't interfere," Zhou Xuanji said as he harumphed. Facing the enraged spirit of the progenitor lord, he definitely could not cower. The progenitor lord's spirit fell silent. After a long while. "I remember that the Chang God tribe used to be the weakest of the God tribe, nothing to be afraid of. However, after countless years, they have become more and more powerful." Its words were filled with disdain toward the Chang God tribe. "Over the long years, I have seen the rise and fall of countless God tribes in the Emperor's Gate. In terms of strength, there are at least 100 God tribes that are stronger than the Chang God tribe. They hide in the depths of the lawless region, and in order to avoid the myriad tribulations, they have sealed their own tribes," the primogenitor spirit continued. "More than 100? Zhou Xuanji was stunned. The Chang God race had such a powerful foundation, but they were ranked so low among the God races. He suddenly thought of Guzun. Just how powerful was Guzun? He was actually able to suppress so many races, isolating the God race in the cracks of the boundless universe for eternity. How many layers of eternal will did he have? The scripture of defiance of the Constitution and the Tao of annihilation are the basic rules that make up everything you know. As long as you cultivate them to the extreme, you can destroy the God clan with a single thought. Back then, that kid Gu Zun was too soft-hearted and ended up dying, burying endless troubles for future generations. The ancestor spirit's words did not resonate with Zhou Xuanji. What Zhou Xuanji wanted to know was something else. He asked, "The God race wants to replace the endless universe? There are no prime sovereigns in this world. Am I the only one with the potential to stop them?" Countless years of grievances. Once the God race stepped into the boundless universe, only heaven knew what would happen. Now, he was the only one who had mastered the Constitution defying creation scripture and the Tao of extermination. But his power was far from enough to stop the God race's invasion. "You're thinking too much. You're still far from it. Don't worry, the God race is destined to be destroyed. Your mission now is to develop your sovereign serendipity. If possible, go find other sovereign serendipity." The ancestor spirit pointed out the direction for Zhou Xuanji. Sovereign serendipity. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He suddenly thought of the legendary sword he had obtained before. Endless Annihilation Emperor Sword. That sword had the power to destroy the endless universe. It was a pity that it had not been born yet and was still being nurtured. Every year, he would obtain legendary swords. But the grades of most legendary swords could no longer affect his power because he was too powerful. Occasionally, some legendary swords would attract his attention. But he was too lazy to take out most of them and left them in the supreme storage. How to develop the sovereign serendipity? Or rather, how to develop the supreme legendary sword system? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. The ancestor spirit said meaningfully, "Your enemy is far more terrifying than the god race you're facing now. They're invincible." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji looked up and asked in surprise, "What do you mean? Why do I have to face such an enemy? This is your destiny. Anyone who strives to become the most powerful will face it." "My original body faced it too," the ancestor spirit replied. "The ancestor faced it too? Could it be, the ancestor spirit fell because he failed to challenge that existence?" Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled. Even the ancestor spirit, who had created everything, could not compare to that mysterious existence. Naturally, he had no confidence. Without comparison, he would not know the difference. He could not even defeat the Chang god race, let alone Guzun. "Why? Are you afraid?" the ancestor spirit asked mockingly. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "I'm not afraid. I just don't understand why it's like this." "My destiny? Does it refer to the constitution-defying Creation Sutra and the Tao of Annihilation?" The ancestor spirit nodded. Just when Zhou Xuanji wanted to continue asking, an aura quickly flew toward him. He immediately stored the ancestor spirit into the Master Emperor's door. He closed his eyes and sensed the aura. This was the absolute time realm. How could there be other auras? Soon, he sensed the aura. It was a beam of light. It lingered in the darkness outside the absolute time realm as though it was trying to find the entrance to the absolute time realm. "What's that?" Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He saw a creature that looked like a white dragon in the beam of light. It was less than a meter long and was covered in white scales that glowed with a faint purple light. Its eyes were very bright, like two pearls that contained countless stars. Zhou Xuanji hesitated a little before jumping out and grabbing the white dragon. Swoosh! The white dragon suddenly moved, directly piercing through his chest, creating a hole. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He looked down at his chest with a strange expression. "Such power! Why are you grabbing me?" An ethereal voice came from behind, and Zhou Xuanji turned to look at it. The white dragon tilted its head with confusion in its eyes. It looked very innocent. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to reply, the ancestor spirit's voice came in his mind, "Stay away from it. Hurry." He forgot to seal the Master Emperor's door so that the ancestor spirit could still communicate with him. Even the ancestor spirit was so afraid, Zhou Xuanji immediately jumped into spiritless mode and fled. He was confused as he fled. What was that little guy's background? "Where are you going?" The white dragon's voice came, which sent chills down Zhou Xuanji's spine. He turned around immediately and realized that the white dragon was following him. How could it be? He was fleeing at full speed. Chapter 1065. In the pale space where time stood still. Zhou Xuanji looked at the white dragon spirit and was covered in cold sweat. He did not know what to say. This thing was even more terrifying than the elders of the Chang god tribe. The white dragon blinked, looked at him, and asked, "Your aura feels very familiar. Did you cultivate some kind of technique?" Zhou Xuanji heard it and immediately thought of the constitution-defying Creation Sutra. Only this energy technique was worth the white dragon spirit's attention. "Who are you? What do you want?" Zhou Xuanji asked, pretending to be calm. What cultivation did he have? Despite his power, he could not resist the white dragon spirit at all. The white dragon spirit replied, "I don't know where I came from either. I came out from a door, and I don't have clear memories. But a voice told me to find a sword. Eternal God Gate." Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. What was that sword? Could it be referring to him? He focused on the sword's way, and his body could become a sword. The white dragon spirit came up close to his face. It blinked its eyes and sniffed his scent as it asked, "Do you know where that sword is?" "I don't know where to go. Your aura is very familiar to me. I won't hurt you." Zhou Xuanji did not know how to reply. He was not even sure if the white dragon spirit was telling the truth. "Is it really just a sword?" he asked hesitantly. "What are you going to do after you find her?" he asked hesitantly. "That's right. A sword that can destroy everything. After I find her, I will destroy her and her master," the white dragon spirit replied. Its tone was very innocent, just like that of a child. Zhou Xuanji could not help but think of his endless annihilation emperor sword. That sword could destroy everything in the endless universe. Other than that, there was no other sword. He was the most powerful sword cultivator in the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji's rise made the sword's way popular again in the northern universe. Under such circumstances, Zhou Xuanji was sure that the white dragon spirit was looking for him. Zhou Xuanji could not defeat the white dragon spirit. "I have to think of a way to trick it," Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. The white dragon spirit circled around him and said, "I'm not looking for you. You don't have to lie to me." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He looked a little awkward. Could this guy hear the voice in his heart? "Forget it, I'll look for it myself. If you find that sword, remember to look for me. Use this scale." The white dragon turned around and left, leaving behind a palm-sized white scale. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Zhou Xuanji picked up the white scale and fell into deep thought. He looked up and confirmed that the white dragon was no longer there. He didn't leave. Instead, he stayed where he was and pondered. Just how many unknown and powerful existences had escaped from the eternal divine gate? First was Qin Zun. Then there was Gu Zun's inner demon. Now, there was another white dragon that made his hair stand on end. Zhou Xuanji fell into unease. It seemed like the enemies in the boundless universe were not limited to the lawless region. There was also a threat from the eternal God Gate. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. He sighed and said helplessly, "I originally wanted to take a look at new domains and things. How did I get involved in trouble again?" Zhou Xuanji began to worry about the Sword Emperor Divine Court situation. He immediately contacted his doppelganger. After a while, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed and immediately disappeared. Inside a palace, Zhou Tanhua sat on the main seat. His face was extremely pale. 12 divine lords, 36 court sovereigns, Yuancheng, and Jincheng were also standing in the palace. Everyone's face was very ugly. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Zhou Tanhua took a deep breath and asked, "Is there no one in the divine court who can fight Sovereign Qin?" A few days ago, Sovereign Qin broke into the Sword Emperor Divine Court alone. He swept away his previous habit of challenging countless overlords and swept the entire Sword Emperor Divine Court. All 12 divine lords were defeated. If it weren't for the ancestral Buddha and the lawless fire god, they wouldn't have been able to drive Sovereign Qin away. Even if the two joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Sovereign Qin. That guy is too strong. And he feels very strange. He's as dull as a puppet, Yuanqing said, gritting his teeth. Sovereign Qin made the Sword Emperor Divine Court lose face. Everyone was panicking. The most important thing was that Sovereign Qin didn't leave. He stayed in the Sword Emperor Divine Court, swaggering around. The lawless fire god and the ancestral Buddha only promised to protect the star's domain. If only His Majesty was here, a court sovereign muttered. One of the venerables muttered. His voice was so loud in the quiet palace that everyone could hear it clearly. Zhou Tanhua's face was gloomy. He hated himself for being weak. Sovereign Qin wanted to attack him, but seeing that Zhou Tanhua was too weak, Sovereign Qin disdained him. This deeply provoked him. He had always been confident, but he couldn't abandon everything and cultivate in seclusion. Jinsheng took a deep breath and said, "Now is the time of crisis for the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Everyone must be united." After subduing Nan Wujin, the Sword Emperor Divine Court was like the sun in the sky. It could be said to be the largest force in the endless universe. But now, one sovereign Qin had destroyed their magnificent image. Jinsheng was filled with hatred. But he couldn't show it in front of Zhou Tanhua. He was afraid that Zhou Tanhua wouldn't be able to bear the pressure. "If Zhou Xuanji doesn't come back within 100 years, then I will destroy the Sword Emperor Divine Court." A domineering shout resounded throughout the entire northern infinity. Everyone in the palace had a drastic change of expression when they heard this. Too arrogant. Zhou Tanhua clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, another familiar voice resounded, "100 years? No need, you will die today." Zhou Xuanji. Wah! Everyone in the palace was pleasantly surprised. The next second, they panicked. Qin Zun was too powerful. If Zhou Xuanji died in Qin Zun's hands, it would be a devastating blow to the Sword Emperor Divine Court. On the other side, in a cosmic space filled with meteorites, Zhou Xuanji strolled over. Countless silver swords were hovering around him. His expression was indifferent as he locked his gaze on a majestic figure in the distance. It was Qin Zun. Qin Zun sat on a crimson land. His body was extremely burly and wore heavy red armor. 18 long divine weapons levitated behind him. Sabers, spears, halberds, truncheons, and so on. Each of them was burning with raging flames. It was extremely spectacular. Qin Zun's face was shrouded in darkness, revealing only his eyes. He looked as though he came from the abyss. Looking at Zhou Xuanji from afar, he said, "You are finally here. After killing you, my mission will be completed, and I will be free." Zhou Xuanji frowned. His heart was filled with doubts. Tao of extermination. This guy cultivated the Tao of extermination. And he was completely different from the Qin Zun that Gu Juejiu had described. At first glance, Qin Zun seemed to be a puppet controlled by some unknown existence. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the constitution-defying Creation Sutra and the sword fusion technique. Immediately, his aura soared. Boom! Qin Zun leaped, and the crimson land under his feet shattered instantly. Almost in an instant, he appeared before Zhou Xuanji. 18 fiery divine weapons appeared around Zhou Xuanji out of thin air, blocking all his escape routes. Chapter 1066. Boom! 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 Qin Zun continued to maneuver and launch continuous attacks at Zhou Xuanji, but he could not break through the silver sword shadows around Zhou Xuanji. Very strong. His strength has already reached the eternal realm. With such a strong strength, can Gu Juejiu fight him evenly? Zhou Xuanji frowned. His heart was filled with confusion. What happened to Qin Zun during this period of time? Could it be that he returned to the eternal gate of God? Zhou Xuanji thought as he fought. Under the state of the eternal will, Qin Zun could not hurt him no matter how hard he tried. The eternal realm was an insurmountable chasm. No matter how many years he cultivated, if he couldn't break through to the eternal realm, it would all be in vain. Zhou Xuanji condensed 2 swords of light in his hands, containing the power of creation and destruction. With a wave of the 2 swords, Qin Zun was sent flying. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted. Delusion Sword C. The entire void was filled with countless sword shadows, and an incomparably oppressive destructive will envelop the universe. Qin Zun only had the power of the Tao of extermination. How could he be a match for him? Boom! 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 Countless sword shadows rushed towards Qin Zun. In the beginning, Qin Zun was still able to resist, but soon, his 18 flame divine weapons were no longer able to withstand it. In less than 3 breaths' time, Qin Zun's body exploded and he was on the verge of death. At the same time, the beings hiding in the shadows or watching from afar were all dumbfounded. Qin Zun, who had dominated the Sword Emperor Divine Court, was actually powerless against the Sword Emperor. How could this be? They didn't have the time to be pleasantly surprised. The first thing they felt was shock. It had to be known that Zhou Xuanji was very young in Northern Limitless. Perhaps he was already very powerful, but Zhou Xuanji was a super powerful existence who had swept across all of Northern Limitless. Zhou Xuanji did not know what the others were thinking. He only wanted to capture Qin Zun alive and find out his secrets. Right at this moment. Qin Zun suddenly roared at the top of his lungs. His roar was earth-shattering. He suddenly condensed his physical body, and many divine flame weapons appeared around him. There were even more of them than before. These flaming divine weapons rapidly grew in size, forcefully blocking the attack of the delusion sea of swords. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow in surprise. There was something in this guy's body. It was providing him with an endless stream of destructive energy. Zhou Xuanji immediately acted. Wielding the two swords in his hands, he turned into a series of afterimages and charged straight into the depths of Qin Zun's soul. This was a soul world filled with boundless flames. Zhou Xuanji spread out his eternal will, searching for the source of the Tao of Extermination's power. Boom! Qin Zun's figure appeared suddenly. He was holding a halberd that was wrapped in flames as he looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously. As long as I kill you, my mission will be complete. I will be free. Qin Zun gritted his teeth and roared. His face was twisted, and even though it was covered by darkness, one could still see hatred and killing intent. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What mission? Who arranged it for you?" Qin Zun leaped over and thrust his halberd toward Zhou Xuanji. His movements became even faster. Dang! A mighty legendary sword appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji and easily blocked the flaming halberd. An eternal arrangement. You must die. Qin Zun was like a devil, roaring and attacking at the same time. Zhou Xuanji was tired of listening to him. He ignored him and flew toward the source of the path of extermination. Along the way, Qin Zun's attacks never stopped, but he could not hurt Zhou Xuanji. The gap was so huge that Qin Zun was on the verge of collapsing. Zhou Xuanji could sense that his emotions were unstable. His head kept swaying like a robot that had lost control. Pitiful worm. Zhou Xuanji mumbled. His eyes were fixed ahead. At the end of the sea of flames, there was a gigantic black sphere of light. At first glance, its surface looked like glass, but endless black qi flowed within. It was like an abyss, intimidating to look at. Zhou Xuanji was excited. Such a powerful path of extermination. If he could absorb it, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation would surely increase. How can I reject such a serendipity? Zhou Xuanji's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. Qin Zun appeared behind him again. With a loud boom, a silver radiance burst out, and Qin Zun was blasted away. He could not withstand a single blow. Zhou Xuanji came up to the black sphere of light in 2 steps. With the mighty sword in his right hand, he pierced through the surface of the sphere. The majestic path of extermination took the form of the black qi and surged out wantonly, engulfing Zhou Xuanji. Qin Zun was enraged to the extreme. He fell into terror. No matter how he attacked, he could not break the eternal will around Zhou Xuanji. He panicked even more. Once Zhou Xuanji succeeded, he would surely die. Let me go, Qin Zun said with gritted teeth and stopped attacking. But even though this guy begged for mercy, he still looked very ferocious. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and continued to absorb the path of extermination. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji felt that this path of extermination was very familiar. He seemed to have encountered it somewhere before. But thinking about it, he had only met a handful of people who had grasped the path of extermination, and none of them matched it. This is so strange. Recently, I've encountered too many familiar things that I can't recall, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. With a thought, he took out the Master Emperor door and pretended to block in front of him. He asked in his heart, does this path of extermination come from the Eternal God Gate? This path of extermination. Zhou Xuanji was looking forward to it. The Ancestor Lord's spirit was more experienced. He got the answer just by sensing it. I'm not sure. The Ancestor Lord's spirit replied. Zhou Xuanji almost went on a rampage. If you're not sure, then you're not sure. Boom. The path of extermination in the black sphere suddenly sped up and poured into Zhou Xuanji's body. Caught off guard, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness was impacted, and he fell into a daze. I hate, Qin Zun roared at the top of his lungs. His body formed by his soul quickly dissipated. The soul world began to collapse. The sea of flames dissipated. Zhou Xuanji appeared in the void of the northern endless universe. His entire body was shrouded in black qi, and he was in a strange state. The main Emperor Gate took him away suddenly and disappeared into the void. Soon, the divine lords of the Sword Emperor Divine Court came one after another. In the pale spacetime in a godlike state. Zhou Xuanji stood there quietly with the main Emperor Gate behind him. The Ancestor Lord's spirit came out from the gate, but he could not see his face. The Ancestor Lord's spirit rubbed his chin and thought to himself, strange. How could this brat absorb the path of extermination so easily? What's hidden in it? It began to circle around Zhou Xuanji, trying to see through him. A while later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes were pitch black, and the scara could not be seen. Next, his eyes returned to normal. He looked at his hands and sensed the surging path of extermination in his body. He frowned. So easy? It feels like it's waiting for me on purpose. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He was on his guard instinctively. The Ancestor Lord's spirit replied, be careful. That guy escaped from the Eternal God Gate after all. Everything has a cause and effect. Chapter 1067. After absorbing Sovereign Qin's exterminating Tao, Zhou Xuanji grew even more powerful. However, he was not calm at all. Something didn't feel right. This Tao of annihilation was too easy to absorb, and it was actively drilling into his body. There must be a reason behind this abnormality. He did not immediately return to the Sword Emperor Divine Court and instead traveled back and forth in the spiritless state. He was afraid that something would happen to him and that he might accidentally injure the Sword Emperor Divine Court, so he wanted to observe him for a period of time. The Progenitor Lord's spirit also agreed with his decision. In the following period of time, the spirit of the Founder Lord continued to float around Zhou Xuanji. He did not return to the Master Emperor's gate and taught him how to more effectively control the Tao of extermination and the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. Since ancient times, there have been countless almighty beings who have grasped the Tao of annihilation and the scripture of defiance of the Constitution of Creation. However, the number of people who have grasped both of them can be counted on one's fingers. Those fellows are all existences who have grasped the boundless universe. In these long years, I have personally witnessed the existence of many geniuses. Brat, although your innate talent is also very exaggerated, in the long river of history, you can at most rank in the top 3. There is even one person who is inferior to me. The Ancestor spirit floated in front of Zhou Xuanji and said leisurely. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and asked, who? He was actually not very interested in the past. Even someone as strong as the primogenitor ended up like this. That person can't actually be called a human. He was an eternal deity from the moment he was born. He was blessed by the heavens and was doted on by the endless universe. His honorific title was Supreme Firmament. Hearing his flattering tone, Zhou Xuanji suspected that he was talking about his own son. Supreme Firmament? This name. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow with a strange expression. There are heavens beyond heavens, he was the one who created this. This natural luck protects the weaker creatures, one creature a day, preventing them from being accidentally injured by powerful beings. The Progenitor Lord's spirit continued. A long time ago, there was no such thing as the heavens. The universe was created from the primordial world, and there were no barriers between the various worlds. If there was a conflict between experts, just their auras alone would be enough to annihilate countless living beings. So that was how it was. No wonder it was called the Supreme Firmament. Zhou Xuanji came to a realization. He had thought that this name was silly, but it turned out that it was the real firmament. I just want to know why all of you, who seem to be invincible eternal existences, fell. Is it all because of the eternal God Gate? Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He was not interested in these ancient legends. He only cared about his own future. From what he understood, eternal existences were not absolutely safe. There must be some great danger hidden behind them. Every time he mentioned this matter, the spirit of the Founder Lord would change the topic. Even the Fire God and the Blood Dragon Ghost were wary of it. It was as if he would die if he said it. This made him even more curious. The Founding Lord's spirit sighed, "It's not that I don't want to say it, it's that I can't." "Even you are afraid?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. The primogenitor was an existence that created everything. If even he was afraid, then wouldn't the boundless universe be finished? "It's not that I'm afraid. I just can't admit its existence." The Founder's spirit shook its head. It paused for a moment before continuing, "You will only be qualified to know when you break through to the fourth stage of eternal will." "Can't admit it?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and began to seriously ponder over this sentence. What kind of existence was it that even the progenitor master couldn't recognize? Then, the Founder Lord's spirit changed the topic. Zhou Xuanji's mind was still stuck on the word, "I can't admit it." The news of Qin Zun being killed by the Sword Emperor spread throughout the boundless universe, and it was like a heavy bomb that exploded in the surroundings that had just calmed down, causing a storm to arise once more. The insufferably arrogant Qin Zun challenged all four directions, but he still fell at the feet of the high-spirited sword sovereign. Now, Zhou Xuanji's image in everyone's hearts had completely changed. In the past, everyone only thought that he was terrifyingly talented and that he could rise quickly. Only now did everyone know that his strength was also terrifying. As a result, the status of the Sword Emperor Divine Court rose, and the progress of Nan Wujin subduing mission skyrocketed. Many living beings sought refuge in the Sword Emperor Divine Court in order to admire the Sword Emperor's splendor. There were even creatures from the east and the west. They did not know that Zhou Xuanji was not in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. He was still in a daze. After staying for a few years, after Zhou Xuanji confirmed that he was fine, he could not help but leave. He planned to return to the Sword Emperor Divine Court to take a look. After returning to Northern Limitless, he released Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui first checked his body, and after confirming that he was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. She said bitterly, "See, you were running around and almost got into danger." Zhou Xuanji smiled, "It has nothing to do with the lawless region. It was Qin Zun who caused trouble." "Oh? What about Qin Zun?" Jiang Shui asked anxiously. Qin Zun was a powerful being who had challenged 3 endless limitless. She could not help but worry that Qin Zun would endanger the Sword Emperor Divine Court. "I destroyed him," Zhou Xuanji said softly. Jiang Shui immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She was not surprised. In her eyes, any seemingly invincible cultivator could fall in front of Zhou Xuanji. "Where are we going next?" she asked. "Back to the Divine Court," Zhou Xuanji replied. Hearing this, Jiang Shui was overjoyed. She missed Zhou Xiaoxian a little. The two quickly flew toward the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Not long after they left, a ball of black qi appeared in the space where they were before. The black qi surged, and there was an eye inside. It was a very ordinary eye. 9 ancient phases, 5 have been chosen. After returning to the Sword Emperor Divine Court, Zhou Xuanji didn't make a big fuss. He separated from Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui went to visit Zhou Xiaoxian while he went to Zhou Tanhua's residence. At this moment, Zhou Tanhua was sitting in front of the table, looking at the scrolls on the table. His face was full of exhaustion. "Looks like you're not used to it." Zhou Xuanji's voice came, and he turned around in shock. He saw Zhou Xuanji standing in front of the window, looking at him with a smile. Zhou Tanhua said helplessly, "Father, these things are too troublesome." It's more tiring than making a breakthrough in cultivation. Why are you personally managing these things? Zhou Xuanji asked. I want to learn. If I don't understand the Sword Emperor Divine Court, I'm afraid I will make mistakes in management. Zhou Tanhua replied. Although he was tired, he was not discouraged. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, do you want to learn new skills? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tanhua's eyes lit up and he immediately stood up. Just when he was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji pointed a finger at his forehead. Boom! The surrounding scenery immediately changed, and the two of them arrived at the Absolute Time Realm. Zhou Xuanji directly talked about the Constitution-defying creation scripture. What happened to Qin Zun made him feel a little scared. He felt that it was necessary to make Zhou Tanhua stronger. In the past, he was just afraid that this kid would get into trouble after learning the Constitution-defying creation scripture. But now, it seemed that even if he didn't look for trouble, trouble would come to him. It wasn't the first time that Zhou Tanhua had listened to the ancestral voice. He instantly entered a state of epiphany. While talking about the Constitution-defying creation scripture, Zhou Xuanji imprinted the ancestral voice words into his mind, allowing him to understand. With Zhou Xuanji's guidance, it wasn't impossible for Zhou Tanhua to master the Constitution-defying creation scripture. I've been missing updates a lot recently. Sorry. I'm short of money this year. I have to find a way to make money, so I've been delayed. It's almost March. Everyone, be careful. Don't screw up at the last minute. You must wear a mask when you go out. Chapter 1068. Zhou Xuanji taught Zhou Tanhua the Constitution-defying creation scripture. Even though Zhou Tanhua had heard the ancestral voice many times, he still needed time. During the teaching process, Zhou Xuanji did not remain idle. He sent out countless out-of-soul clones to every corner of the Sword Emperor Divine Court to gather information. He had a feeling that other than Qin Zun, there were probably other existences that would target the Sword Emperor Divine Court. According to what Qin Zun said, this guy was ordered by someone and had no choice. What kind of existence could order Qin Zun around? A conspiracy was approaching Zhou Xuanji. Perhaps it wasn't just directed at him. The four overlords of Cardinal Heaven, Hunyuan Heaven, Zhongji, and Gujuejiao were also forced into hiding. It didn't seem to be connected, but in reality, it was already falling apart. No matter who planned all of this, they would become Zhou Xuanji's future enemy. Time passed year by year. This year, one of Zhou Xuanji's avatars sensed that something was wrong. It was a ball of black qi, and an eye was hidden within it. It seemed to be looking for something, wandering aimlessly at the edge of the North Boundless. The eye in the black qi suddenly looked at Zhou Xuanji's avatar. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Who are you? What is his motive?" "Of the 9 ancient aspects, you are one of them." An illusory voice came from the black gas. 9 ancient phases? What was that? Zhou Xuanji immediately reached out to grab the eye in the black qi. However, as soon as his hand touched the black gas, his avatar immediately dissipated. Returning to his original body, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and frowned. "Strange, what is that?" Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. Zhou Tanhua was still in a state of enlightenment. While imparting the unconstitutional creation scripture, he sent his consciousness into the emperor's door. "Hey, do you know what the 9 ancient phases are?" 9 ancient phases? Where did you hear that? The primogenitor's spirit's voice rang out, sounding extremely nervous. From the looks of it, the 9 ancient aspects were incredible. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told him what happened. "Oh no, no wonder you've encountered all this. So you've already been chosen," the founder spirit said with a trembling voice. Zhou Xuanji asked closely, "What do you mean? Can you not keep me in suspense?" The founder lord's spirit sighed. "It's a long story. A long time ago, before the boundless universe was formed, I created everything. However, I never expected that the creatures I created would be stronger than me." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. "What? There was an existence even more powerful than the spirit of the primogenitor? To be precise, I didn't create everything. It was the constitution-defying scripture of creation and the path of annihilation that made me who I am. Without these two supreme Daoists, I would just be a speck of dust in the primordial chaos. I used them to create living beings and reproduce the consciousness of these two supreme Daoists. They were the most powerful 9 of the first batch of creatures. From the moment their consciousnesses were born, they knew of each other's existence, and so they named themselves the 9 ancient aspects. The primogenitor Lord Spirit said faintly. His ancient voice pulled Zhou Xuanji into a time before time was born. It's precisely because they're too powerful that they don't allow other existences to be as powerful as them. That's why they're fighting each other. A war that swept through the Kunlun origin court broke out. In that war, many innocent people were sacrificed. In the end, I had no choice but to act. I suppressed them, but I also aroused their resentment. They feel that everything I have now is because of them. I owe them, so I repay their kindness with enmity. They refused to accept the seal and chose to dissipate. The wills of the 9 ancient phases spread to every corner of the Kunlun origin court. Even I couldn't detect their existence because the scripture of creation and the path of extinction that I was looking for were them. Countless years later, the 9 ancient aspects were like a curse. From time to time, they would reincarnate and continue fighting. The last time the 9 ancient aspects appeared was during the era of the primeval sovereign. The primeval sovereign single-handedly suppressed the 9 ancient aspects, causing the boundless universe to collapse. He had no choice but to open up a new universe, using his power as a foundation to transform it into the Great Tao, protecting countless mortals. However, this also caused the eternal God race to be trapped in the cracks, leaving behind new karma. At this point, the founder Lord Spirit stopped. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, where did that I come from? It was normal for him to be chosen as one of the 9 ancient aspects. After all, he cultivated the constitution-defying creation scripture and the Tao of annihilation. However, he was very curious about who the other 8 people were. He must have also mastered the constitution-defying creation scripture or the Tao of annihilation. In that case, the number of people could be counted on one hand. Zhou Xuanji calculated and realized that he could not gather 9 people. That eye is my eye. The founder Lord Spirit sighed. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. You have seen the primeval sovereign's inner demon before. Anyone who enters the eternal God gate will give birth to an absolutely evil version of themselves. I have been there before, and so has the primeval sovereign. The founder Lord Spirit continued to explain. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, in that case, the eternal God gate might have countless inner demons, and there might even be some who are incredibly powerful? If that was the case, wouldn't the eternal God gate be invincible? Once the eternal God gate was opened, countless inner demons would rush out, enough to destroy the boundless universe. Yes. All beings who have stepped into the eternal realm have gone to the eternal God gate. There are too many fortuitous encounters inside, and they are irresistibly attractive to all beings. No one can destroy the eternal God gate, and they can only allow it to accumulate inner demons. The founder Lord Spirit's words were filled with fear. Even someone as powerful as the founder Lord feared the eternal God gate. Zhou Xuanji asked, do you have a way to resolve it? No. You can only wait for your fate to come. If you cannot continue living, everything else is meaningless. That's it. I'm tired. The founder Lord Spirit sighed. This past made him feel very uncomfortable, and he did not want to talk about it anymore. Zhou Xuanji did not stop him. He started thinking about it himself. In other words, he would have to face the 9 ancient phase tribulations. Who are the other 8? Mastering the constitution-defying creation scripture or the Tao of extermination, could it be? Zhou Xuanji suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He looked up at Zhou Tanhua and hesitated. Once Zhou Tanhua mastered the constitution-defying creation scripture, would he also be selected as one of the 9 ancient phases? No. The founder Lord Spirit said reincarnation, not will selection. In other words, Zhou Xuanji was recognized as one of the 9 ancient phases since birth. Could it be that the remaining 8 are reincarnators like me? Bah! Why is it getting more and more complicated the more I think about it? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath, trying not to think too much. He began to focus on preaching to Zhou Tanhua. About 100 years later, Zhou Tanhua finally mastered the constitution-defying creation scripture. His aura had transformed. He suddenly opened his eyes, which turned purple. A terrifying aura erupted. If it weren't for the absolute time realm, many innocent creatures would have been killed by his pressure. Zhou Xuanji stood aside and observed quietly. He wanted to see this kid's aptitude and when he would have the hope to step into the eternal realm. Chapter 1069. Zhou Tanhua felt the power of the constitution-defying creation scripture, and an excited smile appeared on his face. This power. It really feels different. He had become stronger. It was far more powerful than before. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said emotionally, "Thank you, Father." He wanted to continue speaking but was interrupted by Zhou Xuanji. "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. There are some things I need to tell you. You are now independent, so you should know these things." Zhou Xuanji said seriously. His emotions were complicated. He was looking forward to it, but at the same time, he felt a little guilty. He had originally wanted to protect his children, but now, he was urging his son to grow up. Zhou Xuanji told Zhou Tanhua everything that had happened before, including the 9 ancient aspects. Zhou Tanhua was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the seemingly peaceful boundless universe was actually hiding so many dangers. Furthermore, it was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Even eternal existences who had transcended the undying realm would find it difficult to protect themselves. "Father, you're one of the 9 ancient aspects. Isn't this going to be very dangerous? Is that why you taught me the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra so that I can deal with these things with peace of mind?" Zhou Tanhua asked with a frown. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll help you hand over the divine court to Tianyuan." After hearing Zhou Xuanji's words, he understood why Zhou Xuanji helped him to his current position. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Haven't I, your father, encountered many sure-death situations before? Although the enemy is getting stronger, I'm also getting stronger. Just lead the celestial court to become stronger. Only then will I be able to fight against my destiny with peace of mind." Zhou Tanhua wanted to say something but hesitated. Zhou Xuanji continued, "You have learned the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. You might encounter the same situation. Never let your guard down." He waved his right hand and took Zhou Tanhua out of the realm of absolute time. After returning to Zhou Tanhua's palace, Zhou Tanhua looked around. Even though he had learned the Constitution-Defiance Creation Sutra, he could not see through Zhou Xuanji's move at all. How high had his father's realm reached? Don't think too much about it. When you've completely mastered the Constitution-Defying Creation Sutra, I'll teach you another Supreme Tao. Zhou Xuanji patted Zhou Tanhua's shoulder and said with a chuckle. He had high expectations for Zhou Tanhua. With that, he disappeared on the spot. Zhou Tanhua sat down and pondered. "I have to become stronger," he muttered to himself, his eyes filled with determination. While Zhou Xuanji was waiting in the Sword Emperor Divine Court, a rumor spread without any warning. Eternal Gate of God. It was said that as long as one stepped into the Eternal God Gate, they would obtain an unparalleled cultivation. Qin Zun was originally a mortal, but because he had gone to the Eternal God Gate, he was strong enough to challenge the endless overlords. This rumor caused everyone to seethe with excitement. Who didn't want to become stronger? Who doesn't want to be like Qin Zun, able to call the wind and summon the rain, majestic and awe-inspiring? But in the boundless universe, one's talent determined one's level. All existences that were able to attain the peak were extraordinary geniuses that stood above the trillions of living beings. For a time, a wave of people searching for the eternal gate of God rose from all directions. The Sword Emperor Divine Court had always sent people to guard the lawless region between the northern boundless region and the southern boundless region. However, When the members of the Sword Emperor Divine Court heard the rumors, they couldn't help but be moved. It didn't take long for someone to break into the eternal gate of God. With the first person, there was a second. By the time the news reached Zhou Tanhua's ears, things had already gone out of control. What? Isn't it forbidden to get close? Zhou Tanhua shouted angrily, his voice resounding throughout the hall. All the higher-ups of the Sword Emperor Divine Court in the hall had ugly expressions on their faces. Yuansheng gnashed his teeth and said, "It's already out of control. Endless creatures from the other three sides are constantly coming to look for the Eternal God Gate. Those guys have all gone crazy." Zhou Tanhua's face changed from anger. Zhou Xuanji had told him how terrifying the Eternal God Gate was. But, is there really an opportunity hidden in the Eternal God Gate? A court sovereign couldn't help but ask. Obviously, he was also very tempted. Zhou Tanhua coldly snorted and said, "Yes, there is an opportunity. Do you want to see Qin Zun's end?" Qin Zun was indeed awe-inspiring. But he had already fallen. However, in the eyes of all living beings, his fall was because he was too arrogant. This had nothing to do with the Eternal God Gate. Zhou Tanhua glanced around and guessed everyone's thoughts. He thought about it and decided to reveal the secret of the Eternal God Gate. When he finished speaking, everyone's faces were filled with terror. Once they entered the Eternal God Gate, all living beings would have an inner demon. Even someone as strong as Ancient Sovereign had an inner demon. Qin Zun was forced to challenge the endless overlords. The more they thought about it, the more afraid they became. Jiansheng gnashed his teeth and said, "Not good. Could that rumor have been spread by the Eternal God Gate? Even if they aren't from the Eternal Divine Gate, they are definitely up to no good." Everyone's expression changed drastically. If that was really the case, then it would be a calamity for the entire boundless universe. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and contact the other two endless overlords. Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch said hurriedly. He hadn't expected that the true danger had only just arrived. The boundless universe was truly plagued with calamities. No, Gujuagio and Zhongji have disappeared. How long has it been since you heard anything about them? Yuansheng shook his head. Previously, they thought that he was in seclusion, but now that they thought about it, it made them shudder. "What should we do now?" someone asked. Yuansheng's eyes flickered, and he said, "We can only release this news." Given the current situation, the more he tried to stop them, the more impulsive they would be. Zhou Tanhua thought for a while and finally nodded in agreement. While everyone was going crazy over the Eternal God Gate, the Sword Emperor Divine Court revealed the truth about the Eternal God Gate. Everyone was in an uproar. Countless living beings were terrified. However, there were even more creatures who didn't believe this, feeling that the Sword Emperor Divine Court wanted to monopolize it. Zhou Xuanji heard about this and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not stop them. He did not have the ability to stop them. He was communicating with the Ancestor Lord's spirit in the Star's Palace. This is the general trend, a calamity of the boundless universe. All you can do is wait. Back then, Guzun also faced a calamity like this. Before him, the boundless universe had been destroyed, but there were always survivors of the Eternal God clan. You don't have to worry too much, just do your best. Just do your best, the Ancestor Lord's spirit said calmly. Zhou Xuanji sighed, only eternal gods can survive? Yes, work harder. Let your descendants also become eternal gods, the Ancestor Lord's spirit said with a smile. Ever since this guy revealed the reason for the 9 ancient phases, he seemed to have let himself go. He often teased about these great calamities and was not worried at all. I want to break through to the 2nd level of eternal will. Can you give me some guidance? Zhou Xuanji asked. I can't. I'm just a trace of will. I don't have complete memories, the Ancestor Lord's spirit replied. Why did Zhou Xuanji sound like he was acting shamelessly? As if the world had nothing to do with him. Zhou Xuanji put him back into the Master Emperor Gate, too lazy to look at him. At this moment, an aura came. Zhou Xuanji, I know you are inside. I want to see you. The owner of the voice was the ancestor Buddha. Chapter 1070. Come in. Zhou Xuanji said. With a thought, the doors of the Stars Hall opened. The ancestral Buddha followed suit. Seeing how anxious he was, Zhou Xuanji could not help but feel curious. Did something happen to this guy? Usually, the ancestral Buddha would stay in his lair to study the constitution-defying creation sutra and rarely come out. The ancestor Buddha said excitedly, the eternal God gate has appeared. Should we go and do something? What are you doing? Be careful not to get into trouble. Zhou Xuanji said unpleasantly before explaining the dangers of the eternal God gate. After the ancestor Buddha heard this, he said in disdain, who told you all this? He must be up to something. Since the eternal God gate is able to create the inner demons of everyone who enters, it means that it isn't targeting anyone. Qin Zun killing you might have something to do with one of your enemies. Even after entering the eternal God gate, his hatred for you hasn't diminished. The eternal divine sect has already duplicated so many mental demons. Do they still need us? Even if we don't go, we won't be able to destroy the eternal God gate. If we go, we can strengthen ourselves and prevent others from surpassing us. You didn't go because you were afraid of the trouble that the eternal God gate might bring. Now that all the other living beings have gone and are getting stronger and stronger, you've been stagnant. When the time comes, let alone the eternal God gate, even your enemies won't let you off. The ancestral Buddha's words caused Zhou Xuanji to sink into deep thought. It seemed like he was looking ahead and not caring about the consequences, but there was actually a great reason behind it. That was right. What was he worried about? Since ancient times, there had been many experts who had entered the eternal God gate. Gu Zun had also been there, leaving his name in history. The progenitor master had also been there. What was he afraid of? Now, the tide of living beings surging into the eternal God gate had already erupted, and there was no way to stop it. Zhou Xuanji was moved. Should he go to the eternal God gate to take a look? If the other two overlord forces went, then the Sword Emperor Divine Court might fall behind. No. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. Zhou Xuanji immediately summoned Zhou Tanhua. Soon, Zhou Tanhua entered the hall. Zhou Tanhua nodded to the ancestor Buddha before looking at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji said, after the ancestral Buddha's persuasion, I plan to go to the eternal God gate to take a look. When the time comes, I will leave behind an outer soul clone. If there are no major problems, I will let the Sword Emperor Divine Court go as well. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Zhou Tanhua asked in surprise. Could it be that even his father had been bewitched? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. This could be considered his mistake. He repeated the ancestral Buddha's words. Zhou Tanhua was also persuaded. The reason was simple. That was the general trend. They could not be saviors. It would be fine if there were dangers within the eternal divine gate, but he was afraid that there would really be opportunities. Although the Sword Emperor Divine Court dominated the northern boundless and southern boundless, if other factions rose up, it would not be easy to control them. Yes, father. You must be careful. Zhou Tanhua hesitated for a moment before nodding. The ancestral Buddha urged, hurry up, unstoppable fire god has already left. Where did he go? Didn't he tell me to stay away from the eternal God gate? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was afraid before, but after seeing so many living beings go, he let down his guard. The ancestor Buddha answered. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji's face twitched. His fear of the eternal divine gate started from the fire god. This dog fur, Zhou Xuanji immediately sent out an out-of-soul clone and left with the ancestor Buddha. Under the spiritless state, the two of them advanced at an extremely fast speed. The ancestor Buddha asked, have you not broken through for a long time? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, it hasn't been that long. I'm not even old enough for you to break through a small stage. The ancestor Buddha glared at him and said, I mean relative to your speed of improvement. Zhou Xuanji fell silent. Indeed. Ever since he broke through the first level of eternal will, his cultivation had not improved. Previously, he relied on sovereign Qin's exterminating Dao to become stronger. Without external factors, he could no longer find a way to become stronger. This was also the reason why he wanted to venture into the impassable region. As one of the 9 ancient phases, the eternal divine gate opened at this time to create a battlefield for you. If you don't enter, you will be eliminated sooner or later, the ancestor Buddha said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, let's wait and see after we enter the eternal divine gate. Maybe what awaits us is a nightmare. The ancestor Buddha shook his head. He was not worried about this. He had divined his own fortune. This trip was a blessing. The impassable region. In the dark void, countless living beings were scattered around. At the center of all living beings, there was a gigantic gate that was radiating boundless radiance. It was dazzling and beautiful, as though it was the entrance to the ultimate paradise. All living beings nearby looked at it with yearning and fear. The eternal divine gate. Although countless living beings had already entered the eternal divine gate, more of them were hesitant. No one knew what was hidden within the eternal divine gate. At this moment, a silhouette dashed toward them. He emanated a powerful aura and was enveloped in a red radiance like a god. He charged into the eternal divine gate without any fear. That's Gu Tongxian from West Infinity. Gu Tongxian is here too. I heard that he's Gu Juejiu's most valued disciple. Gu Juejiu has disappeared, and now Gu Tongxian has charged into the eternal divine gate. This means that the divine gate is indeed a serendipity. Let's go. Let's charge in together. The living beings discussed among themselves. Immediately, many of them flew into the eternal divine gate. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the ancestor Buddha came too. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the eternal realm, could charge into the eternal divine gate in soulless mode without being discovered by the living beings. Once he entered the eternal divine gate, Zhou Xuanji's soulless mode was forcefully dispelled. A vast radiance knocked Zhou Xuanji and the ancestor Buddha apart. This power. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He wanted to open his eyes but could not. He felt that he was restrained by a formless power and could not move. After a long while, he opened his eyes slowly and found himself standing on a cliff. He was not injured, and the eternal will was not damaged either. This is, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and looked around. Below the cliff was a boundless desert that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Numerous lone peaks stood on the desert, looking desolate and desolate. Zhou Xuanji tried to fly but realized that there seemed to be some kind of rule that prevented him from doing so. He could only move forward on foot. Even if he leaped, the pressure would increase tremendously once he flew into the air. He was curious. What kind of world is this? He leaped off the cliff and landed in the desert. Then, he began walking forward. Since he was here, he should observe the situation first. It was said that there were countless serendipity within the eternal divine gate. He wanted to see if it was true. From what he saw, the world within the eternal divine gate was not that evil. The soil in the desert was soft, as though it could collapse at any time. Not only that, but the spiritual qi here was very special. It was more profound and dense than the great Tao in the boundless universe. He felt that he could absorb the spiritual qi with just a breath. It was refreshing. Could this be serendipity? Chapter 1071. Zhou Xuanji walked on the desert while absorbing the mystical spiritual qi here. Although the spiritual qi could not increase his cultivation much for someone who had reached the eternal realm, it was still very novel to him. He wanted to know where the spiritual qi came from and where was the end of the desert. He walked on. After walking for about 2 hours, he stopped suddenly. A silhouette appeared in front of him. It was a cultivator in a green robe. He was sitting on a small reef hill. Looking closely, the cultivator's face was strange. Half of his face was black while the other half was dark green. 2 beams of light stood beside him. Judging from their appearance, one was a saber and the other was a sword. Zhou Xuanji could not see through him and was curious. Did he encounter an eternal cultivator the moment he came in? What business do you have? If you don't want to make enemies, please take a detour. The cultivator in a green robe said coldly. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, I'm new here and am curious about the eternal divine gate. I hope you can give me some pointers. Having heard that, the cultivator opened his eyes suddenly. His gaze fell on Zhou Xuanji and asked in confusion, You just came in? Seems like you are very powerful. The eternal divine gate is divided into countless realms. Different cultivations enter different realms. Those who come here have at least level 2 eternal will. I've been cultivating here for 500 million years, and it's my first time meeting someone who just entered the eternal divine gate, the cultivator said meaningfully. The azure-robed cultivator said meaningfully. He was interested in Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked, Is the eternal divine gate full of serendipity? Of course not. There are dangers too. Generally speaking, it's a sanctum full of serendipity. How do I leave the eternal divine gate? It's difficult, but it depends on serendipity. The cultivator's answer made Zhou Xuanji fall into deep thought. Is it so difficult to leave the eternal divine gate? Try to become more powerful after you come in. Why do you want to enter if you always want to leave? Don't you know that only those who will die can enter the eternal divine gate? The cultivator shook his head as he sized up Zhou Xuanji. His tone was a little mocking. He thought that Zhou Xuanji was someone powerful, but he wanted to leave the moment he came in. What a coward. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant but did not mind. He continued to ask, Is the spiritual qi here the main serendipity? Although the spiritual qi of the eternal divine gate could strengthen the eternal will, it was too weak. Zhou Xuanji could not imagine how long it would take for him to break through to the second level of eternal will. Naturally, there are other opportunities. However, cultivating in peace is the safest and most effective way. If you want to strengthen your eternal will in the outside world, it will be very difficult, almost impossible, the azure-robed Daoist replied. Then, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Evidently, his interest in Zhou Xuanji had disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled and walked in another direction, no longer chatting with the azure-robed cultivator. The green-robed Daoist probably had nothing to worry about outside. There was no point in talking to such a person for too long. For an ascetic like this, a few 100 million years was nothing. However, to someone like Zhou Xuanji, who felt that 100 years was too long, there was no common ground between people of different Daos. Zhou Xuanji sped up and traveled 1,000 kilometers with each step. Although he couldn't fly, he could still use the eternal will to increase his speed. Rather than painstakingly cultivating, it was better to search for opportunities. Otherwise, there would be no point in coming here. Zhou Xuanji began to search everywhere he could. As he advanced, his eternal will swept out in all directions. 6 hours later, he suddenly found a treasure. This treasure was buried in the sand and rocks, and only half of it was exposed. Zhou Xuanji took it out. It was a golden short sword. The blade was as wide as a palm, and the hilt was engraved with veins that looked like leaves. He began to observe it carefully and infused his eternal will into the golden short sword. Boom! His eternal will exploded, and a vast and boundless world appeared in front of him. A boundless blue ocean appeared in his field of vision. There were raging waves, but there was no violent storm. Zhou Xuanji was shocked because the seawater was made of spiritual qi. Spiritual qi ocean. He checked repeatedly. After making sure that there were no problems, he began absorbing the spiritual ocean in the short sword. Rather than absorbing, it was more like swallowing. Boundless spiritual qi seawater flowed into his eternal will, which began to grow stronger. I knew it. This was the correct way to open the eternal divine gate. Zhou Xuanji was very cautious. He kept an eye out in case someone ambushed him. He swallowed the spiritual ocean quickly. In less than half an hour, he was done. His will of eternity had become much stronger. He opened his eyes and threw away the golden short sword. He then continued to search for other treasures. There must be more than one. But it was strange. Why didn't the green-robed cultivator come to collect them? Did he not know, or had he reached a bottleneck? Zhou Xuanji did not think too much. Anyway, he was sure that it would help him. A few years passed quickly. There were more artifacts with spiritual oceans than Zhou Xuanji had imagined. His eternal will had almost doubled in power over the past few years. Such an improvement could only be described as a major breakthrough. He was very excited and continued to search tirelessly. This day, Zhou Xuanji picked up another golden bell. Just when he picked it up, streaks of afterimages dashed toward him from all directions and quickly surrounded him. He raised his head and saw 9 mysterious beings in golden armor. There were no living beings under the golden armor. They were like ghosts. One of the golden-armored beings said with a deep voice, "How dare you? You dare to take His Majesty's treasures. Come with us, or we will kill you on the spot." His Majesty's treasures? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He suddenly realized why the green-robed cultivator did not pick up these treasures. They already belonged to someone. That person must be ridiculously powerful to be able to dominate an entire realm. At least the green-robed cultivator did not dare to offend him. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he asked, "May I ask who is your Majesty?" "Supreme Firmament." One of the golden-armored beings said with a deep voice. "Supreme Firmament." Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Isn't this the most powerful genius that the founding Lord's spirit sighed in amazement? He was an eternal god since his birth. His starting point was the end that all living beings could not reach. Such a being was still alive? Zhou Xuanji had a bad feeling. If he went to meet Supreme Firmament, he might not have a good ending. But if he did not go, would Supreme Firmament deal with him personally? Let's go. Facing their urging, Zhou Xuanji could only compromise for now. He sensed the aura of the 9 golden-armored beings and analyzed their strength. Very powerful. Damn! Are all the eternal god sect such monsters? No wonder Sovereign Qin was so arrogant after he left. After seeing these monsters, the powerful cultivators in the endless universe were nothing. Zhou Xuanji began to think about how to escape. He was not sure if he could force his way through. "What punishment will I receive?" he asked. If he was to be executed, there was no need to bring him to meet Supreme Firmament. "Massage His Majesty's legs for 100,000 years, one of the golden-armored beings snorted coldly. Chapter 1072. Leg massaging for 100,000 years? Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Such a punishment, this was a little unexpected. Humph. Don't think it's too much. Previously, there was a guy who massaged His Majesty's shoulders for 1,000,000 years and collapsed immediately. A golden-armored creature snorted coldly. His tone was full of disdain. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. It sounded serious, but no matter how he thought about it, it was absurd. Could it be that there were other tortures during the shoulder and leg massaging process? Zhou Xuanji followed them while thinking about countermeasures. No way. I can't just sit still. No matter what, I have to try to resist. Zhou Xuanji suddenly entered godless state. His eternal will erupted as he quickly turned around and fled. How dare you! Courting death. Catch him. Don't let him escape. The golden-armored creatures roared furiously. They immediately chased after Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji looked back with a frown. These guys also know godless state. In the absolute pale space, the 9 golden-armored creatures chased after Zhou Xuanji. Fortunately, the gap between them and Zhou Xuanji was widening. Although they also knew godless state, Zhou Xuanji had reached the eternal realm in godless state. How could they catch up with him? Unless they had more than one eternal will. After traveling for a while, Zhou Xuanji successfully shook them off. Just in case, he continued to move forward. After flying for 2 hours, he finally exited godless state. He landed in a desert. There was an oasis in front of him. The trees were tall and lush. Before he even got close, he could already smell the fragrance of flowers that seeped into his heart. He scanned the oasis with his eternal will. After confirming that there was no danger in the oasis, he stepped forward. After entering the oasis, he saw a lake in the middle of the forest. The water was blue and the surface of the lake was glowing. At first glance, it looked like the surface of the sea. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and decided to send an order to Zhou Tanhua, telling him to let people enter the Eternal God Gate. Although he had just encountered danger, he had indeed become stronger. After that, he began to search in the forest. What if there is a golden artifact here? After searching for a while, a voice came, "What are you looking for?" Zhou Xuanji looked back in shock and saw the white dragon creature he had met in the absolute time, blinking at him. He was stunned and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Wasn't the white dragon creature looking for a sword? Why did he come back? There's the aura of that sword here. I'm looking for them, the white dragon creature replied, appearing very innocent. Wait, didn't you come out from the Eternal God Gate? How come I didn't sense it before? Zhou Xuanji asked. Could it be that the sword had just entered the Eternal Gate of God? No, I came from another door, the white dragon answered. There was another door? The white dragon moved closer to him, sniffed, and said with a frown, "Your aura has changed. It's becoming similar to this door." Zhou Xuanji frowned. What did that mean? Could it be that the spirit sees within the artifacts would assimilate him and the Eternal Gate of God? Zhou Xuanji suddenly became alert. Should he continue to absorb it? Not bad. At least you've become stronger. Keep going, the white dragon said. Zhou Xuanji looked up at it and asked, if I continue to grow stronger like this, will it be bad for me? The white dragon shook its head and said, how can that be? This is the gate of life, a place that allows living beings to become stronger. Life gate? What do you mean? Could it be that the gate you came from represents the opposite of life, the gate of death? Zhou Xuanji asked. The white dragon did not reply but turned around and left. Zhou Xuanji noticed that it could levitate in the air and soar freely. It did not seem to be affected by the flight restriction here. He immediately caught up with it and asked, you haven't answered me. I'm not sure either. My memory is very blurry. I want to find that sword. Are you willing to help me? The white dragon turned around and asked. Of course. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Now that he had offended boundless heaven, he would only be safe if he followed the white dragon. But you must help me collect some golden enchanted artifacts. Among them are spirit chi seeds that can help me grow stronger, Zhou Xuanji said. Okay. The white dragon agreed immediately. So easy to talk to? Zhou Xuanji felt strange in his heart. The white dragon seemed to like him a lot and was very obedient to him. Was it pretending, or was there another reason? At this moment, the white dragon opened its mouth suddenly. Its cheeks expanded like a balloon being inflated. Roar, it let out a long roar that shook the heavens and earth. The surrounding forest shook violently. Leaves danced in the wind, and the lake water churned. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, streaks of golden light rose up from the lake in an extremely domineering manner. Zhou Xuanji looked at them and was stunned. They were all golden artifacts, just like the ones he encountered before. They were emanating faint spiritual chi ripples. So many golden artifacts were hidden at the bottom of the lake. All of them are for you. Hurry up, I still need to find that sword. The white dragon spoke and urged Zhou Xuanji to absorb the golden artifacts quickly. Zhou Xuanji did not waste any time. He waved his right hand and pulled all the golden artifacts before him. He began absorbing them one by one. Half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji's eternal will grew tremendously. He felt that he was a few times more powerful than when he first arrived. He was fascinated by this feeling that he had not felt for a long time. Under the white dragon's urging, he did not have time to stop and comprehend. He immediately set off. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji asked the white dragon how much it knew about the Eternal God Gate. The white dragon replied that it had been to the 6 realms. It was the most powerful realm it had ever been to so far. It said that it sensed an extremely powerful aura that even it did not dare to provoke. Zhou Xuanji was even more shocked. He did not expect the white dragon to be afraid of supreme heaven. What should I do? He told the white dragon about what happened before. It's okay. If we can't win, we can run, the white dragon replied without a care. How do we leave this realm? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. It's simple. Just jump out. How? Just jump like that. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He felt that the white dragon was acting cool. After that, under the white dragon's lead, they collected all the golden artifacts and searched for that sword. Until now, Zhou Xuanji still did not know where the sword came from or what it looked like. The white dragon could not explain it either. Zhou Xuanji could become more powerful anyway, so he did not bother to ask. In the blink of an eye. Half a year passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji obtained a great artifact almost every day, strengthening his eternal will. But as time passed, the white dragon grew more and more impatient. It wanted to leave this realm and head to a higher realm. Zhou Xuanji could not even defeat Supreme Heaven. Wouldn't it be seeking death if he went to a higher realm? So, he began to persuade the white dragon. Maybe the sword was in the lower realm. After all, the white dragon sensed that the sword was in the boundless universe. Which meant that the sword had just entered the Eternal God Gate. The nearest living beings would not be too powerful. Chapter 1073. After Zhou Xuanji told the white dragon about his idea, the white dragon felt that it made sense and was prepared to bring him down to the lower realm. At this moment, boom, rumble, lightning gathered in the blue sky. A violent gale blew, and a powerful aura enveloped the entire world. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This aura was so powerful. He had become much more powerful, but facing this aura, he felt like a mortal facing a god. Supreme Heaven. Other than him, no one else could give Zhou Xuanji such a horrifying pressure. Humph. Do you think you can swallow this emperor's treasure just because you want to? No matter how much you swallow, you must make it up to me. An extremely majestic voice came. It was deafening, and the thunderclouds billowed violently, as though the sky would collapse at any moment. Zhou Xuanji quickly looked at the white dragon and asked, "Why aren't you jumping?" The white dragon replied, "He has sealed the space. We can't jump. What should we do?" "Don't worry. I'm here. I'm very powerful." "That's good." Zhou Xuanji heaved a long sigh. It's good that the white dragon is confident. At this moment, the thunderclouds parted, and a giant golden hand descended from the sky. It was as massive as the creation god mountain. The white dragon soared up and tried to break through the giant golden hand. Zhou Xuanji looked at it expectantly. This was the most powerful genius in history that even the ancestor master was impressed with. The white dragon had a mysterious background. If it could really resist Supreme Heaven, it would be extremely powerful. The white dragon sped up suddenly. Streaks of white silk wrapped around its body, and a majestic aura burst out, causing Zhou Xuanji's robe to flutter violently. He opened his eyes wide. So powerful. He did not expect the white dragon to be so powerful. It was completely different from its usual adorable self. Under Zhou Xuanji's expectant gaze, the white dragon crashed into the giant golden hand's palm. Shortly after, the giant golden hand closed its palm and retracted back into the clouds. Everything returned to normal. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. What happened? The white dragon was captured? What the hell? Zhou Xuanji was stunned. This was not how things were developing. Humph, you come too. A cold snort came from Supreme Heaven as a giant black hand descended from the sky. It was so fast that even Zhou Xuanji, who was in the Eternal Realm, couldn't react in time. There was a loud bang. Zhou Xuanji's eternal will was heavily injured, and he instantly fell unconscious. Zhou Xuanji dreamed. He dreamed that he was running back and forth between the two doors, trying to find a way out, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. Going round and round, it was always the two doors that surrounded him. He woke up with a start. The white dragon flew in front of him, causing him to shrink back in fear. Memories flooded his mind, and his consciousness began to clear. He was captured by the boundless heavens. He immediately stood up and slapped his surroundings. They were above the clouds. This cloud was dozens of feet wide, and there were countless golden lightning bolts flashing on its edges. Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw a giant on the horizon. He was incredibly majestic and was lying on the trunk of a towering tree. That person was wearing a loose blue robe with cloud patterns. His waist was covered by the sea of clouds, and the area above his neck was also covered by the higher clouds. It was impossible to estimate how gigantic his body was, let alone the giant tree he was lying on. Just one trunk of the giant tree was as big as his body. Supreme Heaven? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He looked closer and realized that Supreme Heaven's arms were densely packed with living beings. They were massaging Supreme Heaven. Is there really such a punishment? Zhou Xuanji looked back at the white dragon and said bitterly, "Didn't you say that with you around, there's no need to panic?" The white dragon blinked and said, "Aren't you still alive?" Zhou Xuanji was speechless. At this moment, a golden-armored creature flew over. He stopped outside the clouds and said coldly, "The two of you coveted His Majesty's artifacts. Your punishment is to massage His Majesty's shoulders for 30 million years. 30 million years? Zhou Xuanji and the white dragon opened their eyes wide. Crazy. He could not help but ask, "Can your Majesty sit for 30 million years without moving? Isn't he afraid of hemorrhoids?" "What is hemorrhoid?" the golden-armored creature asked back. Zhou Xuanji fell silent. "Prepare yourselves. 3 days later, you will receive your punishment," the golden-armored creature said before leaving. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xuanji sighed. He turned around to look at Supreme Heaven's majestic body and began to think of a way to escape. The white dragon came up to him and said, "Don't panic. I'm very powerful. I will help you escape." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. He thought about it and sent his consciousness into the Master Emperor's door. "Ancestor Lord Spirit, come out quickly. I've been captured by Supreme Heaven," Zhou Xuanji urged in his mind. A while later, the Ancestor Lord Spirit's voice came, "Supreme Heaven? He's still alive?" "Yes. He's the tyrant of the Eternal God Gate. He can do whatever he wants in this realm," Zhou Xuanji replied helplessly. Before he came, he never thought that he would end up like this. The Ancestor Lord Spirit floated out immediately. The white dragon was startled. He looked at the Ancestor Lord Spirit with his eyes wide open. The Ancestor Lord Spirit looked at Supreme Heaven far away and sighed in amazement, "It's him indeed. I didn't expect him to be alive and well. Seems like I've underestimated the Eternal God Gate. This should be the Life Gate. If it's the Death Gate, your situation will be even worse." Life Gate and Death Gate. There were two Eternal God Gates of opposite ends indeed. Zhou Xuanji thought in silence. "Take out the Master Emperor's door later. He will let you go once he sees it," the Ancestor Lord Spirit said before returning to Zhou Xuanji's body. "What's your relationship?" Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. "He's my little disciple," the Ancestor said. "Teacher and disciple. No wonder." "That's right. With Supreme Heaven's talent, only the Ancestor Lord was qualified to teach him." Zhou Xuanji thought as he sat down on the ground. He took out the Master Emperor's door and placed it aside, waiting for Supreme Heaven to discover it. The white dragon opened its eyes wide. It circled around the Master Emperor's door and cried out in fear, "Why do you have this door?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at it and asked, "What's wrong?" "This is the Death Gate." "Oh. What?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide and jumped up in fright. The white dragon trembled and said, "As long as one enters the death gate, one's inner demon will be duplicated. That soul just now should be the inner demon." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji's hairs stood on end. The Ancestor Lord's spirit in his body was not the Ancestor Lord's soul? It was formed by the Ancestor Lord's inner demon? If that was the case, then everything before, just thinking about it made Zhou Xuanji feel a chill down his spine. He hurriedly asked in his heart, "Is what it said true?" The Ancestor Lord's spirit did not reply. Zhou Xuanji's heart was in a mess, and he fell into deep thought. Fortunately, he had suppressed the Ancestor Lord's spirit in the Master Emperor's door, or else the Ancestor Lord's spirit might possess him. It was very possible. What should he do now? How should he deal with the Master Emperor's door? Chapter 1074. After knowing that the Master Emperor door might be the Eternal Divine Gate, Zhou Xuanji panicked. He suddenly did not know how to deal with the Master Emperor door. He began to guess the Ancestor Lord's purpose. The white dragon circled around him and stared at the death gate. Although it's a death gate, it does not have any death chi. It's like an ordinary gate. Could it be sealed? With this, Zhou Xuanji looked at it and asked, "You mean that this death gate is safe for now?" "Yes." "Then why are you making such a big fuss?" Zhou Xuanji was furious. He suddenly felt that the white dragon was pretending to be innocent. It must be scheming. It was teasing him on purpose. "I was shocked too," the white dragon said pitifully. Zhou Xuanji threw it a stare and asked, "Then what do you think I should do with it?" "I'm not sure either." "Why don't you throw it away?" The white dragon replied. "So casual?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. This guy was unreliable indeed. He looked at the Supreme Heaven Dome in the distance and thought, should I just give the main monarch door to the Supreme Heaven Dome? No. What if this was the Ancestor Lord's scheme? It might want to take this opportunity to possess Supreme Heaven. With Supreme Heaven's physical body, the Ancestor Lord's spirit could rule over all living beings. Or was he going to tell the Supreme Heavens the truth? Zhou Xuanji sat down and began to think. The white dragon did not disturb him but wandered around as though it was looking for something. For the next day, Zhou Xuanji did not speak. There was no night here. Other than them, Zhou Xuanji could not see any other imprisoned beings. The other beings were massaging Supreme Heaven's legs and shoulders. Silence. No one finished their words. The world was in deathly silence. The next day. Supreme Heaven. Zhou Xuanji cried out involuntarily. "Do you remember the Master Emperor door?" His voice resounded across the sea of clouds. After he spoke, the world fell into deathly silence again. There was a sense of pressure as though a storm was brewing. Supreme Heaven did not move and did not seem to hear him. Zhou Xuanji hesitated. Should he shout again? At this moment, a pair of golden eyes appeared in front of him, staring at him coldly. Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the Master Emperor door and said, "Its owner said that you would be able to recognize this door." The golden eye didn't reply. It continued to stare at him, not even looking at the main emperor's door. Zhou Xuanji's heart jolted. Could it be that the First Lord's spirit had tricked him? After a long while, the voice of the boundless heavens resounded, "How about giving this door to me?" Zhou Xuanji said hesitantly, "This might be the death gate." "I know. Do as you wish." The golden eye burst forth with resplendent golden light and directly put away the main emperor door. Then, the golden eye disappeared. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. "That's it? Why won't you let us go?" Zhou Xuanji frowned again. He could only wait. The primogenitor spirit was once sealed in the Master Emperor's gate by him. Now, it could be said that it had left him and fallen into the hands of the boundless heavens. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt relaxed. He finally got rid of this hot potato. The white dragon came over and said, "Let's escape. The barrier around us has disappeared." Disappeared? Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw the golden bolts of lightning dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji immediately flew toward the horizon. If the boundless heavens suddenly changed its mind, it would be bad. The white dragon quickly followed behind him. After they were far away from the boundless heavens, the white dragon suddenly attached itself to Zhou Xuanji's back and brought him out of this realm. Zhou Xuanji's body trembled. The indescribable space-time tremor made his body extremely uncomfortable. It was hard to imagine how sturdy the space-time boundary here was. Even he, who was at the eternal realm, felt uncomfortable, let alone other living beings. The discomfort soon ended. Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred. The next second, a vast, green land appeared before his eyes. He was falling from the sky and smashing toward the ground. There was still a flight restriction here. The white dragon was gone. Zhou Xuanji quickly adjusted his posture. He descended faster and faster. Boom! He landed on the peak of a huge mountain that was tens of thousands of meters tall. His feet stepped on the mountain peak, causing it to crack open, and countless cracks extended downwards. Next, a deafening explosion occurred. The entire towering mountain was pulverized. Zhou Xuanji fell down with the stone rain. He landed on a pile of rocks, safe and sound. He looked up in all directions, trying to find the white dragon, but he could not sense its aura. Strange? Why did it disappear? Could it be that something happened just now and it abandoned me ahead of time? Zhou Xuanji thought with a frown. He dashed toward a direction. The white dragon was unfathomable. It would surely find him. Rather than being confused, it was better to look for serendipity nearby. In a pale space, the ancestor lord's spirit hovered. A pair of golden eyes was in front of it. Both sides were silent. No one broke the silence. Boom! A bolt of red lightning suddenly struck down and landed between the two of them. The boundless heaven's voice came, "Do you really not have anything to say to me?" The ancestor lord's spirit sighed, "I'm already in this state. What else is there to say? You owe me, and you intend to brush it off like this? Do you believe that I will crush your remnant soul?" The boundless heaven's voice came again. Its tone was filled with extreme hatred and anger. The ancestor lord's spirit was silent. The golden eyes that represented the boundless heavens narrowed suddenly. Boom! A horrifying golden ocean swept over and engulfed the ancestor lord's spirit. The ancestor lord's spirit was like a candle flame in a violent gale that could be extinguished at any moment. "You want to kill your teacher?" the ancestor lord's spirit asked with gritted teeth. "Tell me, where is my sovereign serendipity?" the ancestor lord's spirit roared with a low voice. The ancestor lord's spirit mocked, "Your sovereign serendipity? Wasn't it given to you by me?" The ancestor lord's spirit did not reply. The golden eyes continued to stare at it with hatred. "It has already turned into a sword. I have been sealed for countless years and do not know where it is. You have to find it yourself," the ancestor lord's spirit said. "A sword?" The ancestor lord frowned. Not to mention the endless universe, there were countless swords in the eternal divine gate. How could he find the sovereign serendipity? His first reaction was that he was fooled. "You should know about the little fellow from before. That's why you didn't kill it. It is also searching for that sword. It might represent one of your senior brothers or that existence that cannot be recognized. Whoever finds that sword will be able to grasp the sovereign serendipity and regain control of everything," the ancestor lord's spirit said. The ancestor lord's spirit's eyes flashed. "The gate of death has fallen into the gate of life. I hope that you can combine them and purify all the heart demon imprints in the gate of death." Hearing this, the ancestor lord looked up and said, "Do you know what the consequences of doing this will be?" Chapter 1075. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. If you want to achieve a higher position, you must bear all of this. The ancestor lord's spirit's voice came again, which displeased supreme heaven. He mocked, "You're always like this, trying to shirk your responsibilities. You're the ancestor lord of eternal glory indeed. The ancestor lord's spirit was silent. At this moment, the pair of golden eyes of the supreme firmament suddenly shot out two beams of golden light, directly smashing the main emperor door into pieces. Zhou Xuanji walked slowly in the majestic forest. It had been 6 hours since he came to this world. He did not find an artifact with a spirit ocean, which made him frustrated. Could it be that those artifacts belonged to Supreme Heaven's world? If he were to meditate and cultivate bitterly, it would be too unbearable. Zhou Xuanji thought as he walked forward. He wanted to find a place to sit down and cultivate for a while. He could not keep running around. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Although it was faint, he still sensed it. Gu Juejiao. That guy came to the Eternal God Gate long ago, and he encountered him in this world. Zhou Xuanji hesitated a little and decided to talk to Gu Juejiao. Although the two had a blood feud, they got to know each other after a fight. They were both endless overlords, so they could talk. Half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji found Gu Juejiao beside a massive lake. Gu Juejiao was sitting facing the lake. Strands of visible heat surrounded his body, and the lake water before him was boiling. Zhou Xuanji walked toward him slowly without hiding his aura. "I thought you were not coming?" Gu Juejiao asked with his back facing him. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I was too careful. The entire endless universe is attracted by the Eternal God Gate. Even if I don't come, I can't change anything." He came to Gu Juejiao's back, about 10 meters away. Sensing Gu Juejiao's horrifying aura, he was shocked in his heart. How many years has it been? This guy has grown so much more powerful. It seems like he has already attained the eternal realm. Zhou Xuanji was terrified. If he came later, wouldn't Gu Juejiao be much more powerful than him? At that time, Western Infinity would surely make a comeback and attack the Sword Emperor Divine Court. "Are you curious about how I became so strong?" Gu Juejiao asked. Zhou Xuanji did not feel awkward and asked, "I just came here. It seems that every realm is different. I encountered the Supreme Firmament in the upper realm and almost died. The opportunity there was seized by the Supreme Firmament." Gu Juejiao suddenly turned his head. He was surprised and asked, "Supreme Firmament? The legendary little disciple of the founding master?" Zhou Xuanji nodded. He did not expect Gu Juejiao to have heard of it. It seemed like the Western Limitless had a very deep foundation, being able to come into contact with the history of the limitless universe. Gu Juejiao frowned and murmured, "Luckily, I didn't go up, or I would have died." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, "I won't die. Boundless Heaven's hobby is different." He briefly described what had happened before. As for the white dragon, he did not mention a word about it. After hearing this, Gu Juejiao sighed and said, "As expected of the ancient sages, they are broad-minded." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. He really knew how to boast. Did this guy think that the Supreme Firmament could hear him? "The sovereign serendipity that I mentioned before, are you willing to go with me?" Gu Juejiao glanced at Zhou Xuanji and asked indifferently. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. It seemed like this guy did not have the confidence to obtain the sovereign serendipity alone. Since he was already here, he might as well cooperate with him. "Okay, you already have a clue?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Gu Juejiao got up immediately with a proud smile. "I found it 30 years ago. I covered the area, and no one can find it. Since you found it, why didn't you obtain the sovereign serendipity?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. "There must be danger." Gu Juejiao said helplessly, "The sovereign serendipity is protected by a stone statue. If you just get close, it will not alarm the stone statue. But the sovereign serendipity is inside the stone statue. Once you touch it or the sovereign serendipity, the stone statue will revive. If I was not careful enough and tried to use my clone, I might have been destroyed." At the mention of this matter, he revealed a look of lingering fear. "So that's it. Bring me to see it," Zhou Xuanji said straightforwardly. "Okay." The two moved out immediately. Along the way, Gujuagio began to talk about his encounters over the years. It turned out that he was not in this realm from the beginning. He explored 9 realms in total and was surrounded by danger. Finally, he obtained eternity with a gem that contained eternal will. He called it the Eternity Gem. The Eternity Gem was formed by the will left behind by the previous eternal beings. Although it did not contain massive power, it could guide living beings to the eternal realm. Gujuagio's cultivation was already outstanding. With just a little guidance, he could soar into the sky. Zhou Xuanji immediately remembered it. If he could get a few eternity gems, the Sword Emperor Divine Court would soar. Don't even think about it. After so many years, I've only found one, Gujuagio said. He had also thought about Zhou Xuanji's idea. 12 hours later. The two stopped on a cliff. Below them was a boundless wasteland. At the end of the horizon was a towering tree that connected the sky and the earth. The tree's leaves were green, and many flying beasts were circling it. The beasts that could not be affected by the flight restriction were definitely not simple. Seems like someone else found it, Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. Following his gaze, a white-robed man was walking on the wasteland to the east. Zhou Xuanji noticed the sword in the white-robed man's hand. Could he be the one that the white dragon was looking for? No. There were many people who used swords. Moreover, it was in a scabbard. He was not sure if it was a saber or a sword. Gujuagio frowned and said, "Let's use our duplicates first." After that, he sent out a duplicate. Zhou Xuanji also sent out a duplicate. The 2 duplicates immediately jumped off the cliff and ran toward the towering tree that was as massive as the creation god mountain. Once they moved, the white-robed man noticed them too. The white-robed man frowned. He did not expect there to be other living beings nearby. And they were all eternal beings. He immediately drew his saber. His saber was perfectly straight and looked like a sword. He did not attack Zhou Xuanji or Gujuagio but sped up toward the towering tree. The 3 began to compete in speed. Zhou Xuanji entered godly blankness straightaway. He turned into a stream of purple light and dashed forward, trying to overtake the white-robed man. At this moment, the white-robed man's body suddenly spun and turned into a horizontal tornado. He wreaked havoc and left a long ravine along the way. Gujuagio's body burned with a flame aura as he sped up continuously. The 3 of them created such a huge commotion that the flying beasts swooped down toward them. All sorts of strange screeches resounded across the sky. Countless saber chi shot out from the tornado formed by the white-robed man wantonly. The flying beasts' blood splattered everywhere, and some were crushed into minced meat on the spot. It was extremely domineering. Chapter 1076. Zhou Xuanji relied on godly forlorn mode, and no beast could touch him. He did not fly too quickly but followed Gujuagio's clone. Only Gujuagio knew where the sovereign's serendipity was after all. The towering tree in front of them was massive. As they got closer, they could sense how majestic the tree was. It was like looking up to a great mountain. Although Gujuagio was just a clone, he was very powerful and was not stopped at all. The white-robed man was powerful too. The 3 of them advanced together. They came to the towering tree. They soared up together. This leap caused the ground to shatter. "Follow me," Gujuagio said. Zhou Xuanji did the same even without him saying so. The white-robed man glanced at Gujuagio but did not pursue him. Instead, he flew toward another direction. Gujuagio smiled mockingly. He led Zhou Xuanji around the tree trunk and flew upward. About 20 breaths later, the 2 landed in a tree hole. The hole was dark and bottomless. Its inside, Gujuagio took a deep breath and said, "Why don't we go in directly?" Zhou Xuanji asked. "Wait. The mechanisms here are ever-changing. I can't tell if it's an innate restriction or a spell formation," Gujuagio replied. He flipped his right hand, took out a rock, and threw it into the hole. The sound of the rock rolling down the slope could be heard clearly. But the sound soon stopped. Boom! The entire tree trunk began to shake violently, as though a massive creature was about to charge out from the tree hole. Zhou Xuanji and Gu Juejiu's expressions changed drastically. They quickly dodged. A wave of horrifying blue flames swept out, which shook everyone's heart. It looked like it could burn the sky. But the leaves were not lit up, as though the blue flames had no temperature. After the flames died down, the two returned to the tree hole. They looked down but still could not see anything. What about now? Zhou Xuanji asked. Gu Juejiu took out another rock and threw it down. A violent gale blew toward them, and they dodged again. This gale was extremely horrifying. It contained a powerful corrosive power that could be sensed even from a distance away. After the gale subsided, Zhou Xuanji did not get closer. He watched Gu Juejiu continue to probe. The cycle repeated itself. After a few hundred rounds, Gu Juejiu let out a long breath and said, "Everything should be fine now, we can go down." Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He really wanted to know which immoral person made so many restrictive mechanisms. The two of them entered the tree hole and quickly flew downwards. Through the darkness, light appeared below. At the end, a well-lit underground palace appeared before Zhou Xuanji's eyes. The stone walls and tree trunks were inlaid with gems of various colors, illuminating the entire underground palace. Below them was a lake, and in the middle of the lake was a piece of land. A stone statue stood on the land. The stone statue looked like a human, but not a human. It looked more like an ape. The ape was holding a purple crystal the size of a head. This crystal was in the shape of a cube. It was sparkling and translucent, and there were countless tiny specks of light inside. It looked like a miniature starry sky. Is that the opportunity of supremacy? So it's actually like this. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He always thought that the sovereign serendipity was in the form of light. Gu Juejiu's eyes were filled with passion. He held back his excitement and said, "If we get the sovereign serendipity, we can unify the endless universe. The opportunity is right before our eyes. If we get it, we can stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient sovereign, or even the illusory primogenitor lord." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "The key is how to get it." As soon as he saw the stone statue of the ape, he was inexplicably terrified. His instincts told him not to get close. This horror made it difficult for him to possess the purple crystal. "I called you here to think of a way together. Don't just ask me. Did I ask you to come and share the serendipity directly?" Gu Juejiu snorted coldly. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and began thinking. The two of them circled around the ape stone statue. The underground palace returned to silence. He thought about it for a few days. Until an uninvited guest barged in. It was the white-robed man whom he met earlier. Seeing him, Gu Juejiu's face turned dark, and a murderous aura exploded from him. The white-robed man said, "You can't get it. Why don't you work together with me? Or else, we can only watch. Do you have a way?" Gu Juejiu said unpleasantly. "Of course I do. I come from the eternal god race and have a deep understanding of the sovereign serendipity. I might have a way," the white-robed man replied calmly. After that, he flipped his left hand, and a bead that was burning with flames appeared. "What are you trying to do?" Gu Juejiu asked with a frown. The white-robed man replied, "This is a past and present bead. It can restore everything that happened here in the past. As long as we understand the origin of this stone statue, we will know how to break it." The flame bead flew toward the ape stone statue. Gu Juejiu wanted to stop it, but he had no choice. He might as well take a look. The flame bead stopped on the ape stone statue's head. Flames billowed, and a wave of radiance spread out. Next, many illusions appeared in the underground palace. The illusions changed extremely quickly, and the scenes were dazzling. Zhou Xuanji and Gu Juejiu looked at them seriously. Soon, Gu Juejiu's expression changed. His body trembled as though he saw something horrifying. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to ask, the illusions stopped suddenly. He saw a silhouette walking up to the ape stone statue. That silhouette was very familiar to him. Sword Emperor. Isn't this the Sword Emperor who taught me the exterminating Tao in the future? Hold on. Could it be that the era of the Sword Emperor was not the future but the past? But that's not right. The original owner was the earliest existence. There was no legend of the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor cried silently at the ape stone statue. His posture seemed hysterical, as though he was complaining about something. Next, the Sword Emperor knelt down and cried bitterly. Finally, the purple crystal in the ape stone statue's hand sucked the Sword Emperor away. The illusions continued to change. He saw another silhouette. This person was also someone he was familiar with. His son. Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua walked up to the ape stone statue with his sword. He opened his mouth, but no one knew what he was saying. After a while, he suddenly raised his sword and pointed it at the ape stone statue. The scene became blurry. Zhou Tanhua stabbed the ape stone statue with his sword. Next, the purple crystal burst into light and engulfed him. All the illusions came to an abrupt end. Zhou Xuanji woke up with a start. Gu Juejiao, who was next to him, was panting heavily. Cold sweat was flowing down his back. The white-robed man, who was not far away, also had an ugly expression. Obviously, they had all seen something that terrified them. Gu Juejiao looked up at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "What did you see?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I saw an old friend." "I saw myself," Gu Juejiao said in horror. "Myself?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and looked at him in surprise. The white-robed man took a deep breath and said, "I saw the two of you. You wanted to destroy it, but you were engulfed by it. Strange, did my ancient and present pearl malfunction?" He looked at the ape stone statue again and suddenly felt that it was very strange. Although its eyes were carved in stone, they seemed to be smiling. Chapter 1077. It should be the inner demon. It let us see what we are most afraid of. Gu Juejiao analyzed. Zhou Xuanji heard him and felt that it made sense. The scene just now really scared him. The appearance of the Sword Emperor made him doubt the reality of the spacetime he was in and doubt his own existence. The appearance of Zhou Tanhua made him afraid that his flesh and blood had encountered an accident. It might not be true. Perhaps this was a Supreme Being's fortuitous opportunity's defensive restriction, causing those who wanted to seize it to feel fear and give up. The white-clothed man frowned and said, "If that's the case, then I'm not sure how we should seize it." Gu Juejiao glared at him and shouted, "If that's the case, please leave. If you can't help, then scram." He did not want to share the supreme opportunity with another person. "You guys need my power. Otherwise, you guys won't be able to obtain it. You guys don't even dare to use your true bodies to come here. How are you going to obtain the Paragon's fortuitous encounter?" The white-robed man shook his head. "Are you the deity?" Gu Juejiao asked impatiently. "That's right." The man in white nodded. Gu Juejiao and Zhou Xuanji were both stunned. Was this guy not afraid of death? How dare he use his real body? The white-robed man continued, "My name is Huang Bai, and my original body has already been refined into this white robe. It is sufficient for me to be in an invincible position. I will stay behind and help you block all attacks. As a reward, we will share the Paragon's great opportunity together. The Paragon's great opportunity doesn't belong to just one person. You should all be clear about this." His main body was refined into white clothes? Was there such a thing? Zhou Xuanji looked at Gu Juejiao with a strange expression. Gu Juejiao was the one who discovered the sovereign's opportunity, so it was up to him to decide. However, once the danger of the sovereign's fortuitous opportunity was over, the three of them would probably have to fight it out. Gu Juejiao definitely wanted to take everything for himself. Obtaining a supreme opportunity was for the sake of dominating the boundless universe. How could there be an equal division? Gu Juejiao thought for a while and nodded. Meanwhile, outside the towering tree, on the cliff, Gu Juejiu's original body said to Zhou Xuanji's original body, "Let's get ready to go at any time." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He knew that the reason why Gu Juejiu told him this was not because he was close to Gu Juejiu, but because Gu Juejiu was afraid that he could not defeat Huang Bai. Huang Bai landed in front of the human ape statue and started to walk around it, observing it carefully. At first glance, it seemed as if he knew a lot about the stone ape statues. Is there something wrong with the eternal god race's people? Or is this the first time they've left their race? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. Then, he turned his attention to the stone statue of the ape. After thinking about it, he suggested, "Why don't we forcefully take it and see what the consequences are? Even if this stone statue can be revived, we can still feel its strength." Subconsciously, Gu Juejiu wanted to scold him for being an idiot. But on second thought, he realized that he could use the stone statue to kill Huang Bai. Zhou Xuanji was not as cunning as Gu Juejiu thought. He really wanted to see the power of the stone ape statue. Huang Bai had no objections. That was what he thought as well. He turned to the stone statue of the ape and reached out to grab the purple crystal. His hand had just touched the purple crystal. Boom! A terrifying aura directly sent him flying. The entire underground palace shook violently, and the stone statue of the ape slowly stood up. It held the purple crystal tightly in its right hand and raised its left hand with its fingers facing outwards. Zhou Xuanji sensed danger. He quickly created 2 swords of light and prepared for battle. Gu Juejiu also used his divine ability. Strands of intense flames wrapped around his body, and his aura was imposing. Even though it was just a clone, it was powerful. They were eternal beings after all. Swoosh! 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 Numerous stone snakes shot out from the stone statue's fingers toward Zhou Xuanji and the others like a rainstorm. Huang Bai drew his saber to defend. Zhou Xuanji and Gu Juejiu also began to defend. The 2 swords were as fast as lightning. Zhou Xuanji's stone snakes were cut down as soon as they got close. However, there was no end to the stone snakes, and their numbers increased instead. Soon, a stone snake bit Zhou Xuanji's neck. He instinctively used his eternal will to defend. In the end, he was petrified without any change. Once he was petrified, Gu Juejiu was petrified as well. Only Huang Bai was still resisting. Huang Bai appeared to be very relaxed. He was still getting closer to the stone statue of the ape. If it's only this much, he mumbled to himself and immediately sped up. At this moment, the stone statue moved suddenly. Bomb! Huang Bai was hit in the abdomen by the stone statue's knee. Next, he was sent flying and crashed into the mountain wall. The underground palace shook violently as though it would collapse at any moment. Huang Bai opened his eyes with great difficulty. Even with the protection of his main body, Bai, that collision made him feel as though his soul was about to leave his body. Such power, Huang Bai gritted his teeth and dodged quickly. Boom! The stone statue smashed toward him like a cannonball. It smashed into the mountain wall where he was just standing and created a large hole. Following this, the stone statue continued to chase after Huang Bai. Huang Bai was helpless. He quickly came to Gu Juejiu's side and pressed his right hand on Gu Juejiu's shoulder before disappearing. He came behind Zhou Xuanji and pressed his shoulder as well. The 2 of them immediately stopped being petrified. They immediately ran away and stayed away from the stone statue. This is what you wanted to see. Gu Juejiu roared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and stared at the stone statue. The stone statue charged over quickly, and its target was Huang Bai. Huang Bai slashed with his saber, and his saber qi exploded like a gigantic lotus toward the stone statue. A deafening explosion came. The stone statue charged out unscathed and slammed into Huang Bai again. Huang Bai was slammed into the lake below by the stone statue. Zhou Xuanji came to the spot where the stone statue was and found a notch. More accurately, it was a cave entrance. It was pitch black below, and he could not see what was below. He immediately dove in. Gu Juejiu's expression changed and dove in as well. Only Huang Bai was still being beaten. Damn! Huang Bai noticed their actions and gritted his teeth. As he dove down, Zhou Xuanji continued to increase his speed. He swept the eternal will downward, but he could not find the bottom. How deep was this cave? Could there really be a sovereign serendipity hidden down there? Gu Juejiu's voice came from behind. He thought that the purple crystal in the stone statue's hand was the sovereign serendipity. But in reality, no one knew what the sovereign serendipity looked like. Zhou Xuanji replied, I'm not sure. It might not be. Because that guy did not chase after us. His reaction was strange. If there was a sovereign serendipity hidden down there, the stone statue guarding the sovereign serendipity would stop them at all costs and not focus on Huang Bai. Gu Juejiu frowned. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Outside. Zhou Xuanji's original body asked Gu Juejiu, say, how did you know that this is the sovereign serendipity? Gu Juejiu was a little stunned and said hesitantly, it should be here. My intuition told me that the moment I saw the crystal, I felt that it was the sovereign serendipity. Zhou Xuanji, end of chapter. Chapter 1078. After entering the bottomless pit, Zhou Xuanji and Gu Juejiu continued to fall. This fall lasted for several hours. They did not reach the bottom. Gu Juejiu could not help but say, could this be a restrictive spell formation? There's no end to it. They could not go back even if they wanted to. The eternal divine gate forbade flying after all. This might be a trap. Let's wait and see. If it doesn't work, we will give up on our current clones, Zhou Xuanji replied. They were just clones anyway, so it was not a big deal. Gu Juejiu nodded. They continued to fall. At the same time, their original bodies sent out clones toward the underground palace in the huge tree. When the clones arrived, Huang Bai was still fighting with the ape statue. Noticing their arrival, Huang Bai immediately cried out, come and help me. The destroyed parts cannot be recovered. This is its weakness. Zhou Xuanji and Gu Juejiu heard him and attacked immediately. Boom! Zhou Xuanji slashed at the ape statue. Sword Shi exploded and shook the underground palace. However, the ape statue could not even leave a single piece of stone. Too hard. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. Is this a weakness? This is its strength. It was precisely because the stone ape statue was too hard and had boundless strength that it was so terrifying. If he could destroy it, he would not have to go through so much trouble. Not only Zhou Xuanji, but Gu Juejiu also cursed out loud. How do we destroy it? We can't win. Let's run. Gu Juejiu had already decided to give up. After that, he crashed into the ape statue and was blasted apart. Zhou Xuanji no longer dodged. As soon as he stopped, the stone statue of the ape swung its leg and kicked his doppelganger until it exploded. Far away, outside the huge tree, Zhou Xuanji and Gu Juejiu stood on the cliff with a frown. Forget it. Maybe it's not the sovereign serendipity. Even if it is, we are not powerful enough. Let's not force it. Zhou Xuanji sighed. At the same time, he released his clone from the bottomless pit and gave up completely. Gu Juejiu gritted his teeth and could only give up. He was in despair. It's too difficult. How can I obtain the sovereign serendipity? Gu Juejiu was driven mad. He suddenly wanted to destroy this world. Boom! The trunk of the towering tree exploded, and Huang Bai flew out from the billowing smoke and dust. His body was covered in blood, and he was in a sorry state. However, his white robe was undamaged. As soon as he flew out, the giant beasts circling around the towering tree attacked them. Fortunately, his speed was extremely fast. Those giant beasts couldn't catch up to him at all. He quickly landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. Huang Bai wiped off the bloodstains on his face. His expression was unsightly as he said, "Are you sure this is a supreme opportunity? Why do I feel like this is a trap?" Hearing that, Gujuagio said angrily, "We didn't ask you to come here. You came here yourself." Blindly coming up with ideas. Still trying to snatch it by force. In the end, he was as miserable as a dog. Huang Bai was embarrassed. His expression changed between green and red. "Since there is no sovereign serendipity, we should part ways," Zhou Xuanji said. Then, he gave Gujuagio a look, indicating that he could leave. Huang Bai was very powerful, and he was also a member of the Eternal Gods. It was too dangerous. Gujuagio nodded and left with Zhou Xuanji. But Huang Bai caught up with them and said, "Let's go together. I already know how powerful you are, and you did not play any tricks. If the three of us work together, we will have a greater chance of finding the sovereign serendipity. It's not so easy to get the sovereign serendipity. Both you and I need help." Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. Gujuagio said disdainfully, "We don't need you. If you continue to follow us, don't blame us for being rude." Huang Bai had to stop as his murderous aura burst forth. Looking at their backs, Huang Bai's face was extremely gloomy. Unstoppable region. Countless creatures surrounded the Eternal God Gate, hesitating whether to enter or not. A group of people with powerful auras flew over suddenly. They were Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Shaoxian, Xian Xianghua, Sovereign Hong Chen, and the others. They planned to enter the Eternal God Gate too. Zhou Xuanji had already told them that there was indeed serendipity in the Eternal God Gate. So, Zhou Tanhua spent some time to settle down the Sword Emperor Divine Court before rushing over. "Is that the Eternal God Gate? It's so majestic," Zhou Shaoxian said expectantly. Her eyes were shining. Xiao Jinghong reminded, "Little junior sister, don't act recklessly." Revered teacher said that apart from serendipity, there are also unimaginable dangers inside. "I know, don't worry," Zhou Shaoxian replied casually. Xian Xianghua had the same expression as her, but she was more looking forward to meeting Zhou Xuanji. She felt very unhappy whenever she thought of Zhou Xuanji sneaking into the Eternal God Gate. This brat always left her behind. The group flew into the Eternal God Gate one after another. Their entrance attracted a large number of living beings. Creatures always like to stick together when facing an unknown situation. Only by doing so could they feel more secure. On the plain, Zhou Xuanji and Gujuagio were walking side by side. Each of them was playing with a golden stone in their hands. They had picked it up before, and there was a restriction hidden in the stone. Zhou Xuanji suspected that there might be a spirit sea inside, which was similar to a golden artifact. He was constantly trying to break the restriction. Gujuagio muttered, "Why do I feel that something is wrong? Is there any danger inside?" They were all eternal beings. Their eternal wills were enough to destroy any existence in the boundless universe, but they could not break the restriction on this stone. It was too ridiculous. Could it be a trap like the stone statue of the ape? Keep it for now. It might be useful later, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile before throwing the golden stone into the supreme storage. Gujuagio nodded. At that moment, a terrifying aura came from ahead. The two of them looked up and saw a figure dashing over from the horizon. He was extremely fast. He was like a bolt of lightning, and he came before them in the blink of an eye. Bomb! The two of them were heavily hit in the abdomen, and their bodies flew out like cannonballs. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and looked over. It was a muscular man with a bare upper body. His hair was messy, and his face was jet black. His skin was bronze, and his muscles were extremely exaggerated. Gujuagio punched his head, but he did not stop him. What monster is this? Gujuagio was greatly shocked and instinctively looked toward Zhou Xuanji. In the end, Zhou Xuanji entered the spiritless mode and easily escaped. Gujuagio cursed inwardly. He quickly channeled his eternal will into his body and forcefully blocked the dark-faced man. Boom! A horrifying black flame burst out of the dark-faced man's body and soared into the sky. It burned Gujuagio's body and caused his soul to escape quickly. What flame is this? Gujuagio was filled with fear and terror. Before he could say anything, the dark-faced man charged at him again. This time, Gujuagio was completely enraged. "Do you really think I can't deal with you?" Gujuagio furiously roared. His soul turned into a fiery spear and stabbed out. A line of fire seemed to appear between the heavens and earth. It disappeared in a flash and pierced through the dark-faced man. Chapter 1079. After Gujuagio pierced through the black-faced man, he was still angry. A large hole appeared on the dark-faced man's chest, but the injury was rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He twisted his neck and continued to attack Gujuagio. His speed was also unbelievably fast. Bang! Gujuagio's soul was punched away again. After sliding along the ground for dozens of miles, Gujuagio stabilized his body with difficulty. Pfft! Gujuagio spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt down. His soul body was flickering between light and dark, as if it could be destroyed at any moment. How could this be? This power. Gujuagio gritted his teeth and looked at the black-faced man with fear in his eyes. The other party's strength made him shudder. At this moment, the dark-faced man mixed in and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was already prepared for battle. He entered the eternal state straightaway, and his body radiated with a brilliant divine light. Numerous swords of light appeared around him, overlapping into a three-dimensional sword flower. All the divine swords fused into his body, and two long swords appeared in his hands. His aura was terrifying. He immediately entered his strongest state to face the dark-faced man. Because this guy was very strong. It was strong enough for him to face it with his full strength. Bang! A silver radiance exploded from Zhou Xuanji's body and swept across the heavens and earth. The dark-faced man was slowed down by the silver light. In an instant, the world was occupied by countless sword shadows. Delusion Sword C. The dark-faced man was only slowed down, but he was not stopped. He continued to charge toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword, and countless sword shadows shot toward the dark-faced man. Boom! 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 The ground was bombarded. The dark-faced man began running toward Zhou Xuanji while dodging left and right. Even when he was hit by the sword shadows, he was not injured at all. Like a bolt of black lightning, it sped away. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his sword, and massive silver Buddhas were slashed out one after another. They looked like afterimages, and all of them crashed into the dark-faced man. The black-faced man was incomparably domineering. He relied on his fists to smash the giant silver Buddhas one after another. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Zhou Xuanji. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuanji was, he directly punched out. Bang! This punch landed on Zhou Xuanji's face and sent him flying. The dark-faced man continued to pursue Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji suddenly disappeared while he was flying backward. Ethereal state. Just when he entered the pale space, Zhou Xuanji instinctively turned around. Another punch. The dark-faced man sent Zhou Xuanji flying out from spiritless mode. Zhou Xuanji smashed through the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The black-faced man appeared out of thin air. Just as he was about to land on the ground, a huge flaming palm that seemed as if it was about to break the vault of heaven came slamming down. Countless vengeful spirits swayed in the flames, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The dark-faced man punched out. The terrifying fist wind directly tore the huge flaming palm into pieces. Gujuagio's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, he was blown away by the palm wind. Just as he came back to his senses, the black-faced man descended from the sky, stepping on him as he fell to the ground. The ground collapsed, and rubble flew everywhere. In the dust, the black-faced man raised his right fist and was ready to kill Gujuagio. Wait! You can kill me, but you have to give me a reason. Gujuagio shouted angrily. With his level of cultivation, if not for the restrictions of the Eternal God Gate, he could destroy an entire universe with a single thought. But facing the black-faced man, he was beaten to the point where he had no strength to fight back. You took His Majesty's treasure and ran away. The black-faced man said with a hoarse voice. Gujuagio was stunned and said in astonishment, You can speak. Wait. I didn't take it. It's him. And I was never captured by Wuxiang Heaven. He pushed the blame to Zhou Xuanji straight away. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji, who had just climbed out of the cave, heard his words and was speechless. What a traitor. The black-faced man looked down at Gujuagio and said calmly, It's not Wuxiang Heaven. My Majesty is Great Emperor Demonic Yong. Gujuagio was stunned again. He immediately took out the golden stone that he picked up earlier and cried out, Is it this one? Take it back. After that, he threw the golden stone to the black-faced man. The black-faced man caught it and turned to leave. Seeing him walking over, Zhou Xuanji immediately took out his own golden stone and threw it back to him. After the black-faced man caught it, he looked back at Gujuagio and then at Zhou Xuanji. He seemed to be hesitating whether to kill the two of them or not. Zhou Xuanji and Gujuagio were on tenterhooks. Forget it. Since you have just arrived, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't try to find the sovereign's serendipity. Extreme serendipity also represents extreme misfortune. The black-faced man left these words and left. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Was he bluffing them or was he serious? Gujuagio heaved a long sigh. He came to Zhou Xuanji's side quickly and mumbled, Great Emperor Demonic Yong. Where have I heard of him? He began to think hard. Soon, he opened his eyes wide and cried out while clapping his hands, So it's him. How can it be? Who? Gu's sovereign's teacher. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Gu's sovereign's teacher? How ancient was that almighty being? He did not doubt it but shook his head and said, The eternal divine gate is too dangerous. Let's not grow more powerful first. We are not qualified to find the sovereign's serendipity yet. Having heard this, Gujuagio's face turned ugly, but he still nodded. Let's work together. At least we can take care of each other. Gujuagio continued to speak. In order to survive, what was taking revenge for his son? He had many sons anyway. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a while but did not reject him. Take the situation just now for example. If he was alone, he might have been killed instantly. Although Gujuagio pushed the blame to Zhou Xuanji in the end, he did not run away but fought alongside him. But if he could not defeat Zhou Xuanji, he would have died. And so, the two recovered and continued on their way. With Zhou Xuanji's suggestion, they began to jump down to the lower realm. Each realm had a special world jumping point. There were many world jumping points. They were located in midair. Looking closely, they looked like balls of golden radiance. They jumped down all the way. After jumping 8 realms, the two finally stopped. This realm was extremely hot. The 18 suns shone brightly, and the ground was covered in flames. Even the space was rippling. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. Although it was hot, the spiritual qi here was even denser than in the upper realm. Strange, why didn't I pass by here before? Gujuagio frowned with a strange expression. Zhou Xuanji landed and began to absorb the spiritual qi here. Gujuagio wandered around. After walking for hundreds of miles, Gujuagio suddenly stopped and opened his eyes wide. All sorts of ancient swords were pierced into the ground in front of him. They were densely packed and extended to the horizon. Could it be another treasure of a powerful cultivator? Gujuagio frowned. Even though he was curious, he did not dare to go forward. At this moment, a silhouette dashed over from another direction. That person was wearing white clothes. Huang Bai. Along the way, he pulled out an ancient sword and charged toward Gujuagio. Brother, we meet again. We are fated, Huang Bai said excitedly. Gujuagio's expression changed drastically and quickly retreated.